While we're waiting for JJ, let me cover one administrative matter. When we talked yesterday, I mentioned that I'd had a discussion with the National Security Council about some of the issues we're dealing with here. I'm going to have a call this afternoon at 4:30 Eastern Time, which will be 1:30 here. I will step out of the room to take that call, and Brad will have the chair at that time, just as a heads up.
Check, check. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming today. It's our call to order to our 31st National Space-Based PNT Advisory Board meeting over the course of 18 years. And I think that says quite a bit. It's a true testament to the resilience of the board and the GPS system that it supports. We're very grateful to our Vice Chair, Dr. Brad Parkinson, for providing the world with this astonishing utility through his dedicated leadership as the Chief Architect and first GPS Program Director from 1972 to 1978. His work continues to benefit the entire world and brought us back together today to continue building on these successes. However, Dr. Parkinson would also be one of the first people to note that the GPS program became as effective as it did due to the contributions of many people working as a team, including the PNT board members around the table today. So continuing this progress of ensuring GPS services for all, today the agenda is focused on two primary themes. One is to protect, toughen, and augment, or PTA, which in reality will never stop. And the other is to begin reassessing GPS as the gold standard relative to the numerous other PNT constellations coming online. On that note, we want to recognize our international partners who have journeyed far to share what they are also doing in their respective regions, especially Australia, Japan, and Korea. We are also very grateful for your contributions in making PNT services more accessible and resilient. We also want to thank the U.S. Space Force, who acquires and operates the entire system on behalf of all of us. They have truly set the standard, and we look forward to hearing about the latest developments from Mr. Della Pena later this afternoon. So in looking at these many contributions, in some cases reflecting teamwork spanning back decades until today, NASA also wishes to recognize and salute our own PNT board chair, Admiral Thad Allen. The Admiral has served as our leader for nearly a decade, and the entire nation has been all the much better due to his unwavering dedication, leadership, and fortitude. And to convey this honor in a practical way with something that can be actually touched, NASA wishes to present him with this plaque or montage etched with words that reflect our deep appreciation for his long and effective service to the GPS community. So I thank you, sir.
Thank you, JJ.
Now everyone knows why I was running. It was worth the sprint. So from NASA, our international partners, and the members around the table, we hope that you proudly display this award with the same pride that we have conveying it to you right now. Now, in closing this introduction and getting down to the business at hand, we may also have some members participating virtually. And so I note to our chair that we do have a quorum to proceed. As a reminder, standard, everyone knows this, PNT board deliberations are governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA, which means that discussions are open to the public and meeting minutes will be posted online at gps.gov within 90 days. We also strive to post briefings from this forum within 24 hours. and several may already be online thanks to our colleague at Commerce, Mr. Jason Kim. You can simply Google PNT Board to access this and other related information about PNT Board member activities. Finally, PNT Board recommendations are provided as the independent advice and counsel, and as such, the federal government reserves the right to accept or not the input of today. The importance to the overall process, however, is truly made when members receive feedback on what can be supported and what may have to be set aside in times of fiscal constraint. So as members deliberate, they must abide by ethics laws that require them not to engage in any discussions that may create a potential conflict of interest. And so if a member does believe that a particular or a potential conflict on a particular matter is emerging, please simply recuse yourself from that conversation. And now let me turn the meeting over to our chairs, who may have something to say about some support staff leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Many of us have served on this for many, many years. And if you look around, what happens is a seamless operation. By and large, we all sit down, we expect the microphones are going to work, the AV is going to work, everything is going to go smoothly. Our rooms are going to be ready. The banquet is going to be arranged. And I'd like in public here for the world to know there is one person who has been responsible for that for the last these many years, and that's Alicia. And Alicia, I can't express my gratitude to you and on behalf of the whole board enough, because you are truly the glue that's held us together. And by golly, when you leave us, as you will at the end of this meeting, stand proud, because you sure have done one heck of a job. Round of applause.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm going to make a few comments reiterating some things I said in the preparatory day yesterday when we were doing fact-finding to provide a little bit of a context. As was already stated, prevent, toughen, and augment has always been the strategic arc of this committee, trying to create a more resilient PNT for the country. We've evolved dramatically since this board was established. Not only in terms of technology, but in terms of the global navigation satellite systems evolution. At the same time, other technologies have evolved that play into it, and we see that with fiber-based and other terrestrial sources of PNT. We submitted a report to the National Executive Committee earlier this year, making some recommendations regarding governance and where we're going. We're going to talk a little bit about things today that implicate that, but I'd like to kind of just lay out the way I see us moving forward today. Our overarching arc and where we're going with prevent, augment, I'm having a senior moment there, I'm sorry, remains intact, but what we have is a near-term transition of government in the United States that's going to require a transition of knowledge and reorienting where we're going to go with the new administration. So part of what we're trying to do here today is create short-term tactical issues that we need to deal with as part of the transition, which the landing teams are going to be dealing with, and try and place some near-term priorities so we can understand what we have to do to make the board's work and advice more effective as we move forward. So with those thoughts in mind, JJ, any more administrative remarks, or we can move right into the program? Okay. So we've had, let me just make one more comment. I think about 5 or 6 years ago, we reorganized what we've done on the board into subcommittees. We've democratized our work. It's increased cohesiveness and communication among all the members. That presents a little bit of a challenge in integrating and bringing it back together, but we're going to start out today by having committee reports focused on the strategic framework I just laid out on what's near-term tactical, what we need to think about. And we're going to go through the work that they've been able to do that's going to result in recommendations and products we're going to produce and hopefully come to agreement on when we close the meeting tomorrow. So with that, I'm just going to ask for the committee reports this morning, and we'll start with communications and external relations with Dana Goward.
Good morning, everyone. Who has the slides? There we go. So the usual slide, this is us, communications, external relations, and of course our remit is to try and effectively transmit to the outside world the kinds of things that this advisory board is concerned about and wants to provide advice on. Next slide. So here's a review of some of the internal recommendations we've made. We did have had some progress on the last one. We did have the arrange to have the Strategic Policy and Governance Subcommittee meet with the Space Council Users Advisory Group. That happened. Not any follow-up, but we were able to share information and concerns and found out that a lot of their concerns in terms of process and resonance with the government were very similar to ours. So an informative get-together, if nothing else. Next slide. So as you all know, the biggest outreach for the advisory board since we last met was the memo to the two deputy secretaries. It coincided very nearly, in fact, this paper that the R&T Foundation sponsored with the National Security Space Association. The release coincided very closely. The NSSA paper came out on the 18th of July. The Admiral's memo was, I think, 5 pages. This was 22 pages, but essentially said the same kind of thing, provided a lot more detail, more national security context, and very importantly, a completely disassociated organization saying very much the same kind of things that we said. And we did have some informal feedback that the people in very senior leadership positions in the Pentagon and in Space Force took note of this paper and the fact that it resonated and reinforced the PNT Advisory Board memo to the deputy secretaries. So that's one of our achievements. In the next slide, if you would. This activity appeared in at least 3 different outlets, including our friends at GPS World. As you can see, the one from Breaking Defense was a little bit sensationalized, but it seems to have struck home to good effect as well, and we've had good responses on that. Next slide, if you would. Other kinds of things that have been out there in the media that we as a group have taken note of. You undoubtedly have heard about the Ops Group GPS spoofing report. Almost 1,000 different members of the aviation community participated in it. 2,000 members of the aviation, air crew and dispatchers were surveyed for some of the responses in this report. And if you are looking for an authoritative volume on that, I'm pretty sure a number of folks here in the room participated in this. Then this is a great reference document, produced in about 3 months, a remarkable achievement. Next slide, if you would. Also, a number of significant issues in the news since we last met that in terms of what other folks are doing in terms of PNT that we've taken note of. All of these are from our friends in GPS World. Next slide, if you would. And then Space News has been focusing on GPS jamming, spoofing, and that sort of thing as well. If you would, next. As far as individual engagements, so we've participated in a online and in-person event at the Hudson Institute fairly recently. We've had Planet Money podcast focus on our issue. Jeff Shane has published in the Institute of Navigation quarterly newsletter, and last year, yes, I guess it was still this year. Earlier this year, I moderated and John Betts spoke at the Defense Strategies Institute Assured PNT Summit. And I will be moderating that again in April, and we're expecting Frank to attend. And to talk about HARS, which I think is a great way within the Beltway, because it's always in DC. It's a great way within the Beltway to spread the word on that. Next slide, if you would. As the Admiral mentioned, we've been working previous to this and also at our other our fact-finding yesterday, both the SPG and the CER subcommittees on a presidential transition paper. It is a work in progress. We are convinced that we have it already to the 80 to 90% in terms of content and thrust and message. We're going to continue to refine that over today and hope to present a near final in terms of substance to the board leadership for final editing and style review and so forth. You see here the cause for action that we agreed upon yesterday. I won't pause to let you read that, but we'll send around a current version later today. Next slide, if you would. In terms of the body, and we're looking at addressing at some level all of the various threats to PNT that could impact the nation and how. And the next slide. With a recommendation, again, focusing on the leadership and resilient PNT capabilities of the nation, and urging the new administration. After having said you did a great stuff just before you left with PNT, but there hasn't been a whole lot of progress, we urge you to focus on this again, and then we are going to, in some form or fashion, incorporate probably as an attachment all of the specific recommendations for L5, interference detection, monitoring, responsibility, et cetera, and so forth, that we have made over the last 2 years. Trying to do that in a way that it doesn't detract or dilute our primary recommendation for leadership to focus on resilience and the way this is done within the United States government, and the need to bear down on that. I think that's it. You want to click it one more time to make sure? Yep, that's it. Happy to take any questions if you have any. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. We're going to move around just a little bit because Frank Van Diglen's got something else he has to do later. Frank, you can? I'm good. Oh, all right. I retract my statement. Jade Morton, you're up.
All right. Good morning. So I'm providing a summary of the Education and Science Innovation Subcommittee's discussions. So I'm the chair of that subcommittee, and Terry Moore and Todd Walter are the first and second chair there. During this last year, we've lost 2 members, and Penny Axelrod and Dorota Brzezinska. And so I just wanted to mention here that any other members would like to join this group, you're so welcome. So I wanted to also refresh everybody's mind about the main focus task of this subcommittee, which is U.S. PNT workforce education and training. Next slide, please. So I'd like to bring you back to discussions, recommendations we made back in 2023, a year ago. That is, we would like to ask the U.S. government to invest in the future of U.S. PNT education and training. So in January of 2024, which is beginning of this year, so the executive steering group had responded to our recommendations and with some detailed descriptions of the action items they've taken or the progress they've made. And a few highlighted items are here. So the first thing is, there is indeed, in the last couple of years, ongoing PNT education and training efforts. And, but these efforts mostly have a research focus, although they do have educational component to them. Some examples are DOT have established 2 centers, and they are funding $2 million a year per center for 5 years, and the focus is on assured PNT. NGA and NGS have also put together a sizable amount of funding to support geodesy-related consortiums. So these are all very welcoming efforts, but they are also focused on sub-areas of PNT, and we still would like to see broader impact address here. And each ESG had also mentioned in their response that they have planned discussions with other government agencies and other approaches and across a wide range of agencies. So we would really like to see in next year what kind of progress they've made in trying to get a broader support. Next slide, please. So in May this year, so the subcommittee further made another recommendation, that is for ESG to work with the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine on a study to gather evidence on the need for PNT research, education, and training, and required technologies, and also in comparison with related international activities, and to develop a roadmap for future PNT skilled workforce. We felt this was important because instead of agencies started taking their own actions, it would be really nice if we have any idea what are the needs out there in a more concrete, manner. So we really would like in the upcoming year to hear responses to this particular request. Next slide, please. So at this meeting, the group had another intense discussion, and also we've been talking to industries and other organizations that work in PNT-related area. So based on those discussions, we have another concrete recommendations. That is, we'd like to ask or recommend to establish U.S. national PNT training programs, not a university curriculum changes, but a training program or training programs. And this is based on the recognition that there is a large non-PNT technical communities. There are already people out there. They've got engineering, and they've got a computing and a science background. These people, with a little bit of training, they could be stepping up to be a workforce that perhaps could meet the need of the PNT industry in this country. So some examples include people are in military, they're operators, they've already worked with systems, so they understand the needs. And they're also government laboratory agency staffs. They come from different backgrounds, but they are prepared to take the next step to become more specialized PNT workers and industry as well. So, so we wanted to tap into these resources and understanding that at the universities to try to, generate programs that has PNT tracks that will be that will be such an effort that's almost impossible because all these different type of obstacles we're going to likely to encounter. So there are already models, existing models. Perhaps we could borrow elements from them. It doesn't mean that we have to do exactly what they're doing, but these models have been ongoing. There are lessons we can learn from them. For example, ESA, JRC, they have these summer programs. It's only 2 weeks long. It's been going on for many years. And this type of, the ESA program is more general, introductory kind of classes that get people to know each other, to network with each other, and build teamwork. The African Outreach Program has been going on for 15 years. And that's also a 2-week program, but its workshop was more specialized topics towards ionospheric special weather effect and mitigation techniques. And this workshop involves hands-on opportunities for attendees. And Northrop Grumman has a Scholar in Residence program where some of my colleagues have been participating. They will spend varying lengths of times at the company working with employees and to educate or bring people up to speed to the latest technology. That's another model. And of course, the Navtech GPS have been offering seminars to the PNT communities for many, many years. And they've also have built a program that we could borrow from. So the question is, how are we going to offer such training program and who's going to do it? So I think this is a good question for the subcommittee to discuss at the next meeting. At this meeting, we just wanted to throw this idea out and make a recommendation to recognize such a program perhaps would be a more feasible approach that could address the shortage in PNT workforce in this country. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Jay. Frank, you're up now.
Good morning. I'm Frank Van Diggelen, Chair of the Emerging Capabilities, Application and Sectors Subcommittee. These are the members. Next slide, please. These are the three items we covered. First one, HARS, which is our major effort over the last couple of years from this committee, and I will talk about that. We also covered the status of LEO PNT and had a tutorial on AI in PNT. I'll talk about both of those and some other business. Next slide, please. So HARS has been the major focus of this committee for the last 2 years, and we've given presentations to this board. What it is, in a nutshell, the High Accuracy Robustness Service proposal is a unique opportunity for GPS to leapfrog Galileo and Beidou and take GPS from its current third place into first place in the GNSS hierarchy. And why can I say that? Because what this will provide is orbit and clock and ionospheric corrections, which Galileo and Beidou both already have as part of their systems. And so that is us catching up with first place. And then this proposes the addition of data symbols available to all users over an independent channel, namely the internet. And that will be the first time that a GNSS system has done this. And what it will give GPS up to 10x extra robustness to broadband jamming. So we've talked a lot in this committee about the vulnerabilities of GPS, and this is our chance to do something about it for the first time. So we've got a proposal in the white paper, which we published a year ago and is on gps.gov. In September of this year, John Betts, Tim Murphy, and I published a paper at the ION GNSS conference explaining the technicalities of how the availability of the data symbols increases sensitivity. And if we can, I'll attach that paper to gps.gov as well. It's already available at the ION GNSS site, but it'd be nice to have multiple ways for people to get it. And so we are left with the following hurdle to get through to make this a reality is we need an agency, a government agency, to own this. And next slide, please. And over the last 6 months, we've had several meetings with NOAA and the National Geodetic Survey part of NOAA, and they've put up their hand and said, we have the desire and the capability to implement this HARS system. And so I'm pleased to say that the acting director of NGS is going to speak to us today to give details of this. So this is like terrific progress on this program and a real opportunity for us to kind of reach out and make it a reality. That diagram, by the way, is from the white paper to explain what the service is, but it's exactly what I just said, so I will not repeat myself. Okay, next slide, please. Just to mention, there we'll have Major Christine Bonnickson from NASA Langley Research, and we'll introduce this paper, and then Dr. Shahak Piri, Acting Director of NGS, will talk about the NOAA's proposal on how to do this. Next slide, please. LEO PNT, my co-chair, Brian Chan, gave an update on all the many LEO PNT efforts around the globe. You can see there. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Professor Renato Filia gave the subcommittee members a briefing for the purpose of making sure the subcommittee is somewhat up to speed on the latest AI developments that are applicable to PNT. So he specifically covered statistical learning, machine learning, and general artificial intelligence intro. And the idea is this the beginning of ongoing briefings for the subcommittee to kind of keep us up to speed on some of these important latest developments. Next slide, please. And in other business, there's a strong desire of many people to have a talk on quantum PNT. Remember, this committee is emerging capabilities, so you see that thread through this. HARS, LEO, quantum, and AI. And Tim Murphy volunteered that maybe he can bring someone from Boeing and or another speaker. So between now and 6 months' time, we will bring in a speaker for our subcommittee to give us a briefing on quantum PNT. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Any questions? JJ, I had a question. We don't have to answer it right now, but I'd be curious to get an update from JPL on what's happened since our last meeting on the DGPS.
Yeah, Admiral, the briefing from NOAA kind of includes discussion about their proposed collaboration with JPL. So it's not replaced, it's included.
Yeah, I just lost track of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Matt Higgins. Let me give the most valuable traveler on our board to Matt Higgins. Makes the trek from Australia every time for one of these meetings and really does a great job. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Admiral. You got my slides? Thanks. Next slide. So this is the membership of the committee. Not surprisingly, my fellow vice chairs are the other two international members, Renato and Terry. And we also have those other members from the board. And we continue to have good involvement from US government reps. So yesterday, again, we had representatives from Space Force, State Department, CGSIC and DOT. So that's always good. Next slide, please. These are the study areas that were initially tasked to us. Next slide. But the main thing we've been concentrating on lately is the assessment of other GNSS, which is around this gold standard issue. Members will recall that at our last meeting, we had some detailed discussions led by Brad on that system comparison work, and then it was decided to sort of hand that back on to us in the international subcommittee, and it's become one of the focus themes for this meeting. So theme 2 this afternoon, as you'll see on the agenda, has presentations from QZSS from Japan, KPS from Korea, and GPS, obviously, from a country that we're all in at the moment. We also have, and I'll outline this in a minute, we tried to get presentations from some of the other providers. For those presentations, we supplied a list of topics we would like to address. So next slide, please. So this is that list of topics that was provided, and these are actually in the booklets that were given out to board members. But these are what we've asked the system providers to address in their presentations today, and which we would like to discuss with them in open discussion, ideally. What I would say to board members is please note these. Feel free to ask these and use them as something of a checklist to make sure we cover off on these sorts of questions. These questions, I had a first go at this, and John Betts, I should acknowledge, did a lot of work while I was away to help finalise this, and worked with JJ to send them out to the providers and inviting people. So yeah, as I say, please use this to make sure we extract as much of the information as we want. Next slide. Because, as I say there, we're going to develop a report out of this. We would obviously have liked to have had presentations from at least Galileo and Beidou at this meeting, but that was not possible as it turned out. JJ is still confident that we will try and get them by the next meeting. So in the absence of those, we've actually compiled a presentation on Galileo from information that's been presented at the UN International Committee and from online sources of their websites, etc. So Terry and I were going to run through them quickly. we'll try and find some time between when Korea and US speak this afternoon for about 10-15 minutes, just to add in, because I think Galileo is very important for the discussion. And given that we want to draft a next level detailed report on this comparison work, and as was discussed in the preparatory meeting, we probably should draft that even before the next meeting, in case we do or don't get the other speakers, and have at least something that includes, for example, the Galileo stuff that we're going to speak to later. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Any comments? I would just add, we attempted to have Beto and Galileo represented here. We'll continue to do that, but in the absence of that, we're not going to stop. We need to continue to articulate the different facets of operations that Matt did, so we can make our advice to the U.S. government as accurate and concise as we can. This issue of the gold standard has plagued us for a number of years. It's an arbitrary decision somebody put in a document years ago, and we're trying to put some better certainty around it, and then be able to make better advice because of that. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, nicely summarised. Thank you.
John Betts.
Good morning, everybody. This is a report from the Protect, Toughen, and Augment subcommittee. I guess we have nothing to say.
We know that's not the case with you, John.
You can see it online? Oh, okay. I think they're working it behind you. Over there. Look at that. All right, so next slide, please. So this lists our members and our definitions of protect, toughen, and augment. I won't go into that before. We just wanted that as part of the record. Next, please. And of course, what we're trying to do is find ways to protect, toughen, and augment the use of GPS. As we thought about our work, we thought about going back and looking at some of the national policies and other documents that have been put out recently. We certainly, over the last year, emphasized some pragmatic near-term approaches to do better in PNT for critical infrastructure. We recognize the importance of using allies' capabilities, and part of the message of the meeting today is to learn what other nations are doing and how they're doing it. Next, please. So we started going into a lot of detail about what these documents say, and decided that that would not fit into a 10-minute presentation. So this is just a summary of 3 important recent documents. And if guidance and directives solved our PNT problems, we think we'd be in great shape. But our question is really, what has changed in terms of fielded capabilities? And that's been our focus, and it's something that we think the nation is still lacking in. Next, please. So back at our last meeting, our previous meeting in April, we had pretty much all of a day devoted to PTA. We called it PTA Day, And this is a one-page summary of it where we focused on pragmatic near-term approaches for critical infrastructure. We recognize the need for a national capability for interference monitoring and removal. We found there are many ways to make the use of GPS and GNSS tougher and more competent by focusing on the user equipment and integration, but there are obstacles to that. We found that there are pragmatic steps for augmenting GPS even in the near term, but there are some options in the near term, and an opportunity to better focus resources to get things fielded in the longer term. And one of the things that continues to disappoint us is the fact that there seems to be no monitoring or measuring of progress in toughening and augmenting across critical infrastructure. So if we can't measure it, how can we know if we're improving it or not? Next, please. So one of the interesting things was to look back at recent advisory board recommendations and see how many of them were relevant to PTA Day. And there are 7 that are listed here that I think are a very powerful set. We talk a lot about governance, but in our view, all of these are consistent with the current governance structure. There's nothing that keeps them from being implemented with today's structure. And we think that a prompt implementation of them would significantly improve civil PNT service. So we continue to think these are really important recommendations. Next, please. Another thing that we did over the past couple months is looked at an earlier version of a table that compared civil PNT service in the US and China. And we tried to enhance that table by working collaboratively as a group and making it more unambiguous, consistent, complete, and informative. And of course, there are a whole bunch of caveats. In particular, we don't know a lot about things within China. But in spite of that, we're able to come up with some conclusions at a high level that we thought were very interesting. And we used the evaluation criteria that are shown here, where blue is extended features, green is a basic capability, yellow is under development, and red is no capability and no current development. Next, please. And so the result looks like this, and you'll see it compares to the table that that had been used before in a couple different ways. One is that we separated timing and positioning, because before that was ambiguous, now it's not. And second of all, we recognize that within the US, there is a significant number of developments or capabilities that are provided by commercial services. We weren't able to look within China and distinguish between commercial and state-owned services, so we didn't break things up in China that way. And so the rows here are the same as in the previous version of this table, but the columns are very different and the colors are very different. So we see that GPS is providing basic service, and Beidou is providing more capabilities. But on the other hand, civil users within the US have the opportunity to use Galileo, which is also blue like Beidou. We see that in LEO satellites, the US is actually ahead of China when we account for commercial capabilities. There's things going on in terrestrial broadcast in both countries and in fiber-based timing in both countries. So we think that this is a more informative and accurate depiction of the comparison between the US and China, and we hope that this can be something that the board is able to make use of going forward. Next, please. So if you look at some observations there, GPS is still a leader in some of the intangibles like reliability and transparency as long with adoption, but Beidou has more operational features, in part due to delays in GPS modernization. Given that we can use Galileo for civil applications, that's great advantage to us. And there's this interesting diversification in the US of the capabilities across government-sponsored and commercially provided. And we spent some time starting to talk about, well, there are pros and cons to each of those observations, and we quickly decided that that could turn into a one-hour discussion. So we leave that for you to think about which are the advantages and which are the disadvantages of each of these observations. Next, please. And so finally, last slide, thoughts on the way ahead. we feel like we haven't done as good a job as we could have in working with the Communications and External Relations Subcommittee to get out the word on the outcomes of PTA Day and the associated advisory board recommendations that have to do with PTA listed earlier, and this enhanced comparison of PNT services between the US and China. We very much advocate including PTA recommendations in this paper for the presidential transition team, and based on the discussion yesterday with CER, it looks like that's going to happen, and we can include the 7 recommendations that were listed on an earlier slide. And the last thing is that as we went through the different executive orders and policies and so forth, we thought it might be interesting at the next meeting if the appropriate subgroup were to look at the recent national PNT-related orders, directives, memoranda, and summarize what's actually called for there and who's responsible for it. And then can we do some kind of an assessment of where things stand in terms of following through on those, and are there things that we would recommend as being an improvement? So that's a way of looking at governance and its implementation in a different way than we've talked about previously. And so we offer that up to the board as a possible topic for the spring meeting in '25. And that's the end of the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Dana?
Yes, sir. Thanks, John. It's a great presentation, and I just want to share with the rest of the board that we've had some conversations on how difficult it is to compare apples and oranges with U.S. and with both commercial and government capability in China. So one would assume that in China, if the government there spends lots of time and money to roll out a capability, it's going to be fully implemented and available to whoever they think needs it. Whereas we have capability, we have the same word, capability, in the United States, but if it's a commercial capability, it doesn't necessarily get rolled out to everybody that needs it. I have the capability to get Showtime at home, but I don't, right? As we have all talked about before, adoption, implementation, and so forth is really critical to the national homeland economic security picture. And that picture is more complicated in the United States because of the mixture of government and commercial capability and the availability in each of those categories. So well done in trying to balance all of that. Very informative, but something to keep in the back of our minds. Just because we can do something in the United States doesn't necessarily mean that we have or we will, or that if we do it, everybody's going to have access to it. And then, of course, the consequent implications of that on the overall national security picture.
Thanks, Dana. Any other comments?
Jeremy Bennington from Spirent. Did the subcommittee look at any threat assessments? As you look at how to toughen and augment, have you done any formal assessments of the different threats to the systems globally?
So the question is, have we done any threat assessment? Only at a very high level. Certainly there's an opportunity to look at vulnerabilities of different augmentations, and we haven't done much of that yet. Certainly, it's really, really important, though. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. And Jeff Shane up next. Another world traveler coming all the way from Switzerland. Thank you, Jeff.
I checked, and it's 1,500 miles less from Switzerland than from Australia. So Matt still gets the prize. Thank you. I don't have any slides. I'm just going to talk to you a little bit. The CER subcommittee, Communications and External Relations, and your Strategy, Policy, and Governance Committee were pretty much working at the hip, joined at the hip yesterday in producing a draft of a paper that we would like to send to the incoming administration, to the transition team. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about that from a higher level, just give you some of the overarching considerations that went into it so that as you review it, you'll understand sort of the motivation behind it. the most important thing we felt needed to be in that paper was an overarching statement of the importance of GPS and PNT generally to our, to our way of life, to the way of life of almost everybody on the planet today. And this was an interesting struggle to try to figure out how to say that, because it's been said so many times in so many ways. I read an article a long time ago about the introduction of Crest toothpaste. Now, this may sound like a frivolous digression, but let me tell you about the introduction of Crest toothpaste. Crest toothpaste, you may recall, was the first toothpaste to actually include fluoride. Procter & Gamble called it Fluoristan. It was a combination of fluoride and some polishing ingredients, and they wanted to advertise it as the best toothpaste, because actually it was the best toothpaste. It was the only one that had fluoride at that time. The problem for Procter & Gamble was they had exhausted all the superlatives by then. Every other toothpaste was the best. The Ipana Smile, I'm talking to the octogenarians here, I realize. But how can you distinguish Crest toothpaste from all the other toothpastes? It really was better. And this was the problem that we had yesterday in the SPG conversation, in the CER conversation. How do we finally explain that this GPS, PNT, is actually essential? So you looked at words like, is it vital? Is it essential? Is it existential? Is it a sine qua non? We just gave up. And at the end of the day, we figured that the case ought to be able to make itself. So you'll see a version of that statement. We did the best we could. But I suppose what's really important in that statement is the call for urgent treatment of the subject matter. We've had complaints for years here about the fact that the governance doesn't work. There's not enough attention being paid. We're falling behind. We know all of that. We decided, let us not make the mistake. And I confess to being perhaps the worst offender in past meetings, because I have criticized the governance and saying we don't have a single point of focus and all of that. But we decided after due deliberation, wisely, I believe, that it doesn't make sense for this advisory board to try to prescribe an alternative governance for PNT in the United States. There'll be plenty of people working on that. What we just need is attention paid. We need people to take it seriously, understand what the threats are, understand what the possibilities are and what the opportunities are, and so that's what the statement tries to do. It's also important, we thought, to recognize that, as you have heard, the last government-wide statements about PNT were issued by the first Trump administration. The executive order, the SPD number 7, they all came out not too long before the end of the first Trump administration. There's been a lot of work actually done by the government pursuant to those, and I take John's suggestion that we take a harder look at those in the next meeting. Perhaps we can give you a little bit more detail on that work that has been done. But the point is, we don't have a huge change in the quality of PNT yet. We don't have a more robust system. We are not seeing fewer incidents of disruption. We are seeing far more. I'll be talking about some of those tomorrow in my aviation presentation. So despite the good work that's been done pursuant to EO 13905 and SPD number 7, there's a lot more work to be done, and hopefully by emphasizing the need for urgency, as we hope the paper does, by emphasizing the importance of GPS and PNT generally to our way of life, serious people will come into the government in the new administration, take these recommendations seriously, take their responsibilities seriously, and begin to climb back to the gold standard that we all want GPS to represent. It's an exciting time. I am a recovering Fed, as many of you know, and I've lived through quite a few transitions, if you will, from one administration to another, sometimes from one political party to another. And I have to tell you, to my mind, I don't care what your politics are, it's an exciting time. New people are going to be coming in and taking over responsibilities, and they're going to be taking a fresh look at their responsibilities. And even when I was discouraged looking at a new administration coming in thinking the worst was going to happen, I was always surprised, never failed. It always turned out to be much better than I expected, and I fully expect that we're going to see the same kind of experience this time. So we're on the cusp of a new administration. We have a message to that new administration. We hope it'll be heard, taken seriously, and that good things are going to happen. I'm also, the last comment is I was really impressed with what John and Frank and Jade presented. I mean, the work going on within this advisory board and the subcommittees is notable, but not many people note it. John talked about trying to link up with the CER subcommittee, but all of the subcommittees should be linking up with the CER subcommittee. We should be getting a lot more visibility. I think it would also affect the government itself and how it looks at some of these activities and whether or not it wants to pick up and to reinforce some of these activities. So another thought, we can continue the conversation at our next meeting or even at this meeting. But I just wanted to leave those thoughts behind. That's all I have. I'm certainly open to any questions if there are any.
Questions from the board? Let me just opine a little bit on the conversation I had at the last executive committee meeting with the deputy secretaries. And I wrote this in the report. You've all seen it. I'm restating probably the obvious, and I apologize.
You still
for
need
that.
me here, or can I sit down?
You may sit down, Jeff.
Thank you.
You're our resident octogenarian. You and Brad. One of the things, and we can't solve high-level policy issues. We can't on governance issues. We're an advisory board. We're limited in resources, but we do have our resident experts. We have time under the keel, as we would say in the maritime, and opinions that are valuable. Sooner or later in this country, we're going to have to come to grips with the fact that what started out as a defense program under Brad's brilliant leadership and development has now gotten to the point where we have a Department of Defense delivered utility to the nation. And if you look back in history, we separated nuclear power from what was related to defense and national security and what is related to the provision of power commercially. We developed the internet with inside the Department of Defense, and that moved out. And while it's still part of the Department of Defense, the status of our locks and dams and rivers and dredging in this country is carried out by the Corps of Engineers as a separate mission set from the rest of the Defense Department. I think there's going to be a reckoning. I don't know when it is. It's not a train wreck coming. But we're going to have to figure out how we're going to provide these services in the future when it was not constructed originally to be a public utility, but that's what it's become. And we will see where we go on this. But when looking at the potential revision to SPD7 and the new administration, and this talk about a gold standard was driving me crazy. There's no spec or anything. We're trying to do that ourselves and provide feedback. But our job is to advise. I appreciate the amount of this. We need to continue this debate going because it's very, very important. And it gets lost because it's like oxygen. You don't know you don't have it until you stop. Can't breathe anymore. It's ubiquitous. It's in our entire lives. It surrounds us all the time. And we are the civilian stewards to advise the government on that. And I want to thank everybody for the efforts in these committees and pushing these thoughts forward. So thank you. And I think we're at our first break, JJ. Thank you. Break. Reconvene 9:45.
Dress right, dress.
I think we're getting close to a quorum here. It does. Now I'm looking for Karen. Oh, you weren't in the chair. Okay, we're going to move into the prevent, toughen, augment, enabling resilience and enhancing performance with multi-GNSS. The first presenter, maybe that too, is our terrific colleague from DOT, Karen Van Dyke.
Well, thank you very much, Admiral, and to the entire PNT Advisory Board. It's always a pleasure to be here to present, and I send greetings from Dr. Robert Hampshire. So he, sorry not to be able to participate, but certainly has enjoyed past PNT Advisory Board meetings. Okay, so just up front to say very much how much we at DOT embrace the PTA principles. I think it really aligns with our way of viewing the need for PNT resiliency, protecting the spectrum, toughening user equipment, and then augmenting with complementary PNT. And for those of you who have heard me speak before, we add an additional A to the end of PTA, adopt. And I think what we've heard this morning in terms of fielding and implementation of complementary PNT technologies or alternative PNT, whatever your preferable term is, that unless those technologies are adopted into end user equipment and utilized, we can have lots of signals in space, lots of capabilities, but we really need to have that adoption, particularly for critical infrastructure, to be more resilient. So the two topics I'm going to primarily focus on today, according to the agenda, is interference detection and mitigation and complementary PNT. So I think with all of the subcommittee updates, the need for PNT situational awareness is really self-evident. I'm here obviously representing Department of Transportation, but this is an interagency effort, and really want to thank Department of Defense, and in particular the CIO's office, John Scalaric, and Dr. Sonia McMullen, also known as Lethal, who contributed to this briefing. And for those who know Lethal, she has really been a force with PNT situational awareness and bringing the interagency together. DoD has been holding PNT situational awareness working groups to really look at the whole of government approach to PNT situational awareness. So as we've heard, what we knew was theoretical has now emerged, particularly in terms of spoofing. So I've been around this community long enough. I was part of the 2001 Volpe report on the vulnerabilities of the transportation sector to disruptions to GPS. I think that was probably the first public report that we talked about spoofing of the GPS signal, and most of the focus back then was on jamming, but we always knew that spoofing was theoretically possible. I think in that report we predicted within 10 to 15 years, and so we certainly have seen that emerge as a significant threat. And of course, with safety being our top priority at Department of Transportation, any manipulation of the signal, any disruption, false position reports is actually more dangerous than not having the signal at all. So certainly with the conflict zones, this has now overseas become an everyday occurrence, and particularly affecting aviation. So a lot of input from our colleagues at the Federal Aviation Administration just on what the impacts have been. And so you see some of the statistics there from this year. Over 1 month, there were 41,000 Boeing, Airbus, and other aircraft that were affected by GPS spoofing. So the numbers are pretty staggering, and it's become routine. So we're still, of course, concerned about jamming, but also with the deployment of counter-UAS systems disrupting the GPS signal and potentially causing spoofing. And we've seen this, of course, not only for aviation, but for maritime impacts as well. So when we think about PNT situational awareness and that shared situational awareness, there's many components that need to go into the system. And again, this is where our partnership, particularly with Department of Defense and the resources that they can bring to bear, is really critical. Certainly the need for sensors to be able to detect the interference. Deployed sensors at critical infrastructure, strategic locations. Also leveraging what we have, and really applaud the PNT Advisory Board for advocating a crowdsourced approach and looking at how we can turn existing GPS receivers into interference detection capabilities. So certainly leveraging capabilities like ADS-B, AIS in the maritime environment, cell phone data, really all of the sources that we can integrate. And what's really important when we think about PNT situational awareness is the validation. So the more sensors that we can integrate and fuse together, the better picture that we get of where the interference is occurring. Then, how do we synthesize all of this information? Where do we store this information, analyze it, the algorithms to process the data, again, trying to get to that validated solution. And then how do we distribute the information? Again, having that common operating picture that's certainly for us in the US government. So this has been a longstanding desire on my part. I've been very frustrated that we've relied on user reports to tell us where interference is occurring. When those reports come in, of course, we encourage users to report, whether it's to the Coast Guard Navigation Center, to the FAA, to the GPS Warfighter Cell, to DHS CISA. But when those reports come in, we on the government side should already know that something is happening. So being able to have that information and then push it out to all of our 24/7 operations centers. And then the tools to be able to have that visual pictures is really important. And then this, again, is where we've been able to leverage a lot of what Department of Defense has done. So you see the language from SPD7, so I know there's been a lot of focus on the Space Policy Directive. And when SPD7 was developed, so really building off of NSPD 39 prior to that, DOT under NSPD 39 really did not have a identified role with respect to interference detection. But we were the ones that were living with it and experiencing it every day for aviation. And certainly my colleagues at FAA, many of you know James Avilas, who has worked on GPS interference detection and chasing down the jammers for decades at this point. So we put our hand up and said, we need to play a key role when it comes to IDM. We need to tackle this problem. And so, of course, it's not the US government alone. It's really the partnership with state, local, and commercial entities. And how do we, again, fuse all of this information together to really have that situational awareness? So for us at DOT, we have partnered with Defense Innovation Unit, so leveraging their Harmonious Rook program that was started by Department of Defense. We also have an FAA effort known as NOPAS, so it's the Navigation Performance Augmentation System, I think is what the acronym stands for. So that's a MITRE tool that FAA has developed based on ADS-B. So feeding all of this in, and the tool that we're leveraging is known as the GNSS Operational Awareness Tool, so GOAT. If you hear the GOAT acronym, that's what it is. And this is a picture from GOAT, so working on the Cognos platform, a cloud-based platform. And the progress that we've been able to make is now starting to get this to our 24/7 operations centers. We have the official ones that, if you're familiar with the Crucible process, it was established by the Purposeful Interference Response Team, or the PIRT. That's an established process whenever report from interference comes in. The first step is to actually work with the Space Force and the GPS warfighter cell to determine, is it a signal in space issue? And almost, always it isn't. So then to look at, where the source of interference is occurring, what the geographic area is, and of course trying to be able to geolocate that. So we now have a platform on the government side, so if you have a CAC or PIV card, to be able to access this is really the first step, so still a ways to go. And we are looking at multiple layers, so everything from classified down to unclassified, and hoping to actually have a public version of this that we can make available next year. But this isn't only on the government, so I think we've seen a lot of innovative capabilities coming from universities and in the commercial sector. So one of the tools, SKAI, from the University of Zurich, that was developed, is really showing a lot of the spoofing data, and has become a significant source of information. It was used in the Ops Group report that Dana Goward talked about, and really showing just the prevalence of spoofing that's now occurring. And you saw the slide in Dana's presentation, again, just the number of daily flights that are affected by spoofing. And then on the commercial side, we're seeing commercial development of tools as well. So one by Spirent called Watchman, to really help the aviation community, and in particular with reports of spoofing and where the spoofing is occurring. And I know Jeremy Bennington is in the back from Spirent, so if you want to talk to him more about this capability, but looking at collecting this information and then pushing that out to airlines is again their situational awareness. So the more knowledgeable we are in terms of what is occurring allows the planning process if alternative nav aids need to be utilized. And so Jeremy was talking about some really exciting developments, and perhaps providing this over the aviation data link and electronic flight bag capabilities. So we're really excited to see that. And then it's really important to understand what is the impact. And I think one of the questions, too, and Dr. Parkinson, you brought up is, understanding who was impacted, but then I think also mining the data to understand who isn't impacted, and what is their secret sauce to be able to not be impacted. So I think, and then leveraging that information to look at how we can be more resilient. So I think these tools will go a long way in improving our awareness of the effects, what's occurring, where it's occurring, the duration, who's impacted. And then another tool that's been developed by Arion, and they have a unique approach in having a position integrity check, so independent source, so not just using the ADS-B data, but using a time difference of arrival with the Iridium Next constellation, so that when GPS is disrupted, you can see the impact on the position integrity check and in the area that's impacted. So I think that cross-check is really helpful as well. And again, ensuring that we have the validation of information. Again, a lot of components, a lot of work still to be done as we proceed with the interference detection and mitigation. And again, our work is mainly on the identification, the characterization, attribution, geolocation, trying to narrow that radius as much as possible. I think at the last PNT Advisory Board, you heard from the FCC. So at the end of the day, the kill chain, the quick response, we still need to have those spectrum enforcement regulators to go in and shut the source down. But the easier we can make their job in pointing to where we think the source of interference is occurring, that's under our control. Now, obviously, what's happening in conflict zones is a different story. So continuing, work, just looking at what additional data sources we need to bring in. So as these tools mature, we can understand where we still have gaps in data that we need to look at other sources. The support for decision making, the analysis tools, applying machine learning to be able to synthesize all of this information and automate it and distribute it as quickly as possible to end users. And I think a lot of great work that's gone on to support the visual tools that, again, my thanks to Department of Defense for the work that we're able to now leverage to bring this capability forward. So with that, I'm going to switch now to talk about complementary PNT. So again, we want to protect the spectrum, identify interference when it occurs, and certainly toughen user equipment against interference. But we also recognize the need for complementary PNT. And when I talk about complementary PNT on the civil side, we are talking about commercial technologies. So these are not going to be U.S. government provided services that we've had in the past. So I think that's just an important distinction to make. This is an effort that has been strongly supported by Congress over the past several years. DOT and our tiny research budget have had an increase in resources over what we have requested as part of the President's budget. So certainly a signal from Congress that they understand the importance of this. So what we did last year was publish a DOT complementary PNT action plan on how we were going to approach and tackle this. So you can see that online. I think many of you already have. In addition to that, we published through our Volpe Center a request for information, so just to understand businesses that were interested in providing complementary PNT technologies, and then followed that up with a solicitation earlier this year. So the key components of our complementary PNT action plan, first and foremost, is stakeholder engagement. So really understanding from PNT technology providers and critical infrastructure owners and operators, what are the barriers? What are the impediments to having resilient PNT? And through that stakeholder engagement, we've learned a lot. Again, it's a different model for providing commercial services, so obviously cost is an issue. So it won't be a service free of direct charge like GPS and the other satellite navigation constellations. So how do we make the business case? And so a lot of strategy there in terms of additional capabilities, technologies that can work in environments where GPS doesn't work. The specifications and standards, so there's just a lot of work that's now taking place, engaging with standard development organizations. Again, if we take a page out of the success of GPS and open standards and performance specifications, I think that really points to what is needed when we talk about complementary PNT technologies as well. One of the items that we heard, particularly from critical infrastructure, is, yes, we understand vulnerabilities of GPS to jamming and spoofing, but these other technologies that are commercially provided are unknowns. And an unknown equates to a risk in their minds. So really de-risking, how do we test these technologies? Every technology is going to have limitations and vulnerabilities, and so that really led to our field test ranges. So instrumenting field test ranges that we can have with a government reference system, that we can test these systems, test the vulnerabilities of these systems, see if they perform as the technology providers claim that they do, of course working hand in hand with the technology providers, and an opportunity to showcase these technologies and have a physical infrastructure where critical infrastructure sectors can go and see how these perform, and perhaps even test ranges that are critical infrastructure themselves. And all of this, from our view, is driving toward a federal PNT clearinghouse. So if you're in the critical infrastructure, non-government, you know what your PNT operating requirements are, the geographic area where your service is being provided. And you really are looking at a menu and saying, what on the menu of complementary PNT technologies will meet my requirements and has been tested by the US government. So we really feel that this is a way to facilitate adoption. And any of you who have heard Dr. Hampshire talk, this is the one point he really emphasizes, is facilitating adoption of complementary PNT technologies. And of course, for us on the government side, we have the need as well. So for us, again, in the research and technology portfolio, working with our DOT operating administrations and helping them be smart buyers for the PNT resiliency that they need. In the DOT complementary PNT action plan, there are a number of phases. So right now we are in what we call the rapid phase. There's then a continuity phase that will build upon that, and then what we call a gap fill phase. And the gap fill actually is equated to the T in the PTA principle. So it's saying we absolutely embrace GPS as a civil lead. We value the partnership with Space Force, GPS modernization, and so we do want to toughen user equipment. So even though it's not a complementary PNT technology, it is part of our overall action plan. So in June, based on the solicitation that was issued in February through our Volpe Center, and Steve Mackey and Ann Gates are in the back from our Volpe team, so if you want to talk to them, so really appreciate all the great work that they and their team did to award 9 contracts. So the key for the initial rapid phase was a technology readiness level, or 8 or higher, and being able to be instrumented at a field test range within 6 months. We were pleasantly surprised that we actually had more proposals that met this criteria than we had funding available under the simplified acquisition process that we were utilizing. So you see the technologies there that were awarded in June. So time over fiber, terrestrial RF, low Earth orbit, map matching and map tracking. You can see where the test range was located. So most of them are at our Volpe test range. Our Volpe Center has 155 acres on Joint Base Cape Cod. So most of the technologies are being evaluated at JBCC. But we also have White Sands Missile Range, the Port of Los Angeles, and the San Francisco Bay Area. And then the different flavors of field test ranges. So again, on the federal side, and the partnerships with federal departments, and of course our test range on Joint Base Cape Cod. As we're looking to the future, we really want to see partnerships with critical infrastructure, because we feel that's going to help accelerate adoption if PNT technology vendors are working hand in hand with those who have the needs. So the critical infrastructure test ranges. So I think the Port of Los Angeles is a good example of that. And then perhaps test ranges that are commercial. So for NextNav in the San Francisco Bay Area is an example of a commercial test range capability. This was not part of our original plan to have a second rapid phase, but again, based on the quality of proposals we received in our solicitation back in February, we decided that we did want to have a second rapid phase. And so just last Wednesday, we issued a solicitation, so it's open until January 14th. So I appreciate the opportunity to put the plug in for this. So the same criteria of technology readiness of 8 or higher, being able to instrument at a field test range within 6 months, really underscore in this solicitation the partnerships with critical infrastructure. So I think that was in the initial one, but emphasized here, and again, looking at how can we accelerate the implementation of PNT resilience. And then I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to the briefing, again, for the DoD CIO, and Dr. Keith McDonald from MITRE, who's been a key part of the PNT Situational Awareness Working Group, FAA, many of you know Ken Alexander, James Avilas, Sean Memon, and then our DOT Volpe colleagues, Ann Gates and Steve Mackey. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Brad.
Thanks. Really great rundown, Karen. I appreciate your picking up on trying to find those receivers that are not affected and trying to glean some knowledge from it. If you go back to your chart 6, I had a question, and maybe it's a nit or maybe it's fundamental. 6, please. Yeah, if you look at the title, it's interference detection and mitigation. But if you look down in the yellow words, it's monitor, identify, locate, and attribute, not mitigation. And you have further comments about, yeah, no question. But in terms of stating your purpose, my concern is the disconnect that appears to exist between what we heard yesterday about locating a problem and then this cumbersome structure. You've got to call an FCC person, and it isn't clear what authority they really have. And you have to call a United States Marshal to come in and shut this thing down and maybe arrest somebody if it's deliberate or whatever the criteria might be. So could you give us a few groups about what the barriers are and where we stand, and are we trying to streamline the process? Once we get really good at this, we're going to want to shut them down right now, not wait till tomorrow, right?
Well, as always, Dr. Parkinson, you're spot on. So I had predicted that this would be the dilemma. So, at first, focusing on how do we detect interference and have a nationwide automated interference detection capability so we're not relying on user reports. But then once we do that, and hopefully we bring it to the state where we're able to detect very, very quickly, how do we then remove the source as quickly as possible? And I think that is the challenge that's before us, particularly if we end up with multiple events going on at the same time, and how do we prioritize, and are there other resources that we can bring to bear? I think the FCC Spectrum Enforcement Bureau is not well staffed with an army of people to go and tackle this, and I think that really is a challenge. Are there others that we can bring to that have the authority to actually shut down these sources?
This committee may know that one of my sons is the elected sheriff of our county, and he's told me a lot of things I didn't understand. I still don't, probably. But he talks about shielded, what he calls, I think, shielded officers who are authorized to arrest somebody. And the FCC, I suspect, person is not a shielded person in that sense, that they're authorized to arrest anyone. And it almost seems like you somehow got to get, I don't know, the FBI or the United States Marshals or somebody that has greater clout than the FCC person, because in many cases this could do really serious harm. And my sense of urgency is so enormous. To me, if it takes more than an hour to shut them down, it isn't very good. And yet, I suspect you have no hope of doing that right now.
So to respond to that, sir, so we're talking with Commissioner Symington at the FCC last week and discussing just that point. Most of these things are civil violations, and so people don't get arrested per se because it's not a criminal offense. So that's one issue. Yeah, the probably, or there's a chance that there is other criminal activity associated, but the interference itself is a civil violation. That said, at least Commissioner Symington, and I think Commissioner Carr, is very interested in what the FCC can do within its resources and scope to improve the situation, and he was very receptive to the idea that if there's some way that through legislative or regulation, the FCC can delegate and empower other federal, state, local enforcement authorities to take on this kind of responsibility in their name or whatever other legal mechanism they may be, that could create a whole multiplicity of folks who are interested and are able to respond and react. But we're not there yet. This is one of those things where we just don't have the regimes, the structure, the laws, regulations that we need in order to make this effective.
So is that, Karen, is that in your job jar, making that
No,
connection?
it isn't. It isn't. We're dealing with two different types of enforcement. One are civil penalties associated with a regulation that's been violated. The other one is a violation of a statute, which takes a sworn, you say in SHIELD, but it takes a sworn officer based on probable cause to arrest somebody that either has evidence of a crime or that will be committed. So one, you got to have a statute to reference. The other one, you have a regulation that's been violated. When you get pulled over by a policeman and you get a ticket, that's usually a violation of a regulation. It's a ticket, it's a penalty. You're not getting arrested because you were drinking under the influence or speeding to the point where they have probable cause to arrest you. There's a whole legal framework that has to be developed if this is going to happen. It's a bad example, but it's the one that comes to mind right now. NOAA has very limited at-sea enforcement for fisheries laws. And so what happens is Coast Guard officers are empowered to do a boarding and make a determination whether it's a violation of regulations, basically issue a ticket. Or if it's significant enough where there's a violation of law, where there's a federal statute that's involved and you have probable cause, then you have probable cause to make an arrest, detain the ship, seize the catch, and so forth. That then goes into an administrative or a judicial process to have the thing adjudicated. That structure, at least in my knowledge, does not exist. And that'd be an excellent question to raise because it has to be done through legislation. There has to be a legal framework established to be able to do that.
Thank you for that. The question now to me is I'm looking around for a belly button to push and say, you're the person responsible for somehow getting all the right folks to figure out the boundary conditions and cause that legislation to happen. Who is that?
Nobody's in charge. Nobody?
Well, in my view, you need to create some kind of an entity or a body to make recommendations for legislation on the enforcement side of this. Mitigation is one thing, but moving to enforcement, there are different things that can happen, and that requires, in my view, probably some kind of legislative mandated body to look at it, make recommendations, and then legislation, which is going to take time to do. In the meantime, whether it's PERT or whatever it's going on there, there's going to be local agreements on who's going to call support, mutual assistance and all that kind of stuff. And it probably is pieced together based on local jurisdictions and the relationships they already have established.
Yeah, the PTA subcommittee has an open recommendation for the XCOM to identify a single individual who's responsible for that end-to-end problem, but we've had no response on that recommendation.
Yeah. Well, again, it's the whole authorities and responsibilities framework. It may well be the FCC, which is not part of the executive branch, right? And any agency or department can put in legislative change proposals, but then it depends on whether or not the FCC overall sees this as in their job jar, whether they want to take this on, et cetera, and so forth. So it's a leadership focus and governance problem, as we have talked about ad nauseum.
Well, recommendations for review and revision of SPD 7 at the national level should include some kind of a action item to deal with the Congress on creating legislation that assigns responsibility. But then, and I have a question, so then you can get a lot of responsibilities right now. You got the resources to carry it out. It's another issue, which leads me to the question I was going to ask, if I can segue. Everything you're doing right now, Karen, I'm recovering budget officer here. Is there a program of record, or are you using base resources every year you're reprogramming to deal with it? Or is there a recurring line item every year that gets funded, or you have to fight for it every year to be able to do this? And are you able to do this, including the actions you took last year in spite of a CR?
Yeah, so our budgets, are part of the president's budget every year. As I mentioned, that Congress is actually, when it comes to complementary PNT, appropriating additional funds. So that's how, even though we're in a CR, we were able to go forward.
If it's a pre-existing program, you can continue pro rata for the days of the CR.
Right.
So it is a program of record.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what about the IDM part of things, Karen? Is that a program of record? Is that a formal acquisition program with milestones and performance metrics and those kinds of things?
So that is part of the DoD PNT situational working group. That's the interagency effort. We, after SPD 7 was published again, because we put our hand up for IDM, received resources up front that allowed us to partner with Defense Innovation Unit and leverage what DoD was already doing. But that is not an ongoing program of record. And I think, for DoD, trying to ensure, and this is a conversation with, Dr. McMullen in the DoD CIO's office, that is a concern that we're bringing a capability to bear, but it has to be sustained, and that takes resources. And I think that still is a concern. I don't want to speak for DoD, but I think that is still a concern to ensure that happens.
Is that appropriation carried over year to year, or does it have to be requested from scratch every year and justified?
Ours is...
We can make a recommendation on that.
Yeah, ours is requested every year.
It's not presumed you have to have it in the budget.
Right.
Okay.
But,
Then,
yeah.
then technically, it's not a program of record because it's not recurring that carries over between year to year. But not that you're responsible, I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, changing topics just a little bit, and Karen, you don't need to necessarily respond to this, but an observation I have concerning the adoption issue of complementary PNT. I've heard a couple salient things from folks in industry users. They understand the government encourages folks to adopt resilient PNT and protect themselves and their systems and applications. They note that to a large extent, the federal government, while advocating that others do that, has a number of systems and applications that are not protected with resilient PNT, and it kind of reduces the effectiveness of the government's message that a lot of the government is not protected. And secondly, when and if the government does go in for resilient PNT in a big way, that will assist industry, because a big concern is they're not sure which systems are going to be around for the long haul, and they don't want to adopt something at great expense and effort into their enterprise and then have it go away in 3 or 4 years, right?
No, Dana, I agree. I mean, that's what we heard from stakeholder engagement. I think we are in the same boat that we need to test and evaluate technologies before we can adopt them as well. So I don't know if I can get back to the...
So is there a plan for the federal government to adopt the technology, one or more technologies then?
Yeah. So again, the federal PNT clearinghouse, I think, for critical infrastructure, and then the one, below that, for just speaking for ourselves in DOT, but we've, in close coordination with Department of Energy, Homeland Security, and others. So we feel this is going to, benefit us on the federal side. And of course, FAA, you may be familiar, has a time and frequency order. So really looking to not depend on GPS as the primary source of timing, and so that's certainly a significant acquisition effort, for them across the national airspace system.
Go ahead.
Hi, Karen. So along the same line, can you cite a specific example yet of somebody who has adopted resilient PNT, or is it still premature? Like, can you cite a specific success story that this system was not resilient and now they've implemented complementary PNT?
So I think certainly, if you look at, so under Executive Order 13905, the NIST PNT profile, and applying that profile, I believe Department of Treasury's PNT profile is online, and the use of time over fiber in the financial sector to really be a more resilient is.
So that's a report, but
no, they've actually been doing that. So the financial sector has a lot of funding, and they understand. I'm certainly not across the board, but for steps in
there is new technology in place.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that this phone already has complementary PNT. It uses cell phone towers, and if you try to poke at the Apple people, and I suspect that if we were to poke at any of the competitors, you're going to find the same answer, that Apple won't tell me what they're doing. But I know what they are doing is somehow deriving time and position from local cell towers and probably a lot of other stuff.
Wi-Fi access points.
And
all
Wi-Fi.
of you bring up your maps right now, you'll see a blue dot in the right place, and it's thanks to a complementary PNT implementation of mapping access points and then recognizing which access points, because you're probably not picking up GNSS in here, but your phone knows where you are, so that's a lovely complementary PNT.
The point, I don't know how you respond to this, but the point is complementary PNT is alive, well, and operating, fully operational in cell phones right now. Now, whether it meets everyone's needs, I don't know, but it meets theirs, evidently. And the rascals, these are my own former PhD students, can't tell me or will not tell me exactly what they're doing inside here.
Yeah. I think that's a great example where, out of necessity, in environments where GPS doesn't work, solutions, there was a demand for a solution, so I think in situations like that, will be some of the early wins in getting technology used. You don't hear me talk about GPS backup, because I think for backup. We used to talk about that, and again, the Space Force, does such a phenomenal, job. Most users have not experienced any disruption to GPS, so say, well, why am I going to invest in another technology that I'll hardly ever use? And so, complementary implies that it provides an additional capability above and beyond, and it's not saying to move away from GPS, but to enhance your solution.
Thanks, Karen. Hang on, Cordell.
Yes, thanks, Adam. Just one perspective, really, from the military Space Force. We're very supportive of a space situational awareness capability. Within our own Space Force portfolio, in our equivalent funding stream that Karen described, we call it our SpaceWorks AppWorks to get the DIU for prototyping. We've awarded a handful of prototype contracts that are underway for what Karen just described. Yes, sensing, mapping. But the point I want to make that Karen made was, in addition to the sensing piece of this, it's really important to emphasize the networking capability that needs to come along with it. So just from the military perspective, to close the kill chain, to do dynamic remapping of an ingress route, it's an equivalent battle management network that we are now going to add our PNT situational awareness to, just like any other application for situational awareness, whether it's missile warning or other advanced jammers. So if this body is going to endorse a space situational awareness capability as an enterprise perspective, also need to bring along the equivalent battle management and networking piece.
So just one quickie. Roger, the cell phone analogy. However, I think we have somewhat of a Y2K problem, and I'm not sure the government understands where in the Wi-Fi cell phone network and architecture, because they're all so different, where the signals from space are coming in and where they're dependent upon, which ones are coming by fiber and how the fiber is impacted. So I think there's a resilient architecture piece to that, but absolutely right. More is better and more complementary is better, but there's that larger architecture piece that needs to be assured.
Well, good luck on finding out.
To raise us up to 100,000 feet, because I get to do that as a chair. I think sooner or later we're going to have to get to some kind of an equilibrium we have with the FAA and the Department of Defense in airspace management and airspace defense, ADIS, versus how we manage flights in ICAO. They operate together. They both have missions. There's a way to pass it back and forth. There's a way to determine what a threat is and who's responsible for it. That's a mature model that we need to start figuring out what is that model that we can use going forward. So we appreciate you being here, Karen. You always, at least you're not defending ITAR today, right? Thanks.
Well,
we appreciate it.
We would love to see the ITAR restrictions removed. That's been a big part of our work under Executive Order 13905, and we're believers, and we just want to see it happen. So, but thank you.
We appreciate your diligence, Karen. You're just terrific. Thank you. Chris? Did I lose track of her?
So this would be our NOAA presentation. Chris was scheduled to make some opening remarks, but I think that was virtual.
Oh, okay.
Yes, JJ,
I
I'm
got
here,
you.
and I'll give my remarks after Dr. Perry.
Thank you, Chris.
So should I go ahead?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me to present, inviting us to present at the PNT Advisory Board. My name is Shahak Pe'eri, and unfortunately I couldn't be there in person. Dr. Andrea Billets is in the audience, and she can answer more questions if they come during the breaks. This presentation here is a mile-high summary on the engagement we had with PNT Advisory Board and with NASA's JPL in the context of developing an operational GPS connection delivery service, also known as the High Accuracy Robustness Service, HARS. And as Frank mentioned, it's also to demonstrate our desire and capacity to be part of the HARS effort. Next slide, please. And this motivation was very interesting reading the PNT Advisory Board white paper, the one titled GPS High Accuracy and Robustness Service, HARS, and seeing, and it was mentioned also by some of the subcommittees earlier, of the different efforts occurring and where is United States versus some of these efforts. And especially noticeable is the Chinese BDS service and the Chinese QZSS centimeter level augmentation service that are already operational, and there's the European Galileo high accuracy service that is now in initial phases and is definitely working very hard on public relationships. Next slide, please. So when the PNT board came and asked us, NOAA, Department of Commerce, what do we think about the possibility of operationalizing the HARS system, a HARS service? This required some homework. It's required to understand what's the resources needed and to quantify those levels for high accuracy real-time corrections for GPS, the robustness of nav data for affirmations and all the cryptography signed and delivered to the same channel, and the service delivered over the internet that will be free for all end users. And we do have experience with different levels of operational services, but to understand any given system, you need to break it down to components and to see what is needed from IT resources and personnel and other kind of capabilities. Next slide, please. And for that, the nice thing is that we have been working with NASA in the past, and we are complementary in our mission space between NOAA and NASA on the different efforts. And I will demonstrate in the next few slides, talking about the history, the mission space and operations, and I'll show how we can make it operationalized together and working on this effort. Next slide, please. So for those that are not familiar, NOAA has been around for a while, and the National Geodetic Survey has been around since 1807, and with Office of Coast Survey, that is the official chart maker that provides marine navigation, we provide the geospatial infrastructure for the nation. Our work started, and again, very similar to PNT, when the British left and took the Atlantic Neptune. Francis Hassler needed to develop maps and charts for the coastline. And this work today allows us a unique congressional authority for emergency response, reacting immediately to any kind of hurricane event or other major events like September 11 or Francis Scott Bridge. We can be there quickly on the site, have aerial imagery and conduct surveying. So that provides us a unique capability here to complement all the NASA efforts that are conducted. And just another note to mention here, NOAA does have a NOAA core, so with a military group that is working both in administration and in operations. And the first liaison from NOAA to the US Coast Guard is back in 2000. He's now the deputy director at NGS, Mr. Brad Kirsch. So we still have connections and work very closely with the Coast Guard. Next slide, please. To talk about mission space, it's important which group you're working with. And you have groups that work globally and some that are working very locally. National Geodetic Survey, as providing the National Geospatial Infrastructure, also known as the National Spatial Reference System, is now working to update and releasing next year a new geospatial infrastructure that will replace the 30-year-old NAVD-88 and will provide data unification, meaning one reference system, both ellipsoidal reference system that is used by the GPS and a gravity-based reference system called the geopotential system that will cover from longitude, as you can see here, from Africa all the way to the Mariana. And that is an effort we're doing now, and we have been already collaborating with NASA on this effort using the valuable information from GRACE follow-on and ISAT-2 to incorporate into our geoid model that provides the water surface. Similar collaborations we have with other federal agencies as we work with them on utilizing and operationalizing different efforts and working together, as mentioned by congressional authority. Next slide, please. Specifically about GPS, NGS has the experience and knowledge since the 80s operating that. We have an analysis center that supports IGS, where we determine precise orbit determination by using a ground-based GPS station. We also provide service to the public, the land surveyor community mainly, but not only, where they provide us GPS survey data and we provide them a calculation using known benchmarks. And the system is called the Online Positioning User Service. And this is a routine service that has been working already for a couple of decades and provides high accuracy positioning results to the public at no cost. So that's part of the infrastructure that already exists at NOAA and allows us to collaborate and provide some information. Next slide, please. To go on the more operational real-time services, the HARS effort is not a new effort for NOAA. NOAA has been doing similar stuff in the past. For example, one of the collaborations that have been occurring between us, NASA, US Space Force, Coast Guard, and others is SARSAT, the search and rescue satellite-aided tracking system that has the same kind of configuration, where we're using a FISMA high, which means high security IT infrastructure, to provide such a service to the public. And NOAA has the authority to provide such real-time operations for other applications. And this is what we call at NOAA Tier 1, where we have 24/7 reporting, Tier 2, where we have sysadmin working on the IT, and Tier 3, we have researchers supporting the algorithm and proofing and maintaining and operating the IT infrastructure throughout the process. Next slide, please. I won't go into the technical details of a global differential GPS here, but this is the engine that we're discussing behind the HARS system. And this presentation has been given, as I understand, to you a year ago, and to talk about the technical capabilities for high accuracy corrections and streaming of GPS data from ground station networks, including the NASA global GPS network, in addition to the cores that can be used by NOAA. Using this highly sophisticated NASA's GD GPS software suite, we can see the potential of using that and providing the operational authority to provide this to the public. Next slide, please. Speaking about the performance, and I'm not sure if that was presented last year or before, but it clearly has been proven that GD GPS outperforms Galileo, both on locking on a signal and getting a high accuracy position on the horizontal and vertical components, and in the accuracy after a certain amount of 1 hour to 3 hours, where you can see on the right column the accuracy for the horizontal and vertical, and you can see an improvement that is 35 to 38% in the positioning. So that's very appealing, and talking about the market research, the user community that would be eager to use such a service. Next slide, please. Now, I heard something very interesting today. How can we convince people that HARS is important? I have to be honest, I think it sells itself. Working in the Department of Commerce, working at National Geodetic Survey, and before that in the Office of Coast Survey, end users are starving for such services. The professional community already is using GPS in different capacities, from real-time and post-processing, so from fleet and asset management to land surveying, agriculture, monitoring and timing. The industry, and there's definitely people in the PNT Advisory Board that can speak better than me about that, autonomous vehicles, smartphones, personal navigation, drones, and more than that. And being in the Department of Commerce, aviation, rail transportation, maritime safety, trade control, emergency response, and search and rescue. These are operations that depend on so many factors, and having an accurate, reliable service to provide them positioning, I mean, you don't have to convince them. They are eager for such a service. Next slide, please. To summarize, for operating such a system, we need to understand the authority to provide such a service, the technology to generate corrections and distribute them quickly, the physical infrastructure to support the GPS ground station and providing input data, the IT infrastructure to support the data flow and streaming of the services, and the range of technically proficient personnel to do the work. And of course, last but not least, is having sustainable resources to have such an operation, to maintain into the future operation and maintenance of such an effort. Next slide. And this is where we complement the operational capability that the National Geodetic Survey has with JPL, working together and leveraging the real-time GPS infrastructure and NOAA's on service delivery platforms we can build together a high accuracy resilient service that ensures delivery of precise, reliable, and secure GPS corrections for a wide range of scientific, commercial, and other needs. Next slide, please. And I didn't know how to prepare to this PNT Advisory Board. I've been in a couple, and every group is different, but the question that I have to the PNT Advisory Board is asking for your help, and first of all, thanking you for inviting me over to present and propose ideas, and if you can help us through this process and how to facilitate going the communication up the PNT chain of command and enabling our proposal, if you see it worthy, in moving forward. So this is my request, and I appreciate the opportunity to present it. Next slide, please. And regardless of the process, after providing a 3 things memo that you can read and the presentation provided here, NASA and NOAA will still work, and as time buys and the cost of technology changes, we'll update the cost of operation, and then we'll have between NASA and NOAA an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, of how we engage and collaborate in research and operational activities. We'll continue having our engagement and welcome others that are interested to join in this part of engagement, and hope for a better future, as also was mentioned here earlier. And my last slide is just thanking everybody that has been collaborating in this process. And it really takes a village to raise a child. So I really want to thank both the NOAA and NASA people that have been in this effort, and the PNT Advisory Board that have been communicating and guiding us through this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris, do you have any comments? Because I had a couple of questions.
Well, I just would like to make 2 comments. One is that as NASA, we were actually quite pleased when Dr. Perry's organization came and approached us about working with HARS, because I know that this has been something that NASA's been talking with the PNT Advisory Board for a while, and the synergism between their mission statement and NASA's mission statement makes this a good partnership. Should this be something that we as a nation want to pursue, that this is the right team to do it for you.
Okay.
Other than that, the floor is yours, Admiral.
Yeah, a couple of questions. This relates back, I guess, a couple of years ago when I was out at JPL and we had a group looking at this. First of all, have we stabilized the program line budget in NASA to support JPL's efforts? And have we resolved the business structure out there so this moves forward?
We have everything in place. We have the draft MOU that we would be setting up as we move. We would be looking at having NOAA, a National Geodetic Survey Group, and our current Space Act Agreement partners as the two tenants in this MOU, which will complete the stabilization of the funding line. We also have a commitment from the Earth Science Division within NASA for a baseline number of dollars, so that we're not completely dependent on outside resources. And we have baselined the capability in a capability document that is now available for those who want to know what services are available through this activity. So what I would say is that we are 80% of the way to having that completely resolved, sir.
And I'm assuming you're continuing to have a subscriber fee for service for private sector as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what they're looking for is NOAA's trying to get a recurring funding line item in the 2027 budget that would match yours and have an integrated program based on the MOU. Is that correct?
We would be working through this, seeing what the actual funding line is. There may be some transfer of funding between the two organizations to make sure that it all works at the speed that both organizations can move forward. But my understanding, and Dr. Perry, if you want to add to this, is that this would be primarily a NOAA-led activity where we are the supporting partner.
Roger, understand. And one final, I lost track of this. I apologize, a personal question. Did we ever close with the Coast Guard NAVCEN on utilizing their infrastructure to broadcast these corrections?
They have had other priorities, which is why the existing relationship with the NGS has with the Coast Guard is really critical to working with that. And Dr. Perry had some ideas on how we could move forward to include the Coast Guard in the final product. Sir, do you want to say something about that?
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a relationship with different groups in the Coast Guard from headquarters and in the districts. We talked with Rick Hamilton at the ION conference, and we understand that also they have budgetary challenges, but we can definitely work together and figure out how to collaborate, especially with his team.
Okay, I'll defer that for a later day. I just want to know the current status. I lost track. Thank you. Any other questions?
This is Mike Hamill. I think we were all really excited to hear about the progress here of kind of moving from a JPL-led, if you will, sort of demonstration effort into something that could actually get operationalized. I guess one of the things we're really curious about is that there are several things here. One is there a definitive program, plan, and proposal for how this would be brought into operation with the full force and credibility of the federal government now delivering an augmentation service, if you will. We've got other parallels with WAS, where we got augmentations. And so I'm just curious what the state and the plan going forward here is for really describing what this service will ultimately become. And is there full support through NOAA and DOC, or is that yet to be gained in terms of committing that department to taking on this operational service?
If I may answer that, Chris. Thanks. Thank you for the question. So first of all, the head of a line office of National Ocean Service, so it's the second top in the civil servant side, has been updated of this effort. The concerns are, like every federal agency's budgetary capability to sustain such an effort long term. It doesn't intimidate us to have this operational service, and I ask Chris and other people in the room that are listening, I think the service will be delivered through the internet. It's quite robust in that sense. We will use and we actually talked both with the space and weather people. They have FISMA High 24/7 operational contractors that answer the phone and IT sysadmin that we can work together with on supporting them in this kind of effort. So we have the IT infrastructure, but we need to pay to play. We need to secure resources to have that service. So we have the capacity, but we need to secure resources for that operation.
So what I gather from that is that you're envisioning this then being a government-owned, operated service as opposed to something that be outsourced or privatized. Is that the basic program concept?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, just for clarification, though, JPL, not through NOAA, will continue to provide subscriber service to the private sector as requested for a fee. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The standard Space Act Agreement activities will not change.
Thank you. I just proved I have no life. Thanks, folks. That was a good brief. That's a lot of really great progress and something that's really needed. The question is institutionalizing it in the recurring budget, the MOUs and the programmatic stuff where there's a long-term stability for the program. But congratulations so far.
Thank you, sir. And if this makes sense to the PNT Advisory Board, your endorsement of our efforts would help with NOAA securing the funding they need.
Would it be possible to get like a one-pager that kind of summarizes what we just said here, including what the new business structure is following the study we did, and just indicating how you're handling the private subscribers? So we just have transparency on that?
Yes, I can
Okay.
put that together, and I will get it to JJ to share with you. And Dr. Perry, I will make sure that you have a copy of that as well.
Doesn't have to be real in-depth, just for the record, so we got it out there. Thank you.
Not a problem.
One question?
Yeah, John?
Hey, Chris, this is John Betts. Good to see you.
Oh, it's nice to hear you again.
I had a question on the second to the last slide. It looked like 2012 2025 and 2026 was being consumed by developing cost estimates and establishing an MOU. And I was wondering, is that really a 2-year activity, or what else is happening during that time?
Sir?
Yeah, thank you. Knowing how the government works, we know that for budget to be approved takes time. And as we talk in NOAA now for FY27, it's just a realistic timeline. But what do we do during that time? We can just plan and prepare better. That's why there's 2 years there. It doesn't mean that we can't complete some of the tasks earlier.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Should you get the sense of the board that indeed we do support this as a reinforcement of a recommendation we've already made?
Well, I think so, yes, unless there's a objection.
Well, please.
Are there any objections to the board supporting this project going forward, providing our policy support for it? Obviously, we have no money. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your time there in Southern California.
Thank you. Up next is the Space Law 15 multi-GNS flight experiment. On Nguyen, there we go.
Hello, I'm An Nguyen from NASA Flight Opportunities. I work out of headquarters and I'm the program portfolio integrator for both Flight Opportunities and the Small Spacecraft Technology Program out of the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Next slide, please. So I want to give you, this is going to be a joint program with myself and Lisa, and so basically I'm going to provide an overview of Flight Opportunities and what we do and how we've provided the flight testing for the SL-15 test that Lisa will talk about next. So particularly, Flight Opportunities is congressionally mandated in here to help demonstrate and rapidly test new emerging technologies that meet our priorities and goals as quickly as possible, as low cost as possible, using commercially providers for both suborbital and hosted orbital. So we're a little bit different than a little bit of the other programs. So we don't do International Space Station or launch services. So those are different. And so we're all here for the same reason. And so we really want to change the pace of getting to space and really getting over that TRL valley of death from bench to flight test. Next slide, please. And so how do we do it? And so the most important thing for us is to manage risk appropriately. So we really don't want to burden projects with so much paperwork that we end up spending a lot of the funds on, just doing paperwork for paperwork's sake. So we really want to leverage commercial capabilities and their best practices. We also embrace as much risk-informed decision-making as possible and risk tolerance. We want to apply constraint-driven mission philosophies, particularly cost and schedule, which everyone here is very familiar with, and really have that ability to maintain the programmatic agility to ensure responsiveness. And our motto really is fly, fix, fly, or build, fly, repeat. Next slide, please. So we have a few different flight profiles that we call them. We have rocket-powered vehicles, high-altitude balloons, parabolic flights, vertical takeoff, vertical lander vehicles, in addition to newly implemented hosted orbital platforms. So those are where you take technologies and you put them on a spacecraft. The spacecraft provides data, comm, and kind of all of the back-end spacecraft bus things you need, and you really just focus on your technology. They can be completely dedicated spacecraft bus, or they can be hosted along with other payloads, depending on the aggregator. Next slide, please. And so, as you can see, we have a IDIQ with a set of vetted flight providers. And so these last for 4 years. We're on our 4th IDIQ. And then indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. And so these are the different flight providers that we have on contract right now. We can issue a task order within 2 weeks, depending on requirements, gathering, and funding. But after that, the contract process takes up or as little as 14 days to get them on contract. And so you can see there's lots of different types of flight providers, flight profiles, and we basically put them out to bid to all of them, and they all respond with what they can do for us to meet our requirements. So it's really, it's a little bit of a paradigm shift of we state exactly what our requirements are, and they respond on how they can meet those, rather than payload providers changing or meeting a spacecraft interface or flight interface. Next slide, please. And so there are lots of different mechanisms that we use. And so just to be very clear is that this IDIQ can be used by any other government agency. So we can transfer funds over, and we can basically get technologies flown through our IDIQ. So they can be directly funded from other government organizations, or we also have different mechanisms on our side to help fund things. We do have our missions of opportunity that we have, so FY25 is a little bit constrained. However, we do have lots of different other mechanisms and basically requests for proposals for different ways to fund different flight tests. At the end of the day, all of the technologies that we fly must be endorsed by a government agency. And so as long as you have that foot in the door, we can help. Next slide, please. And so one of the other things that we also really do is support our flight test community. So we have our community of practice webinars as well as our newsletter if you guys want to get involved or just kind of see what's going on. The important thing for us is to really create that community between both the PIs and the commercial flight providers. A lot of these commercial flight providers may have been in the game for years, and some of them may be new. So it's also a lot of kind of interfacing and really trying to help promote the interactions between the both of them, have the commercial flight providers kind of stand on their own and be able to really understand what does it mean to meet your customer's needs, what does the customer look like, where are the areas. And so we really try to foster community through that. Next slide, please. We also host a lesson learned library. So for example, if you're testing a GNSS receiver on potentially a suborbital flight, rocket-powered lander, you can also go to our lessons learned library. There's lots of collected lessons learned for different folks that have already flown through the different flight profiles with similar technologies. And so it's always best to learn from other people's mistakes and not make the same mistake again. Next slide, please. So this is NASA Flight Opportunities, and I'll hand it over to Lisa to talk about the Space Loft 15 mission. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Valencia. I work for JJ, and I support NASA Headquarters Scan. Today I want to talk to you about a recent sounding rocket launch we just did, provided by Flight Opportunities on Up Aerospace Space Loft 15. We flew 2 multi-GNSS receivers. One was in partnership with the European Space Agency, built by Fraunhofer, and the other was in partnership with the Italian Space Agency, built by Quascom. Just want to recognize some of our team members. A couple are listening online today. Okay, next chart, please. Here's our mission patch. I love it because it shows our partnerships, NASA, ESA, OSI, the commercial companies that built our receivers, Fraunhofer and Quascom, provided by Flight Opportunities on Up Aerospace. We were the primary payload, but we did have secondary payloads provided by the FAA and Cesaroni. Next chart, please. So, the objective of this mission was to assess GPS and Galileo's performance in a very highly dynamic environment, including the potential to augment GPS in autonomous flight termination systems for range safety. So we did have a successful launch, finally, on October 1st recently. And not only did we have 2 dual constellation receivers, but we also had dual frequency, L1E1, L5E5A. So just to, I guess, first explain and then show you how dynamic this rocket is, the launch, the boost phase, which is the first 12 seconds, accelerates up to 14 Gs, spins at 7 hertz, and reaches a maximum speed of 14 to 1500 meters per second. After the boost phase, we have a coast phase, then we have 4 to 5 minutes of microgravity. We then have drogue chute and main chute deployment, and that mission lasts about 13, 14 minutes. After the mission ends, we have payload recovery. We recover the payload section at White Sands Missile Range using a Black Hawk helicopter. All right, next chart, please. I do have a better picture of the payload section later. So the picture on the left is the team before the launch. The rocket's on the rail, all excited, and then even more excited is after the successful launch, the picture on the right, you could see the payload section that was recovered. The top pictures are after the receivers were deintegrated, the Fraunhofer receiver on the left, and then the Garspace receiver from Quascom on the right. And at the, after the payload was deintegrated, the Italian Space Agency asked us to sign their receiver, which we did. So the summary, before I get into a little bit of the data, is that all GNSS receivers, which are these 2, plus we flew with Javad, which was just GPS element only for truth, but all GNSS receivers successfully tracked with high accuracy based on PVC solutions during the entire highly dynamic mission. The dual constellation and dual frequency compatibility and interoperability objectives were met, and due to export control, it took much longer to get the receivers back than anticipated. So I have preliminary results for you today, but detailed analysis will follow in the coming weeks. Next chart. So we don't have the SL-15 video yet, but this is our 3rd flight on Up Aerospace sounding rocket. The first 2 were to test out NASA's autonomous flight termination system, and I just want to show you how highly dynamic this rocket is. So a similar profile.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
So SL-14, again, another successful launch. That was the last shadow flight of NASA's autonomous flight termination system. We flew 2 shadow flights on Up Aerospace, about 10 on Rocket Lab before Rocket Lab used NASA's AFTU operationally. But we also flew a GNSS signal recorder on SL-14 to just record the GNSS signals in this highly dynamic environment. And we post-processed the data, it was successful, so then that's when we decided to integrate the 2 GNSS receivers to process the data, the GNSS signals in real time during the launch. So due to export control, I guess licensing delays, let's say that, we missed the combined systems test for the SL-15 launch. And we already flew the Javad, so we kind of knew it would work, but we had to send a representative receiver. So we went ahead and sent the Javad, passed combined systems test, and said we'll have to do another Delta CST when we get to the launch site. So November of 2022, we all show up, the team I showed you, we had 12 people from Germany, Italy, NASA. We all show up at the launch site. We do our first Delta CST, and we turn on the S-band transmitter of the vehicle, just totally knocks us dead, no PBT. The German receiver, it was hit hard, but it recovered. The Italian receiver, based on the way they implement their algorithms, just didn't recover, knocked out the PBT, and stayed out, could not recover. So we stood down for the day. So this is the end of November. White Sands Missile Range, they shut down the range from December 1st to April 1st. So we had just a few days left to launch before they shut the range down. So we go back in, conference room, we're like, okay, let's do an operational workaround. We'll turn the S-band transmitter on first, get the noise floor, turn on the Italian receiver and the German receiver too. And then we really believe that we would have, good PBT and the mission would be fine. So we're ready to test our operational workaround. We're pretty confident it's going to work. We're going to get the launch it. And the next day, we're about to head out to Spaceport America, which is like an hour drive in the middle of the desert from the hotel, and we get a call. High winds, can't raise the rail. You need to stand down until the winds drop. So we're like, okay, winds never died down that day. Next day, same thing, get a call. Winds are high today, can't raise the rail. We're like, we have 2 days left to test and launch this rocket. So finally, we're, the next day, winds are good, we're ready to go, and we get a call. 2 of our key team members on console have COVID. So we're like, okay, we're totally scrubbed. We were so disappointed. Like I said, I got people flying in for the week from all over the world. We have to pack up and go home, and we said, okay, at least it'll give us an opportunity to fix the interference problem right. Like, the problem was, Hagford, they designed our transmit and receive antennas and didn't really have filtering in place, so we were like, okay, we'll come up with a new RF chain, we'll put the right filtering, we'll be ready to launch in the summer. So in the meantime, there was a student challenge that on reference, TechRise, and there were all these student payloads that got to fly before us. So since our booster was already ready first, they got to fly on our booster. Can you play the video, please? Next one.
Welcome back to ABC 705. I'm Eric. Successful missions are never a guarantee, and today was one of those days.
That's our booster. 3 seconds. So, like I said, we were so disappointed. We all had to pack up and go home. If we would have launched that day, 3 seconds, that was our booster. It was a defect in the booster. It was going to blow up no matter what day it launched. So I am so thankful to be standing here today with some good news for you. Next video, please. This was our actual launch. It was at sunrise. It was beautiful. First attempt.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Missile away.
So what a relief, what a relief. Okay, let's talk about some of the data, the preliminary analysis. Next chart,
What was
please.
the fault with the first, with that launch you showed? I assume they identified it.
Sorry?
What,
The fault.
what caused the blow up?
So what I believe, Ann can correct me if I'm wrong, when they were casting the motor, there was actually a power glitch, instantaneous, and I believe there was a gap in the solid fuel, And they did an x-ray, and it did not show the gap, but that's what we believe. That's what I heard. That's correct, yeah. So no matter, like I said, it was a defect in the motor, in the booster, so no matter what day it launched, it was going to fail. And, thank God that, we had international partnerships, and the kids, they were like, that was so cool. Like, we felt bad for the kids. They didn't think that, they weren't as upset as we would have been. And they got another opportunity to fly their payloads on another. We wouldn't have had another opportunity. So anyway, very, very thankful for that. Okay, next chart. So export control, delays again on getting the hardware back. So Germany got their receiver today. So I have preliminary results from the S-band data, and Italy got theirs last week. I was hoping to have data analysis done by the time I got to brief you today, but there was a delay. So this is a better picture of our payload. We flew 2 AFTUs, one Javad, one Quascom receiver, one Fraunhofer receiver. You can see a swap, relatively small payload on a relatively small rocket. Next chart, please. Okay, so ESA did the analysis of the boost phase first because that's the hardest part of the mission, highly dynamic, like I said, 14 G's acceleration, 7 Hertz spin rate. So the charts I'm showing from ESA are the boost phase. And you can see PVT throughout. We've got, the lat long. And the number of satellites used in the PVC solution range from 12 to 14. They actually, tracked up to 17, but used in their solution 12 to 14 throughout the boost phase, and we anticipate the rest of the mission will be, successful as well. Then you can see the altitude climbing as well as the PVT steady throughout. Next chart, please. So the Italian receiver, you could see, okay, you really can't tell because it tracks so perfectly, but the purple is a combination of the red and blue. So the red is the radar and the blue is the receiver. And since they were just spot on, you can see the track just lines up perfectly. Very interesting, they tracked up until main chute deploy. The velocity you could see increased during the 12-second boost phase, and then the velocity will decrease during the coast phase. You could see the dip at apogee, and then it falls again as the velocity increases. You can see where the drogue chute deploys at the second peak, and then when the main chute deploys. And that track follows with the Doppler. Again, you see the 12-second boost phase. You could see the coast phase, the drag chute deploy, main chute deploy, and the CO and NOT follows as well. In this diagram, you could see this was from the S-band real-time telemetry, the altitude from the receiver. Next chart. So it's kind of my summary chart, except I have some more exciting things to follow. So the SL-15 GNSS experiment did demonstrate the benefits of interoperability between Galileo and GPS in highly dynamic environments. So during a launch, space vehicles are reliant on GNSS signals for tracking, monitoring, and safety. The ability, this one is my, knockout punch. The ability to receive signals from multiple GNSS constellations would offer launch vehicles more precise and reliable real-time position, velocity, and PVT information. Great example. Firefly, their Alpha rocket, they use the Novatel OEM 729 dual constellation GPS and Galileo, but single frequency L1E1 receiver. Currently, they use it for navigation. Their next flight in the spring coming up will be having an AFTS shadow flight. They will be using this same receiver, dual constellation receiver, as a nav source into their AFTS. So before they implemented the dual constellation, with GPS only, when the strong back was in place, they were only seeing 5 to 6 satellites at the pad. Sometimes it would drop below 5, which caused them a lot of concern. Even when you retract the strong back, you can only see 7 to 10 satellites. Not really enough margin when you have a launch commit criteria. So they decided to implement the dual constellation, and they went with GPS and Galileo. And now, when the strong back is in place, they see 8 to 12 satellites nominally. And when the strong back is retracted, 10 to 15 satellites. Huge improvement. When they're actually in flight, They're seeing up to 30 satellites for nav and in the future for AFTS, which is really, truly amazing. So again, shuttle flight coming up in the spring, and then if that goes well, the following flight will be their first operational AFTS flight, which will be, I think, as far as I know, the first dual constellation nav input into an AFTS. Let's see. I think then is the, okay, so I just have to mention this similar receiver that we just successfully launched that was built by Quascom, NASA's partnership with the Italian Space Agency. Similar receiver that we're flying on LUGRA. So this is the Firefly's Blue Ghost lander, scheduled to launch next month on SpaceX Falcon 9 at Kennedy or Cape Canaveral. It's going to launch next month, and then it'll have about a 6-week transit, land on the surface early March, have a 12-day surface mission, and if successful, this will be the first GNSS receiver in lunar orbit on the surface of the moon, and it'll be the first piece of Italian hardware on the moon. How cool is it that the first piece of Italian hardware is a GNSS receiver? So we're very excited about it. I do have a short video. My last video, they say like a picture's worth 1,000 words, a video's worth 1,000,000, so glad you got to watch some cool videos. This shows the different phases of the transit, and we'll periodically be getting GNSS throughout. Except for on the surface, that'll be 12 days continuous. Our receiver's under the top deck, and that's our antenna is co-located with the X-band antenna on the same panel. So the gimbal will deploy and point us plus or minus 1 degree to Earth. Great shot of our antenna. It's not deployed yet, but there you go. So interestingly, the antenna will be stowed during transit, so they're actually going to rotate the entire spacecraft back to Earth for like in 1-hour chunks throughout the mission, about every other day or so. And if we do successfully land, it will be the first successful upright landing of a commercial lander. So that's all I have. I do have to thank JJ for these amazing opportunities to test these, GNSS technologies that will be infused into operations. So thank you to you, and yeah, thank you for letting me speak to you today. Any questions?
Bravo.
Thanks. Oh, another.
Frank, and then 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much. On the SL-15, with that high rate of spin, can you say something about where the antenna was, what kind of antenna that allowed it to track continually?
It was a wraparound, yes. So we did have a wraparound antenna, again, L1, L5, E1, E5A. We also had the wraparound was the S-band transmit antenna. They were very close together, which, again, with not the proper filtering. But yeah, the wraparound antenna, again, this was the 3rd time I flew a GPS receiver on that rocket, and they were all successful. Hayfar built our antenna. Another question?
As we know, acquisition is far harder than tracking. So were these receivers initialized on the pad and had acquired the constellations before?
Yes, 30 minutes. We were powered on 30 minutes before launch.
So as a follow-up, has anybody actually looked at whether they could acquire while in flight by simulating a gap in the data or something?
I honestly don't know if actually our colleagues from ESA and ASI are on. I know they did, ran lots of simulations beforehand. I think if we did drop during the flight, they were planning to reacquire instantaneously. So I'm guessing I could only assume they simulated that beforehand.
May I ask a question of Dr. Nayan? I heard what you were saying about the interesting Increase the Pace to Space program and the availability of lessons learned to other agencies. The Office of Commercial Space Transportation in the FAA, of course, is responsible for launching or for the licensing of launching purely commercial operations. Without putting you in an awkward position, is there crosstalk with the FAA about those lessons that you've learned? Are they picking up on some of that?
Formally, no, but with the SL-15 flight, we do have a really good partnership with the FAA. We did fly their black box and ADS-B on actually the SL-15 flight, and so they are included, within the community, but we don't have formal lessons learned exchanges and technical interchange meetings with the FAA.
Thank you.
I'm told that I should be corrected. I should have said brava. But I did have a technical question, and that is, do you know if they implemented RAIM or ARAIM on those receivers or that combination? I know Novotel is very excited about the robustness of the things they do, but I wondered if any of those techniques were used.
I'm not sure. A lot of the, what they're doing for Firefly is proprietary. I'm very thankful they let me share as much as I did. And the Italians just did say they have been able to reacquire during flight. I should have thought about that because we did have a minor glitch. Oh no, that was with the S-band. S-band. We did have a glitch during with the S-band transmitter in the reception, but then they did actually, I guess they were able to require during flight. It was, yes, confirmed. Any other questions? Thank you again, really, thank you so much.
Thank you, that was entertaining. Allison Keeley up next. Are you helping, Matt? Thanks for coming a long way.
I think I came a longer way than Matt. It's so hard to follow a rocket flight. Even a failed one is exciting. So I'm going to try and do my best here. So I'm part of a group of professionals in Australia who are looking to advance the conversation about resilient PNT. And so what I'd like to present to you here is a summary of some of the discussions and how we're framing it in the context of what we'd like to do next, which is looking at developing or establishing a cooperative research center. As every good academic knows, a good project starts with a good acronym. So we've gone for secure, hardened, integrity enhanced, location and timing defense. We may never say those words again and refer to it from now on as the SHIELD Cooperative Research Center. Am I controlling it or? Yeah, okay. So I don't think I need to tell anybody in this audience why we're doing it. The idea behind resilient PNT for this community has been under discussion for a long time. I guess for us in Australia, it's why now? And the reason the why now is because threats are real. We now, for some reason in Australia, know that threats to PNT infrastructure, to GNS in particular, it's real. And the risks and consequences of doing nothing are increasing rapidly, and the geopolitical context in which we're operating now makes this mandatory. So Australia, whilst we don't have a lot of investment in space-based PNT, are trying to figure out what are the best ways to optimize and build their resilience. So we're seeing a lot of advancements and investments in asymmetric capabilities for defense, and we're seeing approaches to how we handle impacts to critical infrastructure. And I'll talk about critical infrastructure here as the motivation for the work that we're doing, but seeing attacks to critical infrastructure as one that's significant to defense as well. And so drawing those two worlds together. But Australia has many challenges. And one of the key challenges is we do not have an entity that owns the problem of resilient PNT. There is no ownership, there is no leadership for this. And what we currently have then is we have a very fragmented ecosystem trying to address the problem that can only be solved by having strategic investment policies towards a unified goal. And so that's what we're going to try and do. Through our discussions around the establishment of a cooperative research center, we want to foster national discussions. We know we can't do that nationally on our own because overseas and internationally, these discussions are far more advanced. So that's part of why I'm here. Part of why I'm here is to leverage best practice internationally so our discussions are well informed and not starting from first principles. We want to look at the problem as one that is not about alternatives and backups, complementarity and interoperability. It's not about the technologies, it's part of it, but it's how do we create PNT as a utility? What are the gaps in there that we need to fill in order to have that? I sometimes get a message from my electricity provider telling me that service will be disrupted for a couple of hours. They tell me ahead of time so I can plan for it. Sometimes it happens without them telling me and there's an outage, but I have enough trust in the process that it will return to normal activity, or I know that they will tell me and give me updates about it. For critical infrastructure that relies on consistent electricity, they might have backups. For ultra-critical services, they'll have backups for their backups. But we know how to do utilities. We know how to do utilities well, and we need to start adopting that approach to PNT. So the technical problem of which technologies and fusion architectures and augmentation, we kind of know that's part of the problem, but it's really translating all of that into what is a next stage utility for PNT, and how do we achieve that at the continental scale for Australia and as a regional impact for the region and the geopolitical context in which Australia currently sits. So just a little bit about cooperative research centers, for those of you who don't know. They're federal government funding, and they're designed to bring together the research community with industry and government. And when I talk about industry, I'm typically talking about government at the same time. So they're well funded. They're about $40 to $70 million. We're not gonna solve every problem to do with resilient PNT, but it allows us to bring together collaboration where the problem set comes to the table. We then engage with the R&D sector, and we try and build those solutions. But this is really important more broadly for Australia. A cooperative research centre built around resilient PNT actually presents a platform for dialogue. It presents a platform for dialogue in which we can have the conversations about how do we design what is a gold standard, given we have no standard currently in Australia. What is a gold standard? How do we design it? And how do we design it with built-in resilience from the first phase of design? It gives companies access to world-class resources. It's neutral environments for defense to invest and test, fail and test again. And an important part of this is the training of future leaders. And I'll come back to that because that is a key risk in all of the work that we're doing right now. And there's benefits for companies to come on board in this as well. But to take a step back and look at what the Australian landscape looks like for PNT currently, well, we have the Department of Home Affairs, which have now included the space sector as one of its critical infrastructure. In the inclusion in the space sector, it's really important. We're glad they've included it, but they haven't listed any assets under that. So it's recognized, but no assets have been granted, listed as key to this, and that's really important, and it may reflect the fact we perhaps have no assets to list under this. GNS dependencies, things like Southpan being a key indicator, something that we point to as part of Australia's efforts towards resilience. Well, Southpan relies on GNSS as well. So these all have a single point of failure. Another thing we have is we have a sectorial unawareness. If you're not working in PNT in Australia, the rest of the communities aren't aware of their vulnerability to PNT. So we have dependencies that are unaware of their risks. We have stakeholder vulnerability from not understanding the downstream dependencies on critical infrastructure as well. And as recent as 2020, a few weeks ago, the Center for Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security did post a fact sheet where they're saying that disruptions to PNT is now considered a material risk under the Securities of Critical Infrastructure Act. This is really important. And what they're saying is that providers of critical infrastructure now have to be responsible for creating a risk management plan which says how they're going to handle the risk to PNT, to critical infrastructure. But that's it. There's no guidelines, there's no templates for how they do that, and there's certainly no advice on what the options are for building a valid risk management plan for critical infrastructure. So great first steps, but still the follow-through needs to happen as well. If we look at defense and what defense is doing in the National Defense Strategy, we're seeing here as well that the focus is on developing alternate PNT capabilities and a very strong focus on non-space-based technologies. But if you look at what they're talking about, the language is still written in terms of accuracy. They're talking about the accuracy of positioning to meet defense needs. And these are all things we know. We know they need autonomous systems. We know they want SWAP-enabled capabilities. And we know that they're worried about the fact that they're seeing allies and adversaries alike investing in capabilities that far outreach what Australia has currently invested in. And even if we were to do that now, we still couldn't catch up necessarily to it. And basically, there's a clear understanding of the threat landscape. And so the idea is not to replicate what's being done internationally, but to focus on our asymmetric capabilities. That said, it's interesting because they're really serious about it, but recently we had the JP 9102 SATCOM program cancelled. We've seen the Australian Space Agency cancel its positioning, navigation and timing roadmap. And JP 9380, which is the assured PNT in GPS denied degraded environments, I've put a question mark over that because that tender closed last year and we've had no updates on it. Now, there could be any number of reasons why this is happening, but we know that they're advocating strongly for alternate PNT, but there's very limited investment in PNT resilience beyond what has been listed in JP 9380 and recognizing that there's no update on that as well. So, if resilient PNT could be solved by writing a report, we would have solved it already. There are no shortage of reports outlining the economic impact of a GNS outage, the importance of resilience, why quantum is going to play a role. There is no shortage of problem recognition. What we do have is, and I think I really like this slide because it reflects what is actually sitting in my head when we talk about resilient PNT. We have a really chaotic landscape where we have various sectors tapping into the PNT community, dabbling. I call it dabbling, you know. We've got the quantum sector and the startups for quantum reaching out into the R&D, into the physics teams, and they're all talking about PNT. We have the cybersecurity people talking to the computer scientists about PNT. We've got Leo talking to the space people about PNT. What we don't have is an end goal. We don't have a vision for what is going to be resilient PNT, and how do we bring together all of the stakeholders with an interest in PNT with the broader community of R&D that can contribute to that vision. And I think it's really important in Australia for the PNT community to take some of the blame. We kind of left it till the last minute, but also to acknowledge that we are the people who can solve this problem, because it is a PNT problem. It's part physics, part computer science, but it's a PNT problem. And the reason it's a PNT problem is because of our understanding of geodesy. And I'm really glad to have seen geodesy being raised in a number of presentations here, because I think what differentiates PNT as a subject on its own versus PNT as a utility or a service is that we fundamentally understand the geodetic underpinnings that relate to the supply chain for PNT. And a report that was just done by the UN expert committee for geospatial information and geodesy have highlighted some of the risks to the global supply chain for PNT. And one of the critical risks they've highlighted is that of human resources. Are we building the human resources and the workforce that is actually going to be able to drive PNT service and utility into the future once we get over the report writing and actually start doing the implementation? Who's going to be there to lead this into next generation PNT? So what we've heard so far and how we're building up our program of activities is we've talked to a lot of people, and we're looking at building an end-to-end conversation about resilient PNT. We got 4 themes here, which should look as no surprise to anybody. How do we detect? But not just detect. And I loved Karen's, you've obviously done half the work for us, so thank you, Karen. But how do we report autonomously on interference? Augmentation. How do we validate and rate the performance of new and emerging technologies so that they can plug and play into our utility and our infrastructure, so that every time a new technology comes around, we're not sitting around going, okay, so what are the strengths and weaknesses of this? We need a metric for vulnerability. We need a way to describe vulnerability based on test beds and test procedures and protocols so that we know what is fitness for purpose in terms of conversations around resilience. How do we secure it? How do we ensure that for autonomous vehicle we have graceful degradation and seamless transitions so that, like electricity, we're not sitting there wondering what's happening with our PNT utility? Some of us perhaps don't even need to know. And how do we protect this? And to bookend this architecture by establishing an Australian PNT Advisory Committee, which would be a great forum for having conversations like the ones we're having now, and bookend by the end user requirements. How do we get wargaming and mission simulation into these conversations so we know we can role play scenarios for failures and know that we are prepared? We do fire drills. We need to do these for PNT now. So just to give a few ideas of why we're doing this and the levers that we have in Australia that already give us the confidence to go forward. And one of these is under the detect and report. We have the Griffin system. Griffin is something that's been reported on here before by Matt as a technology in Australia, homegrown technology to identify terrestrial sources of interference. They've located receivers, co-located one receiver with one of our cores network. And what happened was a few months ago, I think, this station actually picked up the Link 16 comms testing that was being done. So it was able to track the comms test that was being done over the Trans-Tasman as part of its interference detection. And what this then did for this company, a very small company in Victoria, in Australia, was then they picked up on this as an idea to look at this as a whole of infrastructure for regional interference surveillance and tracking. So this is the GRIS system. Can we establish enough of a national infrastructure or a regional infrastructure to allow us to do the detection of what might be rogue LEOs infiltrating amongst benign satellites as well? And they're looking to do some more establishments of stations over the next couple of months to help build out this idea of a regional intelligence network. We have things like we've already started a company called Frontier SI. And again, these are very small companies that are leading, quite extensive and national endeavors in Australia to look at how we help countries meet their requirements under the Securities of Critical Infrastructure Act. So we've started having meetings with defense to do these kinds of role play, do these kinds of failure scenarios, vulnerability testing, so that we get a better way of building out what our needs are for resilience, so we can inform other sectors as to how they can respond to the need to develop a risk management plan. Everybody in this room must be familiar with Locator. I did reach out to Nunzio, who gave me about 40 slides. I've whittled it down to 2. What we were talking about, and the thing that was interesting about Locator now was their timing. Time distribution, wirelessly over RF. What they're doing is they've done some testing in Sydney using the National Measurement Institute and looking at their ability to distribute time with high accuracy. And basically, they're reporting accuracies of time distribution comparable to White Rabbit, but without the need for any fiber to do it, which is great. And they're really proud of the work that they're doing. And I was pleased to see in Karen's slide as well, which is the next slide, that they're part of the trials that are happening for critical national infrastructure. A very small Australian company outside Canberra, playing on an international stage, not just for positioning and navigation, but also for timing and time distribution. In terms of augmentation and toughen, we have clocks and combs. We are looking at small companies like Quantex, which is a lab that's building optical clocks, and they're demonstrating very, very accurate clocks. And last year, $20 million was given to a center of excellence to build microfrequency combs. And the relationship between the clocks and the microfrequency combs comes down to how do we reduce the size, the swap of the optical clocks, and what is the opportunity for small optical clocks if we were able to get them in to smaller devices? What are the opportunities for PNT if we were able to achieve that? So that Center of Excellence is now up and running. And again, it's a great opportunity for interaction with the international community as to what is the loss in performance based on achieving smaller form factors for optical clocks. And one of my favorites, because I got to work on this one, is the idea of quantum PNT, which I think, Frank, you raised as well. Earlier this year, we were involved in a trial, Australian US airborne trial for a nitrogen vacancy diamond quantum magnetometer, looking at the world's first aircraft deployed diamond NV magnetometer, collected almost 8,000 kilometers of flight data, and successfully performed a GPS-independent navigation solution. Phaser Quantum is the company behind building it, and it's a startup out of the University of Melbourne. Based on the data that was collected here, we looked at doing some simulations based on that to showcase that really what defense are interested in is they want to extend the use of high-end inertial navigation systems. The solutions we're generating is based on a quantum magnetometer using maps to look at the magnetometer maps in order to look at map matching and map aiding of the quantum sensor. And the results we're seeing, while still a magnitude lower than defense would like to have, really is demonstrating that these sensors are capable of doing long-term navigation with high stability and low drift. So the call to action that we have is about getting involved. Really, we're looking for collaboration at on the international stage. We want to be part of the international discussions because we want to be part of what is going to be best practice. We want to be part of the conversation about what is gold standard. We want to know that so that as we move forward, we're not constantly playing catch up. We're on the right track. We're putting our investments in the right order and the right direction. And we're creating as many opportunities as we can to make sure we're listening as broadly as we can. So that's me. And thank you very much.
Go ahead. Renato, I can't see.
Admiral, yes, Admiral, thank you for giving me the floor. Professor Keeley, thank you very much for a very enlightening presentation. I'm Renato Filer, international representative from Croatia. I would like to especially prize your view on the PNT, not only from the infrastructure perspective, but also in consideration of the services. So my question would be, how can you engage with the possible and current users of the PNT in the terms of the application to recognize their needs and requirements in order to fit and make the GNSS and PNT in general services resilient?
Yeah, that's the next step. I think the way we're approaching it is to look at it on a sector basis and looking at the organizations that are currently responsible for managing. So in the case of defense, we have put together a bit of a steering committee for this. And so we have a defense representative who's reaching out into the services and connecting the conversation with the services where we can have that dialogue with them. And the slide I put up about the scenario and the role playing, that's where we're having those conversations where we're giving them scenarios, asking them how they would respond, and then building up the case studies with them. In the case of the critical infrastructure, we're looking at the Home Office and the cybersecurity for critical infrastructure groups and working with them because they're the ones who are going to have to filter that down to the end users. So the approach is to give them scenarios and ask them how they would respond. And in a lot of cases, they don't have a response because they didn't even know that this was a risk that they were facing. Yeah.
Thank you very
yeah.
Dana?
Yes, Allison, you said that you discovered in Australia that there's no one really in charge of this. And on behalf of all of us, I'd like to say we're shocked at that revelation. But you also mentioned that you can solve this problem. I would offer an amendment and say that you could solve the problem if you were properly empowered by policymakers and funded. It's not a technology issue, as you say. There's lots of technology and ability to do good things out there. So, but well done. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the brief.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. JJ?
All right, everyone. Thanks again. Allison, thank you so much for traveling so far. We're going to break for lunch, so that will be from noon until 1 p.m. And please remember that this is a working lunch, a little bit less formal, but it will include PNT board members, federal civil servants that are supporting the meeting, and our presenters. So we look forward to taking a little break, and we will see everyone once again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
And we can just leave our computers here.
Yes.
Oh, the one in the center. Okay, so your switch or this? Gotcha. Yeah, because we probably need to check out for that.
Yeah, but you should like look into the it might be something you can because anytime I'm finding those,
Yeah, because this is the first time I've ever had that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's speakers are feedback, but it's not TV. Folks, if we can move to our chairs, please. Folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here. One note, Matt Higgins has got some slides related to Galileo since they aren't participating. He's talked to the other presenters. Brad, when you're done, they're going to try and squeeze a few minutes in after the Korean briefing for Matt, excuse me, to brief Galileo before we go to the GPS update.
Yeah, I don't think these speakers over here are working. Are there speakers? No, back there they are, but... Okay, all right.
You're loud and clear.
We ready? Okay, I thought I would introduce it with a picture from 2 years ago, about 12 or 13 feet of snow, and that's the third floor of our cabin. So it's apropos of absolutely nothing. It's just something to get your attention, I guess. Pardon me? Yeah, I don't know. The floor above is where the hot tub is. It looks right out to the mountains. It's kind of neat. Well, I was asked to introduce our second theme, which has been loosely referred to as the gold standard theme, but it's looking at what the GNSS capabilities are compared to others and trying to improve them by observing what we might do. And to do that, I thought I would start out with a little bit of the litany, our catechism, whatever you want to call it, in terms of who we are and what we do, make it a matter of public record. So our basic purpose is quite singular. It's to ensure PNT is available for all users. And I think our charter is more narrowly drawn. I think it tries to tell us we're only supposed to be looking at space, but we have obviously transcended that. And we do have an overall assessment. I think this has been published now for the last 3 or 4 years, and that is that no current or foreseeable alternative to space-based navigation, principally GPS perhaps, can deliver equivalent PNT accuracy, and that accuracy goes down to millimeters, 3 dimensions, of course, and a worldwide 24/7 capability with enormous availability thanks to the United States Space Force and the two SOPs. We have a very simple strategy that seems to have gotten quite a bit of traction. We call it PTA. We must protect, toughen, and augment GPS to ensure that it continues to provide the economic and societal benefits that we've all grown to take for granted, really. And a quick elaboration, protect, we've talked a lot about this morning, protect the clear and truthful signal, 3 steps, advocate opposition to any incursions into our spectrum, vigorously oppose them, and of course we've been doing that since 2010 or 11 on one specific example whose name I will not publicize. Secondly, pre-actions, even before any interference occurs, try to set up the structure, legal, law enforcement, FCC, and that's exactly what Karen is talking about and what she's trying to do. Protect the spectrum, enact strong penalties, suppress jammer sales, and we didn't get into that, but obviously that's part of it. And then the reactions. When interference or spoofing occurs, try to pinpoint where it is, shut down the source, apprehend the perpetrator, in my opinion, and prosecute as appropriate depending upon intentions and damage done. Toughen. This is perhaps my favorite, and I don't think that we are, as a country, emphasizing or understanding what can be done. Some of the contractors are, and I enjoy seeing some of their ads. But among other things, for receivers, employ multiple well-known techniques that should ensure that spoofing can't create hazardous and misleading information. Spoofing still could deny the whole service, but if we recognize that it's there, the answer is snip the wire, don't pay any attention to what it's all about or what it's how it's trying to mislead you. Increase jam resistance. Well-established techniques that were shown over 50 years ago, 45 years ago, and ensure that we are allowing people to use multi-element antennas and the deep integration with inertials that has shown to be so effective. And then, without a doubt, diversify. Use all what I call integrity-certified GNSS. And I'll explain a little bit more for anyone who is unclear what I mean. And those are the three major tenets, perhaps, of toughen. And then augment. Augment or substitute sources in an emergency, densify and diversify the satellites, worldwide integrity monitoring, and use complementary PNT sources. And I've listed a few there. I believe, although FAA has abandoned a lot of their DME places, they are retaining a subset of those in the event GPS is down in the United States at any rate. ELORAN and LEOs fit in that category as well. Now, I think that one of the attributes that GPS has, which is not emphasized, I think we have it as a subliminal thing, and that is, it's an element of national power, and I'd like to explain really quickly what I mean by that. If you go on anywhere, internet, AI, and ask, what's in national power, you'll get quite a few answers. I've selected some that illustrate what I'm talking about. Population, geography, natural resources. Those are things you can sort of go out and count or look at or map or whatever. But then there's perhaps things that are less quantifiable. Political stability, leadership, diplomacy, cultural influence. All are important, according to at least some sources, as elements of national power. But then there's a grouping that is deeply affected and perhaps enabled by GPS. And that includes infrastructure, military capability, technology, and economic strength. And economic strength can come in kind of two big flavors. One is the direct benefits of using GPS, and the other is the pain, suffering, and dollar loss if GPS or its equivalent is not available. Quick illustration. There was a study done in the UK that attempted to quantify the benefits of GNSS, and in the UK alone, they estimated it at close to £7 billion, which is a little bigger than a dollar. And they broke it down. This was a study that's well known, and you can look up in the little colored chart there how that was broken down. I don't intend to dwell on this, but I think it's a nice punchline. And then the other side, what happens when it's not there? This was from a study by RTI International, and the second red square outlines what I wanted to mention to you. A GPS outage, they claimed, would impact at a greater than $1 billion per day. Now, I can't justify the number particularly, but the point is it's an extremely large number. And those altogether then constitute national power. So for the last 20 years, what we've seen is GPS sort of sneaking in, it's called a sneak utility sometimes, has become a major and essential element of that national power. And not surprisingly, other major spacefaring nations or centers have recognized this. They appear to completely grasp it, they embrace it, and if you look at Beidou and what they are doing, it is clear they get it. It's the belt and suspenders or whatever, what do they call it, belt and roads for space, I think, for them. It is not clear to me that it's very universally understood by the United States government, and I think one of our jobs as an advisory board, we have a subcommittee for, and we're striving to get the word out, so to speak, as to what those dependencies are and why it's essential we protect them. But there have been some challenges, particularly the ones that have been enunciated from this stage. GPS is not launched for about 2 years. The next launch will bring the number of L5 satellites to 18, which is the magic IOC number, but that's necessary and not sufficient. There are some other steps that have to be taken before Karen or the FAA would say, yeah, it's ready to go. But nonetheless, it's a necessary step. The next generation GPS control system has been a painful experience for the Air Force and then inherited by the Space Force. And we have one gentleman around the table who probably has a whole set of scars he could give to us or show to us. There have been a large number of slips and overruns. How we got here is less important than how we're going to get out of it. According to the latest tabulation, sometime next year, this should start to come online, and we're going to hear some more about that at the end. And then ITAR has prevented our civilian, particularly safety of life applications, from achieving what GPS was meant to achieve. We demonstrated it again over 45 years ago, the ability of directional antennas to null out jammers, create stronger listening beams, if you will, in the direction of satellites. And it turns out, and most people who have studied this believe what I'm about to quantify, that these antennas can shrink the area, effective area of a jammer by a factor of 100,000. For any reasonable size jammer, here I'm talking a kilowatt and less, in essence, an airplane at 10,000 feet will fly right over that and never see it. We know how to do that, but civilians can't. Manufacturers, if they attempt to install it in our airplanes, I think Tim goes to jail first, and then we send the rest of the people. I don't know how that works. But the point is that's a thorn in our side in terms of an element of national power. There is some good news. I think the good news has occurred just in the last few months. And I think in part it's due to our chairman. I think it's due to finally getting the attention of the deputy secretaries. And it appears to me, at least, that they are re-engaging. I say re-engaging. Back in the days of Jeff, they were engaged. And they knew most of our major issues and were trying to help us solve whatever our problems were. Of course, we had Jim Schlesinger. It helps to have a former secretary of virtually everything in the whole world as your chairman, because he didn't hesitate to violate any attempted restriction on who he could talk to. And we got in a reasonable amount of trouble co-signing a letter directly to the FCC, but it was exactly the attention step that was needed. And I don't think anyone's going to send Jim Schlesinger to jail for that. But the point is, we are about to enter a transition, and to whatever degree we've created momentum, in my humble opinion, we want to continue that. So whatever our transition letter is, what we're trying to do really is get the attention of the incoming deputy secretaries, and hopefully all the other departments will fall in line once they see an acknowledged importance. So this brings us to subject 2 that I'm supposed to be introducing. Where is the GPS capability relative to the other GNSS? And it's a major issue for us. Have we slipped, I'm not certain I like gold standard, but if we slipped down to 3rd place, are we the bronze standard now? And everyone can reach their own judgment on that. We drafted up some charts that we showed at the last meeting. I'm not going to go down this, but I'm going to tell you what we were trying to describe. They're very analogous to the chart that you just saw, that John just showed us. Here is a conceptual comparison, and in this case, we put in GPS, Galileo, and Beidou, and the global metric we put in kind of follows the way the FAA tends to accept and evaluate whether a navigation system is okay. Availability, robustness to jamming and spoofing, global integrity, the number of operational signals or civil frequencies, and then there's some other measures that you could assign to the various constellations of things that are not necessarily directly associated with PNT. This was a chart that John showed. It's a little different dimension than the chart that we had shown before, but a great addition to the font of knowledge or evaluation that we have. He split timing and positioning. He also added in commercial capabilities, and he described this chart to the extent you understand what it really is a little earlier. Now, we also cut the color chart business. We're sort of Technicolor intensive here, I guess, and went in and actually looked at individual capabilities and plans. And the purpose in doing that was so that you can look at each of these rows and categorize something that if GPS is not blue or not even green, that it points to some form of action that we should probably take if we aspire to be not second to anybody. And those included L5, the laser retroreflectors, the R-tire restrictions, PPP, we renamed that the High Accuracy Service, rapid updates, search and rescue support, and embedded authentication. That was the first list, and then there are some more. A regional geosynchronous overlay, which Beidou has incorporated. Two-way data, maybe we don't need it, but it is being used by the people in China. Emergency warning and integrity service, and then looking perhaps at GPS Lite, and that's an introduction to something I'm going to say in just a minute. And then, of course, the subject that Karen and her friends throughout the government are working on, locating and shutting down jammers. So I'm not going to walk through these. The point of this meeting, in part, those colors are still the residue of last April. The point is to try to get Matt and his team to update those colors and see if the categories are right. It could be I suspect strongly that we have missed some categories, and we probably have some that, ho-hum, they're not really a discriminator. All they're doing is cluttering up the chart. So that was how we evaluated it. Now, against the need for us to be at least not number 2, we have, over the past decade or more, filed a lot of recommendations, and many of those have been unfulfilled or partially fulfilled. I'd like to briefly describe what the big ones, in my opinion, are. This is just Brad now. ITAR. This is a thorn in certainly all of our sides, and it's a carrot that is out there in front of the burrow, and it's always a little longer, and it's in work. And by the way, you can't see the size of the carrot, and you can't characterize it, but it's out there somewhere, and it's about to happen. And we didn't shoot our friendly State Department representative since it's really not in his job jar. But it's an irritant to me. It is simply the beginning of a whole series of steps that would have to take before real ITAR, real multi-element digital antennas find their way into airplanes and ships, which is ultimately what we want. I would like to see it cheap enough to put on the top of a truck. And I think if we start to mass produce these things, we might find indeed it has achieved that. L5, there have been a series of meetings in the government. The L5 signal is, by many, many dB, much more capable in resisting jamming than the L1CA. As a result, it's something that, in my opinion, the whole civil aircraft fleet should at least be listening to L5, independent of the beam steering or null steering antennas. And among other things, ensuring that L5 is a fully redundant signal. You may not realize it, but I was informed that the old 2F satellites do not have code carrier coherence on L5. I was informed by an aerospace engineer that I respect. Does anyone refute what I just said? I'm looking at Todd. Have you ever heard that?
DLR identified that there were some variations, like on the order of a couple centimeters of the L5 signal compared to the other two signals, that it seemed to be thermally connected.
Well, I am hoping desperately that all the new satellites have those code carrier coherencies, because a lot of users exploit that. As you know, both the Eschenbach filter and trying to do some of the farming operation, I think it helps. I suspect you can still use L5. GNSS signal protection, we call this a partially fulfilled protection. And as you know and have heard, Karen is working very hard to get the federal government pointing the right way. Exploiting all friendly GNSS signals. In my opinion, the issue is integrity. There's no doubt that receivers, including my Apple phone, receives all 4 of the major constellations and the regional as well. But the question is, do they have integrity? Are they working outside their boundaries? And we have lots of ways to check that. And if we've passed most of the major checks, I presume we can accept those as answers. We heard a great talk about combining GPS and Galileo for launch. I think that's a fine example of exactly what I think all of our users need to exploit. HARS, we said enough on that. We're hoping that that can continue to move along in the ways that we are starting to see, and everyone certainly in the scientific community are going to benefit from that. And lastly, something I've called watermarking. I think that's a name that's sometimes called. Galileo calls it the open service navigation message, and someone, I think Chimera is an equivalent way, as I understand it, to do about the same thing. And we've had recommendations that all those things should happen. None of them have fully happened. Some of them have perhaps started to happen. But let me just go back to this layering of integrity. There's at least 7 major techniques that I can just spin off the top of my head, and you probably have some more. And I think probably the Apple people, and I suspect their competitors at Google, are putting some form of integrity cross-checks so that they're not using signals that are flawed in any way. And one is, of course, direct integrity monitoring, and that's the #1 defense that is employed by the FAA. We do it through WAS, and Europeans EGNOS, and I think there is an equivalent system in China. I forget what the abbreviation is, but that's one check. The second is to go to system frequency or signal diversity. You can do it within GPS. You now have L2 and L1 and L1C, and hopefully L5 very shortly, although a lot of people are using it anyway, in spite of the fact it's not set healthy. Differential operations are inherently checking integrity because you have a reference receiver that is giving you the corrections and presumably watching as to whether the signal is screwy, since it knows where it is. Watermarking, I've just mentioned. RAIM and ARAIM are techniques that were conceived well over a decade ago. There's a lot of studies that show that, I see Todd smile. There's a lot of studies that have been done that show the power of an ARAIM system that is employing both Galileo and GPS. And that was the reason that motivated my question to the speaker on the launch guidance. Cell phone monitoring and integrity screening. My assumption is that that's going on. And of course, integrity messaging over the internet. Those are at least 7 checks, hurdles, if you will, that you can place in the use of such foreign signals, including, in my opinion, BeiDou and GLONASS. But let's walk before we run. Let's start out and at least totally accept Galileo, and it's now been authorized by the FAA. We can legally listen to it, and that is a step ahead. I think this all begs an overarching issue. Most of these measures of our capability has shown that we are lagging behind, and furthermore, the plans looking ahead, it seemed to me, are not very inspirational. And if you look at things that we are contemplating doing, in a number of cases, BeiDou is already doing them. I find that a little bit off-putting. We have some discussion going on in our advisory board. I think a relook at the organization of PNT governance, authorities, and resources would be warranted. I think we have a national strategy on PNT, but in my opinion, the real problem is somebody creating enough money so the civilian side of that equation can come to the table in the right way. That should result in a strategy that's future-oriented, resilient, and an action plan to go with it. And it should include being coordinated with all elements of government. But here's a thought that I'm going to throw out. I've already discussed it with a number of you. This is my thought provoker, and it's a follow-on to a comment that Thad made a little earlier. Is it time to disaggregate civil and military GPS satellite systems? Is it time that we have a GPS CivSat, I'll call it, with GPS civil signals only, with a separate control system and separate funding? Maybe you could do it by taxing every cell phone $10 a year, which hopefully wouldn't break the bank. And the drive would be to a Musk, I don't have any stock in Musk, but a drive to multi-launch, simplified satellites, perhaps 4 on a launch vehicle, dropping the cost of a satellite on orbit precipitously and still giving full civil capabilities. And so the question I'll throw out on the table, if you want to think about this a little bit, should our advisory board do an early look at how you might do that, what the alternatives might be, and what the advantages and disadvantages of doing that would be? It looks to me like right now a GPS satellite on orbit is costing the United States government somewhere north of $500 million. And we have a gentleman we could probably ask. I don't know if he's prepared to talk to that subject, but my goal would be to have that 150. And I think it's achievable. And I have a briefing, if you want to hear it, called Nibbles, that describes how you might get there. So that's what I had to say. I can't get off the stage without one last push for toughening. Getting multi-element antennas, and I'm not talking just 7, I'm going to go to at least 19, on all military, but get them off the ITAR list so commercial airplanes can exploit them. And hopefully the cost is going to go down as you get it proliferated and you have competition among manufacturers to produce multi-elements. If you look right now, some of the communication systems that are getting internet from ComSats are huge arrays. I think there's 60 to 100 directed phased array beams in one of these antennas, and evidently it's affordable. People are using it. Obviously, it's more expensive than the antenna in your cell phone, but that is my plea. So that was what I was going to say. Does anyone have any questions? Wow. Oh, really?
Yeah, Dr. Parkinson.
Yes, Del.
So from the military perspective, we're exploring disaggregating in multiple space mission areas.
Could you move the speaker a little closer, please?
Yeah, is that better? Yeah. So within the DoD, we are exploring disaggregating in multiple mission areas. In my specific portfolio, we have made a decision to disaggregate MIL-SATCOM capabilities into a strategic and a tactical, as opposed to having everything on one satellite, very rich target. It's really for the resilience piece of establishing a layered defense for space. I'll talk a little bit when I present about our RGPS concept, which is a 5-year design MVP for just resilience, about thickening the architecture. And that's the initial phase to disaggregate the GPS mission. So we'll talk about that as well. But I think it's worth considering for the military and the civil. But I think you'd have to do the business case. It's really going to be the cost of doing business to disaggregate for those specific missions. I mean, from the military side, we're disaggregating because of the layered defense, and we must create a richer target environment. But the business case to disaggregate military and civil for PNT, I think that's really got to be put on paper. And what's the cost in doing business? Because that will be an upper for our budgets.
Right. Yeah, thank you for that. I am aware, and I thought there was also a disaggregation study on the civil side, but I think it may have been an embargoed thing. Maybe I'm not supposed to even know about it. Thank you for that. Other questions or comments? How does the board, are there anyone with opinions about the notion of disaggregation they'd like to share?
Yeah, in some ways I kind of like it. I'm a little unclear on the funding, but there are very distinct priorities and requirements for military versus civil. And as an example of that, yesterday we saw Yoaz's presentation where basically the 3F satellite is going to hose a lot of operations with regards to civil. Specifically, the accuracy of long-term predictions of orbits are not going to be very good for a Block 3 satellite. And so given the increasing divergence of needs for military and civil, there's a lot of merit to the disaggregation process. How it funds, how it works out, who actually operates, and so on, these are details, very big details that need to be worked out. But I think that there is some merit to this structure. And I think we would do well to watch what other countries are doing in this area as well. Over.
Thank you. The sound up here is sort of jumbled. Any other comments? How are we doing on time? All right, I'm over 4 minutes. Generally, I'm sorry, sir, we do not take questions generally from the public. It's a precedent that was established by Dr. Schlesinger, and we've tried to cling to that. I appreciate you may have a burning or a great comment to make, and if you can buttonhole us at some time during a break, I'd be glad to listen to that. Anything else? All right, thank you very much. Who's up?
Okay, so Mr. Satoshi-san, I believe, from Japan. Let me just quickly introduce Satoshi. Since we've known each other for quite some time, he's one of the original architects of Japan's quasi-zenith satellite system, and we've worked together in the UN forum, the International Committee on GNSS, so it's really a great honor for us to have you here, Satoshi, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, JJ. So first of all, I'm really honorable to be here now. I'm seriously hesitating to provide my presentation just after the great father of GPS, Brad Parkinson, great presentation. But today, I would like to brief the latest status of the quasi-zenith satellite system, QZSS. Okay, first slide briefly showing you our objective to create this regional satellite navigation system. Protect, toughen, and augment. So this is a very important aspect for us as well. So the first objectives complement GPS. So as you may know, the Japanese geographical features. So we have lots of building the skyscrapers and with a very narrow plain on the nation, mountainous and deep forest. So this could be some obstacle for the stable reception of the signals from the GPS. And also, we need more redundancy and resiliency. So we decided to build up our own augmentation system for GPS constellation. And also, our satellite orbital characteristics, we put at minimum one satellite over our head, the zenith direction, so that this can facilitate receiving a signal for providing error correction message. So we are believing improve GNSS capability, the performance like high accuracy services, so that today we discussed, and also the reliability. And finally, when the project was launched, we had experienced great Eastern Tohoku big earthquake. So the Japanese government would like to mitigate such kind of tragedy nationwide. So we utilized our QZSS to support disaster management, relief, and mitigation. A big challenge. So how to realize such kind of PNT, the services with a minimum number of satellites. So this is a very great challenge. So we decided to create our constellation with using inclined GSO as well as GSO satellites. Current services. We are providing the three main pillars: the GPS complementary augmentation, GNSS, and the messaging service. I would like to enhance. We have already provided error correction message, the several kind of error correction message for both code phase positioning and carrier phase positioning. Called CRAS, centimeter level augmentation service, and sub-meter level augmentation service. Also the Madoka PPP and MSAS. The coverage, our system covers a whole Eastern Hemisphere, Pacific and Eastern Asian region. And CRAS and SRAS for only Japan. This is a domestic service. but so the Madoka PPP and early warning satellite service for the Asia Pacific region. So we have 4 satellites at the moment. So 1 GSO and 3 including the geosynchronous satellite. And we have a ground control segment, so distributed in mostly Japan. And for the monitoring station, so we established with collaboration with U.S. government. So the sum of ground control segment monitoring station in U.S. mainland for we will launch so the number 7 satellite in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So we need more monitoring station in the U.S. territories. And this is a sort of development plan. So we are facing to the coming next 3 additional satellite launch, starting with next year, beginning of next year to 2026. So we will start 7 satellite constellations service. This is the sort of working structure and also the governance for the system. So according to the first satellite Michibiki, so we JAXA had a main responsibility to integrate whole satellite system and ground control segment. So we developed the first Mitsubishi satellite with demonstration, validation, the ground segment. From the second, the fourth, as well as replacement satellite first one, so the Japanese Cabinet Office took the lead to the integrate role for developing satellite and also ground control segment and service provision. So we mentioned the ground control segment development as well as service provision can be made a contract with industry consortium, so with using a private finance initiative. So this is a very important key aspect for the upgrading the just demonstration system into the real practical system provided by the Japanese government. And now, so the QGS number 527, so the JAXA has come back to the joining, involving satellite development. So the JAXA is now taking charge of developing new equipment on board on the satellite. So we are developing now inter-satellite lensing system as well as two-way measurement for the satellite and ground control segment to improve the SysRE. Yeah, so this is the latest status. So we are conducting the system level testing for the QGS number 5, 6, and 7, still under the environment test phase. And we published some information related to the satellite antenna pattern, as well as some information for the precise orbit determination, recommended by the ICG and the IGS. So if you have an interest in such information, please visit our website qzss.go.jp. This is a ground control segment. So as I mentioned, we are developing now the new equipment on board, and also we establishing a new ground control tracking station with bilateral measurement for the satellite and ground tracking stations, ranging to reduce to discriminate the clock error and the ranging error. This is performance. Our specification sys URE, less than 2.6 meter. This is a 95 percentile value. We have already achieved very good evaluation assessment result. But still we are improving ground control segment, the POD engine to improve our capability. Now, let's introducing the 7 satellite constellation. Only 4 satellites, we cannot calculate our own PVT calculation. If we added 3 additional satellites like this, Japan will have independent capability to calculate PVT. We need more reliable. We decided to expand our system from just augmentation system, but regional satellite navigation system at the moment. Sorry, this is a simple movie. Right-hand side, the top, the sky flat at Bangkok, and bottom, the Singapore. That area, totally 6 or 7 satellites can be observed for the independent PVT capability. And also Tokyo, we can support a similar situation. Sorry. This is Earth rotation and the synchronized satellite. And every time, in Eastern Hemisphere, these satellites can provide PNT services. Left-hand side, the visible satellite number distribution, also right-hand side to the PDOP distribution. From Japan to the Australia and some region of Southeastern Asian countries. Very good performance, less than the PDOP 6. And we are planning to provide navigation message authentication service. It has already started since April 1 with using existing 4 satellites. And also the Madoka PPP service. This is satellite-based error corrections, orbit clock, and some biases. We are providing with using L6 band. And also, we have launched the internet distribution. Since July this year, and early warning satellite service. This is the coexisting with our L1S services. Only 122 bits, provide some alert message. Common early warning message was developed and published under collaboration with European Commission and Japanese Cabinet Office under International Committee on GNSS at Community. This is the key technologies to realize, improve our signal in space user not ranging error. Madoka PPP. So as I mentioned already, so we are now providing just the satellite clock, orbit, and code and carrier phase biases. But we are now conducting some trial, transmitting wide area ionospheric error corrections, and collaborating with the regional collaboration, Southeast Asian countries as well as Australia. Thanks to the Australian government support to providing real-time observation data to us, we are creating ionospheric error correction, and we are aiming to reduce initial convergence time. Current requirement 30 minutes, into the less than 15 minutes. Yeah, this is now we are conducting trial phase. So after launching number 6 and the number 7 satellite of QZSS coming next year, we will providing this error correction message from the satellite. So we'd like to invite everyone who interested in that the application. Please test actual the live signal from the QZSS satellite in Asia Pacific region. So this is our interface specification. So version 3 was already published, 2022 March. And also, we have already published the performance standard, version number 4. Please refer that documentation. You can freely download from qzss.go.jp, our website. Okay, so I have already mentioned, specification that set up the PPP, this PPP service. The horizontal error 30 centimeter and vertical the 50 centimeter, and convergence time the 600 seconds. So after applying the ionospheric error correction, reducing this 600 seconds to the 300 seconds. So this is the current target. So we have already tested, evaluated, live signals. So with using open software called as Madoka Live. So the approximately the 10 centimeter of accuracy confirmed. So you can see. Here. So widely distributed in the region. And so this is briefly reviewed ionospheric error correction effect. So we confirmed the reduction of initial convergence time. And so I would like to briefly touch with early warning satellite service. So this is an alert message from satellite to directly end user equipment like a smartphone, smartwatch, and the car navigation equipment. So so you have already had some system provided by each country, the nations. We would like to add more redundancy for disaster alert system. Even in the case ground-based communication systems are down when a disaster occurs, the satellite system, the QZSS, can broadcast alert messages. So the 120 bits common alert message, so I have already introduced the common standardized alert message format published by European Commission. So the Galileo, the QZSS, will utilize this common message format. It's including so the disaster category, alert, issuing, organization, the suffered area, the severity, and guidance to react. This is very important. So the regional and national authorities can define the specific guidance according to with their own protocols. And so our system covers Asia-Pacific region, currently test and demonstration phase. So we need the upgraded of ground control segment to the support real-time interface. Current demonstration phase, we try to test so the not a real-time interface. So this is so the a little bit so the detail so the contents of common 122 bits common message format. And so this is so the typical application. So in Thailand, also the Australia, so we are testing disaster mitigation for the bushfire, wildfire, and also in the Fiji. So the tsunami early warning test has been conducted in collaboration with the Fiji government. And this is our hypothesis on the use of this kind of early warning service in Hawaii wildfires. So it was really a tragedy. So the 102 people killed by these bushfires. But our interview in the Japanese community, so the 80% of people would like to utilize this kind of disaster information, alert information, will obey to evacuate. So if this kind of service provided, applied to this tragedy, so could be 81 people alive had been saved. So we are seriously advocating this kind of services. So we need more international collaboration. I would like to promote. And so navigation message authentication, we had already launched, so April 1st, 2024. So adding 3 additional satellites, QZSS, so the user equipment can discriminate so that signal correctly transmitted by our system, and position and timing can be highly reliable. This is reception test in our coverage area. So now, 404 products compatible with the QZSS signal. Still, we are seeking a special device to support our specific service like PPP and NMA. So, but our community is grown enough. And so space policy and our future plan. So the Japanese cabinet revised our new space basic plan of space policy on June 2023. So the revised the space basic plan defined the number of satellites for the QZSS should be increased from 7 to 11 to achieve more stability, reliability, and redundancy as our social infrastructures, critical infrastructures. And also the expanding user area. And currently, so another ACT plan for the satellite positioning system also defined as our future plan from 7 to 11 constellation. So we will add backup satellite on the inclined synchronous orbit, so that each one, so the 4 additional satellite can be some kind of backup, to the improve redundancy. Okay, so the coming launch, we will skip the number 5 satellite, we will launch the number 6 satellite. The launch is scheduled in the first quarter of next year, 2025. So the satellite has already end system test and just being open to the press on November 27. And also we celebrated ribbon cutting for Japan and the US space domain awareness collaboration. And I'd like to mention about L1C. So this is the third civil signal provided by GPS Block 3 satellites. So it has been transmitted QZSS already, and Block 3 satellite has 6 Block 3 satellites already on the orbit. So after our 3 additional satellites will be launched in 2025, so the Asia-Pacific region will be a best location for testing in real environments. So the left-hand side, mean visible satellite number. So you can see from Japan to Australia, this is the 9 satellite can be observable. So every time, and also PDOP availability. This is less than the 6 PDOP can be achieved. So almost 100% in this area. So why don't we test for the real adoption for the new L1C signal? So as far as I know, we should wait for the upgrade the GPS ground control segment. But once it completed, so I'd like to promote this kind of a collaboration with the United States. And finally, I'd like to make an announcement. Multi-GNSS Asia conference in Phuket Island. So it will be held on the 4th to the 7th March 2025. So I'd like to invite all of you that if you have an interest in the application in the Asia Pacific region, please join us. Okay, so this is a summary. So I don't mention repeatedly. Thank you very much for your kind attention. That's end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments?
Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. So I want to make sure I understood something correct on one of your charts. It's the navigation message authentication. If I am operating in the area of Japan within your coverage area, am I correct in understanding that I can receive a signal from you and use that to authenticate the navigation messages from the GPS system and thereby provide better security for my navigation. Is that currently operational?
Yes, so our monitoring station receiving so not only QZSS but also the GPS and also Galileo signal. So our self-authentication into our navigation signal, but so the GPS and Galileo message authentication should be embedded into the L6 band error correction with error correction message.
Okay, so it sounds like I can use your signal to get better spoofing protection if I'm in your operating region and using GPS. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there somebody over here? Did I see? Matt?
Thanks, Satoshi. Great presentation, as always. As you know, we wanted to also discuss some of the governance type issues. And I was speaking to you earlier. I've always thought that the involvement of the Cabinet Office in Japan has been very important to send that message that it's a whole of government approach to PNT. So I was wondering whether you could just comment a bit more on that, tease that out for us.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment and question. So, yeah, I believe the role of a cabinet office is very important. So, yeah, each ministry have a slightly different direction for creating this space-based infrastructure. So before the established the cabinet office, so never the operational kind space-based navigation system can be realized. So timing was also important. So when the cabinet office the National Space Policy, the Secretariat established, they needed a specific project. This QZSS program, very good for them to take a role, integrating all the Japanese stakeholders.
As I understand it, that happened almost very quickly after you demonstrated the first satellite. The Cabinet Office became involved quite quickly. So you had that coordination quite early on in the program.
Yeah, so they have a very strong decision-making process. So if JAXA would do such very hierarchy, so the different layers, so the decision-making needed to be done. But at that moment, the Cabinet Office has a very strong leadership to the decision-making. So it was the key aspect for what's happening in Japan. So at that moment.
Yeah, I'm just teasing this out for the fellow board members about the discussion we have about AZAR or whatever the term we use, and it's always been important for the Cabinet Office to have driven things and sorted out things between ministries and making sure there was a single direction, which is good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? John?
Koguri-san, thank you for a very nice briefing. The satellites that are going to be launched next year, when was the contract let for QZS 5, 6, and 7? How long ago?
Please show the slide number. I forget the exact number. So showing working structure. Maybe 6 or 7. Okay, so for the number 5 to 7, So the satellite system itself, so the contract with so the Mitsubishi Electric Corporation, Melco.
Yes.
But integrating so the cabinet office, so the cabinet office made a contract with JAXA for the satellite payload, including so new equipment as well as so the current so the navigation payload.
Yes, but what date was the contract to Mitsubishi Electric? Is that 2015, 2017?
Satellite bus system. Also, the under the JAXA's contract, so the some of the parts, so the like so the satellite patch array antenna, and also the L6 band, so the signal generation equipment, made by so the Mitsubishi Electric Corporation.
I wanted to ask you one more thing. I think I heard you say that at some point you would like to, QZSS would like to team with GPS in promoting the L1C signal. Did I hear you say that properly?
Yeah, so the I don't have any sort of finance, the budget from the Japanese government, but just an idea. But so yeah, after our additional satellite launch, so yeah, every time so the user can be so usable for the L1C signals, so the combining with the GPS and the QZSS. So this could be a sort of great opportunity. So yeah, I'd like to advocate this kind of collaboration.
Yeah, we talk about opportunities for enhancing GPS's collaboration with other systems and exposure internationally, and that could be an opportunity for both of those things. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Kokuji-san, thank you very much for the presentation. So I think I saw you said earlier this year the Japanese national space policy was renewed earlier this year for the first time in 3 years. I presume that may have led to some of the advancements that you're talking about in the coming years. I'm curious what led to the change for this year, why it was changed this year, and is 3 years a common refresh rate, let's say, for changing space policy in Japan, or just really a bit more of an ignorant question as an American? Thank you.
Yeah, I think every political document, the policy should be update every 3 or 4 years. So yeah, the space policy, obeys that policy. So just my suggestion. So yeah, I need to confirm with my colleague in the Japanese government. So yeah.
So just on that particular issue, what was the driver to go for the case to go from 7 to 11 in that new plan, and how did that sort of come about? Was it just something the Cabinet Office advocated, or did it come from users, or?
A very good question. So Mr. Chen, the question also I can imagine some geopolitical issue. So could lead the Japanese government discussion to the update not only space policy but also the other national security policy and so on. So yeah.
So improved sovereign capability.
Sovereignty as well as this kind of PNT capability is highly important. So in the discussion, the diversity is very important. So Japan would like to have their own the infrastructure, as well as so that contribute to our alliance. So this is a very important, I believe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Moon?
Admiral, it's Greg Winfrey. I wanted to say something to Satoshi-san.
Greg, go ahead. Oh, Greg, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Satoshi-san, arigato gozaimasu for that wonderful presentation. Your presentation caught my ear when you were mentioning automated vehicles, and I just wanted to let you know that on behalf of Texas A&M Transportation Institute, we've been working closely with the University of Tokyo and a company named Boldly, a division of SoftBank, on automated vehicle deployments. So I will look forward to closing the communications with you so that we can collaborate and move QZSS forward in Japan, but with an international benefit for automated vehicles. So I just wanted to have that on the formal record. Thank you. Thanks, Admiral.
どういたしまして。Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you.
Dr. Moon?
And just another quick introduction to Dr. Moon. I sincerely want to thank you for making the long trip over. We've worked together again for quite some time. And now in the UN Forum, the International Committee on GNSS, and we fully understand that Korea doesn't have a system up and running like Japan does yet, but we're very interested to learn about, you know, what are your priorities, what are the objectives of the system, and so thank you once again for your presentation.
Yep, good afternoon. My name is Moon Bo-ho from Korea Aerospace Research Institute. Thanks for Professor Brad Parkinson for the nice presentation after lunch. And I was a little bit sleepy, but when I listened to your presentation, my sleeping will go away. And thanks for the Satoshi Kokure. He encouraged me to to try to explain a little bit longer than what I expected, because my KPS system is not ready yet. We are in designing phase, so actually there is not much to introduce, but I need to explain a little bit more than what I expected. Okay, next. All right, let me introduce just a little bit history of our KPS program. Actually, we started from year 2005. We set up the National GNSS Fundamental Plan. In that plan, we included regional satellite navigation system, but there's no realistic plan. There is a couple lines. If we need it, we have to have it. Then actually, year 2018, KPS program is included in new plan. It's called the Fourth Basic Plan for Promoting Space Development. And then year 2021, well, there was the National Preliminary Feasibility Study has been completed. This one is, as you know, the Korea has a limited budget, so we have to choose which one will go. Then at that time, through this procedure, then we was able to secure the budget first. And in government side, Ministry of Science and ICT, they organized a new team for KPS. And in June, year 2022, KPS program has been launched. Since the KPS program has been launched, we had a kickoff in August of 2022, and in December 2022, we had the SRR, and also we had the SDL in June 2023. And now we are doing the preliminary design. This is the organization. It's very complicated. It used to be Ministry of Science and ICT is leading the government budget, policy, and international cooperation. There are multi-ministry involved with it. It's very first beginning, couple of ministry involved with it, but bigger and bigger. Now there is a ministry group leading by, used to be Ministry of Science, MZ. Now it's changing to the Korean Aerospace Administration, which is new organization in government. They are charging of developing all the space program. So now KPS program is under the Korea Aerospace Administration. CASA organizing the ministry group, all the requirement through the CASA, and we just received it and try to apply for our system. And also in CASA, there is the division is called the Satellite Directorate. Under the Satellite Directorate division, there is a Korean Positioning System program. So director in the program has not been nominated yet, so we will have a very new person very soon. This is the kind of management organization. We have another decision-make program. The highest level is the National Space Committee, chaired by the President of Republic of Korea. Under that committee, there is a working committee for industrial development, chaired by Minister of CASA. Under that, there is a GNSS subcommittee, chaired by the Director General of Satellite Directorate. So this subcommittee make a lot of decisions. In our directorate in Kari, we have 4 different division. Program management, system engineering and integration, as normally you know, space segmented development and ground segmented development, and user segment development, all in the Kari, inside of the Kari. This is our objective is providing high precision PNT information required in the era of fourth industrial revolution. Well, actually, the KPS program start from the industrial requirement. As you know, our system is very similar to the QZSS because our territory is very mountainous. And around the half of the population is living around the Seoul and capital of the city. And those people that always experience with the urban valley situations. So particularly when they go into the urban valley, they're always experience with the lack of number of satellite. So in order to solve their problems, that we need something more. And also, the people start to preparing for in the era of first industrial revolution, they started thinking of autonomous ground vehicles and UAM and drones, all that things. They love to implement it in a centimeter level accuracy. Then they request us that at least one satellite supposed to be elevation angle 80 degree or higher in order to have a double difference, so that they think they can use the carrier phase measurement in the even urban valley. So in the cases, we're start thinking of having this regional satellite navigation system. So our goal is developing a construction of a KPS is providing PNT service to meet the various satellite navigation needs. So our program is start from year 2022 until year 2035. Of course, this is our plan. And governing is by the CASA and R&D leading by the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. Our big requirement is GPS complementary system, because the people wants to have a GPS and adopt our system to have more easily to use GPS. And also the system must be compatibility and interoperability satisfied, so that we do not want any harm to the existing systems. Just like other system, we have the same, very similar structure, the space segment, ground segment, and user segment. Space segment consists of 8 satellite, 3 GEO, and 5 IGSO. And ground segment is a little bit looks complicated, but it's almost the same as the other systems. Operation center, satellite control center, antenna stations, monitoring stations, and mission control center. For the space segment, as I already mentioned, 5 IGSO satellite and 3 GEO satellite. All 8 satellite has a navigation payload and the time synchronization payload. The reason why we put the time synchronization payload is we try to POD for the GEO satellite, but it's really hard. So the people involved in project, they try to find out the way to having very nice the POD for GEO satellite. If we eliminate time state, then we can estimate the position of the satellite more precisely. So that's why you start to put it in the time synchronization payload. And also in 3 GEO satellite, 1 GEO satellite, we put the search and rescue payload with return link. And the other 2 satellites, we have the SPAS system already under operation. So 2 SPAS payload will be equipped. As ground segment, it's simple. The monitor station received the signal, GPS, KPS, and Galileo, and send it to the operation center. But not only operation center, but also mission control stations. We have 2 kinds of mission control stations. One is a centimeter level mission control station. The other one is meter level mission control station. As you know, the centimeter level mission control station generate centimeter level correction information, carrier phase measurement correction information. And meter level mission control station, they generate meter level correction information. Those 2 mission control stations generate correction information, send it to the operation center. Operation center get together, generated navigation data, and send it to the satellite control stations. Satellite control stations is send it to the satellite using the KPS antenna stations. We have a couple of services plan. This is our service plan. One is open service, L1C, L2C, and L5 as a complementary signal to GPS, and L6 and S. Actually, we start L6 was only thinking of data link for the, the centimeter level augmentation information broadcasting, since we decided to broadcasting augmentation information through L6, then start asking us to why not to broadcasting range measurement. So finally, we include the L6. And S is a little bit complicated. As you know, Korea has experience with a jamming situation from North Korea. Seoul is very close to the, that happened. And when the jamming happens, cell phone, the base station is not working because those base stations use GPS L1 for the time sources. So we have multiple, backup resilient system, but still they request us something different, something far from the L1 band. That's what we started thinking of using the S. So now it's the S is included in our open service. And SBS service is L1 and L5. Of course, L1 is the correction information broadcasting. L5 for the CCC. For now, Korea, we have a SBS system is called the CAS. CAS using L1 and L5, L5 for the CCC. And for middle level service, start thinking of using the SBS system. I already mentioned that Korea has a lot of urban valleys that we are not able to receive the SBS signals. So in order to broadcast the SBS system using the IGSO satellite so that many people can use the middle level corrections. In addition to it, we correction information of KPS, so the user can use KPS plus the GPS, the correction information. And they broadcasting by the L1C. And centimeter level service, we're making the correction information for GPS and KPS and Galileo, and using the L6 band to broadcast. So user can use it, but they have to equip it with the L6 receivers. And also, the industrial request that the L6 centimeter level service included the integrity informations. For now, we plan to have integrity information included in the centimeter level service. And also, public safety service L6 and S. Is anybody who is an authorized person. And search and rescue service will associate with the Coast Bus asset. If you look at in here, GeoSAR, anybody need rescue, they send the request to rescue using the UHF channel to the one of our geostationary satellite, which is a SAR payload equipped. And the signal send it to the Korean Coast Guard, the rescue headquarters. Then the headquarters generate return link message and send it to the KPS Operations Center. And Operations Center send it the return message through the satellite, and satellite broadcast those messages in L1C. So I heard that actually we did not have this return message, but the U.S. Coast Guard, Rick Hamilton, recommended us to have a return message, so we finally included it in our plan. And emergency warning service is very similar to the QZSS situation, disaster, natural disasters, so many things. But we also included in the the cell phone, when we are not able to use the cell phone. Jamming situation, and we have another experience with fire in the mobile company, mobile company, the building. So at the time, a couple of hours, so many people was not able to use cell phone at the moment. So at that time, the people complained too much to our government. So based on that kind of experience, we started thinking of they include the EWS. So now EWS system is one of our service plan. This is our signal plan. The L1, L2, L5 is GPS complementary signals, so it's the same as GPS. L6 is we're thinking of having the 1278.7. And also S is 2492. Still, this is our plan. We need to negotiate with the EU and Japan for L6. And also we have to ask with the India and China probably. And also L1, L2, L5 is just, we have many times we cooperate with the United States government. So anything we're having the problem, then we respond it as you requested. This is a KPS development plan. Since we started year 2022, we have the designing phases until next year. And we hopefully launch our first satellite by 27 or 28 because we're a little bit behind the schedule. So we try to catch up. And we finish this deployment of the satellite by the year 2035. But this is the first experience with the satellite navigation system, except the SPS system. So we will review our whole plan at the end of year 2028, so that our plan is suitable for the next rest of our plan is suitable or not. Also, we are trying to international cooperation. So the first thing is UNICG. Korea is a member state since the year 2021. When we get into the ICG members, we have a lot of help from the United States. Thanks for your helping. And also, we are going to host ICG 19th next year, year 2025, in Busan. It's a beautiful city in southeast in Korea. So we are welcoming all of you guys if you can participate and you enjoy the very nice weather and a very nice city. And also we hosted ITU Resolution 609 November, the last month, 2024 in Seoul, in white box. And this is the ITU filing, the status. And also in this meeting, we were asked to reduce our L5 powers, 0.3, so we agree with that. So we decided to reduce our signal power, not to having any problem with the other existing signals of L5. Also, we have the contact with the United States about the KPS development. Also, we have a GPS KPS technical working group was established since the year 2023. The first meeting was in Seoul, March 2023. As you can see here, Jeff and Alan, Chris, so many people signed here. And second GPS DWG was in Denver. And third one is the Hawaii this year in April. And fourth one was in the ICG in New Zealand, Wellington, in October. So next one will be probably in Korea in March, around March. So hopefully we have the fifth one successfully. Thank you very much. our material is not much as the Japan's has, because Japan has a lot of work, so we are just beginners. So we try to introduce what the KPS looks like, why we started our system, and what direction we're gonna go. So hopefully this presentation gives you some idea what the KPS looks like. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Matt?
Thanks. I'll ask a similar question to Satoshi about sort of the governance issues. Most of what you presented seems to be just KASA and CARI doing most of the work. How do you get information across government, and how does that? What are your mechanisms for doing that?
Sorry,
for understanding.
I'm not clearly here because
do you want to move forward? Very hard to hear. Move forward, perhaps, so you can hear it. Yeah, how you get. I was asking how you get the understanding of requirements from other ministries and other departments, and how you coordinate that, given that it's CASA and CARI that are the main drivers.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to speak this kind of answers. It's too many requirements. Even the requirements are still coming in. It's everything the requirement is discussed in the ministry group. I'm not involved with it. They discuss about the requirement, basic requirement, and all the requirement through the CASA. So CASA gives us the requirement. Then we try to analyze it, whether it's suitable or not. If there is anything caused by the delay or the cost or some technical dangers, then we respond it. We are not able to accept this at this moment. Then we discuss about whether we're going to take it or not. It takes a lot of times.
Renato?
Thank you, Admiral, for giving me the floor.
We have one more question.
Sorry.
I think he's trying to move so he can hear. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Renato Fila from Croatia. You may probably heard my previous question, so I will ask you practically the same, appreciating your fantastic presentation. Since you are in the process of developing the system, have you already started to make consultations with the potential application developers and operators in order to get their requirements? So how can you manage to include them in the specification of your system?
Well, actually, when we did the feasibility study, we had surveyed a lot of different the field peoples, for example, users, operators, and many ministry governance and industries. We tried to collect as many as we could, but actually, when it started the real program, then it wasn't enough.
Still, do you have any continuous consultations with the potential?
Yes, okay. Yes, we still have it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
JJ?
Dr. Moon, thank you again. It's a very ambitious program, and I do recall how active Korea was in the GNSS community years ago, and then there was a bit of a lull there, and we're very happy to see you back in action with your team. Hopefully you don't have budget issues, because we heard from Allison this morning, even some of the Australian space plans that now have begun to be diminished, and we'll see where the budgets go for all of the nations with similar interests. But my specific technical question is, I was very happy to see your search and rescue payload plans. Mr. Delapino is going to be speaking soon. I'm sure he's going to mention that GPS 3F will have a search and rescue payload provided by Canada that NASA helped to implement. You already mentioned COSPAS RSAT, so I'm assuming that you're going to be doing a bent pipe 406 up, 1544 down. The question is, you know that both Europe and China are doing a return link service. US doesn't have return link service. There's a disparity in what frequency there's return link service is going to be on, because Europe and China have different frequencies for that, right? And we're all trying to work towards interoperability. Maybe that's in the ICG, maybe that's in COSPAS RSAT. But do you have any plans for that form of capability?
Okay, you have two questions. One is what is our budget issues, and second issue is what is the return link center frequencies. Okay, the easiest one is the return link. We broadcast from the satellite to the user as L1, but the link to the 1544 is, I heard that there is some issue with it. So we need to discuss about that matters. We haven't decided anything yet. So we have only candidate. And the hard one is the budget issues. Well, yeah, we do have it. Well, actually, when we did approval from the government of our program, we had 14 years whole program budget. But when we write the proposal, right before we start our program, we realized that there is a new R&D Evolution Act. They said no more than 10 years project is allowed. So we had to cut physically just 7 and 7. Then now we have a problem, the budget issues problems. Actually, the civilian R&D, we are not able to change the budget amount once we have approved. If we have to change the budget, then something's happened. Well, for example, if we have international cooperations, it's very important to our government. Then they started thinking increase the budget. Or something's happened positively, they started thinking of changing the budget. Otherwise, no, it's impossible. So we do have, I think, it's my opinion, it's not official, it's my personal opinion, I think we have budget issues here. Even we're in 7 years, we do have budget issues.
No, understand and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been able to save some time, as I mentioned earlier. Matt's going to give it a go and talk about Galileo now. In his British accent for a unruly colonist.
I've got someone who's got a proper British accent to help me. So yeah, so we put together, actually Ted, we probably should agree. I guess we bought a bit of time, up to 20 minutes to half an hour.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Just make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, so as we've seen, this list is before, we've structured the talk around that, and then we've gone through and deliberately picked publicly available information from Galileo, and we'll cite the sources as we go. So these are the questions, and we've structured along this way. Actually, Sasha noticed this morning, I pasted this from the booklet, and it says 3035. Obviously, that's a typo. It should be 2035. So we need to fix that in the booklet and these presentations. Next slide, thanks. So in terms of the overall program, I went to these slides from ICG 17, which was in Spain in 2023. Unfortunately, the slides, I believe, well, at least for me, the slides are not available yet from ICG 18, which was in Wellington in New Zealand. once they are available, it would be worth revising those if we do need to end up relying on these, although ideally we'd get a new presentation directly from Galileo. So we'll just have to play with that. Next slide, please. So the technical characteristics, I think we're all quite aware of this, the 28 satellites in orbit, and I go into a bit of the launch program later. The program highlights at the time of end of 2023, initial service provision, remarkable performance, strong links with users, market and industry, and Galileo G2G, Galileo second generation development is ongoing, and we have slides on G2G as well, which Terry will talk to. Next, please. One of the big things, of course, that Galileo always highlights is the very good performance on the ranging because of the quality of the clocks that they're flying. And you can see those very good results there, which we can all look at later because these slides will be available. Next slide, please. This is probably a key point to understand for everyone, the Galileo services portfolio. And I've added the green and these lines at the bottom here because we discussed it yesterday that it wasn't exactly clear. What I understand, or what we understand, is that now means it's already available, then means it's being developed in the current Galileo first generation satellites, and next is being developed for the Galileo second generation satellites. It would be good to make sure we're interpreting that correctly from Galileo, but that's how we're reading it and showing it here. So you can see there's the open service with the 3 frequencies, the emergency warning satellite service and the timing service, and also space service volume work is going on in terms of open service. The public regulated service, encrypted, more robust, unlimited and uninterrupted access they talk about. And then the next generation will have further evolutions to the public regulated service. Search and rescue is already in place with the forward link and an acknowledgement return link, which is very powerful, of course. You set off your beacon and it picks it up and it says, we've received your beacon, which is important. For example, in Australia, people wander away from their cars when they're broken down in the outback. If you get a return link saying, we've heard you, you stay with your car and you will be rescued. So that's very important. And then for being developed is remote beacon activation, and then in G2G, two-way communication and distress position sharing, so quite sophisticated search and rescue capabilities as it develops. The high accuracy service we've heard a lot about, and it's already available and delivering, as I understand it from testing in Australia and elsewhere, delivering the accuracy that's stated and is performing very well. The open service navigation message authentication is being developed in Galileo 1G, and that is basically just a navigation message authentication, and then the Galileo G2G will have more of the advanced signal authentication. And it's not actually mentioned here, but it is mentioned later, that they're having both navigation message authentication and ranging authentication, which is, I guess, analogous to Chimera. I'm looking at Logan, but it's on E6, yes. Yeah. And then safety of life contributions, some new stuff being developed there as well. So next slide. I was going to run through these quite quickly, but given we've got a bit more time, we can perhaps slow down a bit. The open service, full operation capability expected in 2025. Search and rescue service, there's a lot of details there, which I won't go into, but it's there. And one, I think, strong feature of Galileo for users is there's always a lot of good information available on the websites about what's happening. Next slide. High accuracy service status, there's quite a bit here. There is a Galileo, it's like an ICD, I guess, a service definition document that's quite detailed that people can access on the web. And these initial targets of 20 to 40 centimetres horizontal and vertical accuracy, I believe they're being achieved even globally already in a lot of cases. and you get better accuracy in Europe where there's an overlay of correction services, I think. Next slide. So yeah, the Open Service Navigation Message Authentication is for spoofing and is what is now being proposed on HARS for GPS. It's the equivalent of being able to look at the navigation message, and that helps you detect the possibility of spoofing. And then the commercial authentication service is actually more full-blown ranging authentication approach, which is, as it's saying there, initial service in 2025, and it's being tested this year. I don't know whether whether Logan has any comments. Perhaps we could talk about that, how well that's going or whatever. Next, please. Safety of life and emergency warning satellite services, I think they're fairly straightforward, what's been happening there. And I'm not experts in that area, so I won't talk to it, except the information is there. Next slide, please. And then, because this is an ICG presentation, there's also the discussions of the Galileo space service volume work, which JJ knows better than me by far, and has been working very closely with Europe and Galileo on the space service volume work. And then one thing to recognise about the UN International Committee presentations is there's like a template. So there's always international cooperation, and you'll notice even Satoshi and Moon had the slide on international cooperation, which is always good to see. It's a nice thing to see. And that's, we'll talk a bit more about that later. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand over to Terry now to talk about Galileo second generation.
If it may seem strange having an Australian talking about Galileo, it's even more strange now having a country excluded from Galileo talking about Galileo. But there we go. So a little bit about Galileo's second generation. The program is ongoing, and we're going to talk about the timelines a little bit later on. But it's all established, legally established. The budgets are all available and approved. It's been operated through a transition and then into a fast track to get the first 12 satellites built and launched and operational. And there's been an extensive amount of R&D taking place within the Horizon programs, funding programs from the European Commission and within ESA through the EGEP program. But we'll cover the timelines a little bit later. Next slide, please. So the procurements that have taken place, many of you, I'm sure, may be aware that contracts have been awarded to 2 companies. So for the first time, splitting the spacecraft manufacturer for the program between 2 companies to give more resilience. So 6 satellites have been contracted from Airbus Defence Systems and 6 satellites from Telespazio Alenia. Thales Alenia, sorry. Those are now being built, so they've been designed and built, and they are slightly different. They're not the same spacecraft. They're slightly different spacecraft architectures that have been designed and built by those 2 different manufacturers. A significant amount of work in terms of the next generation of clocks, and I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later on, and each satellite will carry, I believe, 5 or 6 clocks on the new spacecraft. The new ground segment is contracted and is being designed and built at the moment, and other testing components as part of that as well. Next slide, please. The spacecraft are designed to be launched at 2 at a time. You can see the payload they show down the bottom there. Key characteristics of second generation is flexibility. So new signals, capabilities, and flexibility with those signals, which I'll talk a little bit more on the next slide. Improved signals. Oh, sorry, no. Back, please. I will talk about them on the next slide. The idea is to, I guess, reduce cost and minimize the amount of maintenance that necessary. This by having increased communications, inter-satellite links, as we've talked about, and also ion drive in terms of the satellite maneuvers. The spacecraft will be larger, they'll be heavier, and I guess some of the trade-offs that you have to take place with any satellite program is this is one of the justifications for the ion drive, because it doesn't require the fuel, and therefore the satellites last longer. But I guess a drawback of that is it means your planning for deployment of the spacecraft has to be more advanced, because it may be taking a number of months, and I've seen figures of up to 6 months, to actually reach a final orbital configuration location. Next slide, please. Just, as I say, the key driver has been this flexibility to allow on-satellite changes of the satellite signals to be more responsive. There is always that issue that when you're doing this, maintaining backward compatibility with your existing users, but it provides that flexibility in terms of new signals and in terms of various aspects of that, in terms of the examples being things like the high accuracy service, for example. The idea is to be more responsive to, as the market and users' requirements develop, that the space constellation can adapt to that and be responsive in the future. I won't cover the graphs on the bottom. Next slide, please. And complementary activity to that is the LEO PNT activity. Now, this is part of the program called FutureNav within ESA, which we've heard about before in previous meetings. The total funding for FutureNav is of the order of 233 million euro, I understand. A large portion of that has gone into the LEO PNT demonstration programs. The other portion of it is for a program we've called Genesis, which is looking at more of the advanced geodetic aspects of PNT in the future. But a large portion of the money is going towards LEO PNT. Initial studies looking at different types of use. So are you just dealing with signals of opportunity? Are you doing complementary signals alongside communications aspects? Or are you building dedicated PNT? And the programs that are moving forward in terms of the two demonstration programs, each funded at around about 78 million euro each. 2 contracts have been awarded, and they've been awarded to GMV and OHB on one hand, and again, Thales Alenia on the other hand, in terms of those 2 programs that have been built. Each will launch a number of satellites, and it is, as I say, it says demonstrations. The target date deployment of those, I think it's just gone out of my head, but it's at the order of 27, I think, 2027. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll hand back to Matt.
You'll notice, just for the record, to make sure we're clear, some of these G2G satellite slides come from Jörg Hahn's presentation in 22 to ICG. There wasn't a G2G presentation. I don't know whether there's a newer presentation. I would say there is. So again, just take that as a caveat that G2G would be evolving potentially, and there may be newer slides. So this, just for completeness, is in there. I won't speak to these because they're quite detailed, but it just talks about how the incremental build-up of the different services between Galileo 1 first generation and G2G, etc. So that's the overall service increment. And then there's a second slide, next slide please, which runs through the rest of the services and where they fit. So that's there for completeness. Next slide, please. So this is just going through information I got from the web on different launches, etc., but just to give people an idea. So the Galileo first generation satellite was launched in 2003. Sorry, the first stage was officially agreed. The first test satellite was launched in 2005. And then 6 years later, the IOV satellites went up. 3 years after that, they started to launch the actual operational/production satellites, if you like. And you may recall that 5th and 6th satellites went into those anomalous orbits. So then I believe there was a review, and then by 2015, they were starting to relaunch again. So the 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th in 2015, the 11th and 12th in 2016, and then in 2016 and 2017, they started the 4 satellites at a time launch on Ariane 5. John.
Just to emphasize, E5A is equivalent to the GPS L5 signal for those of you who aren't familiar with it.
Yes. Yeah. So, so basically, those 3 launches at the end there doubled the constellation with 12 satellites in 3 launches, which was I remember being very impressed at the time. And then there was the handover in 2017 from ESA to the Galileo Supervisory Authority, as it was then. It's now EU SPA. And the most recent launch was just in September on with 2 satellites on SpaceX, just for completeness. And yeah, the E5 side of things, so John Betts wanted to make sure that we had this aspect covered in terms of deployment of E5. E5A was always in the original design of Galileo, and so the deployment schedule is effectively the launch schedule, although the draft ICD was back in 2006, and then the ICD developed, and the current one was published in November 23. So that just gives you an idea of the speed of the program and the speed of deployment of E5 in relation, for example, to compare with GPS. Next slide, please. And this is just, Terry actually showed this slide before. This is from your Hans presentation as well, but I've just extracted, as the previous slide, some dot points there. So for G2G, procurement started in 2020, first satellite going up in 2025, and full operational capability 6 years later, which again is quite impressive, I think, in terms of timing. Next, please. And this is just a summary slide, which I won't read, from Jorg's presentation at the end of his Galileo G2G slides, just saying where things are at. Next, please. So in terms of program, so that's the technical characteristics. Moving on to program history and costs. I believe when Galileo was first floated, they talked about a €4 billion program. I've seen quite a few places state that it's been about 10 billion for the first generation, which is 10.6 billion US dollars. It's the euro and the dollar are quite close, so you can, when you see euros, you're in an order of magnitude US dollars. These are some figures that Terry extracted about the most recent contracts on Galileo second generation, and that the actual satellites, the 12 satellites for 1.47 billion works out with the exchange rate at 129 million US dollars per satellite, which includes the non-recurring costs. Nicole sent an email out yesterday that talked about Lockheed. I think it was a number that works out for the 22 satellites for Block 3F at 327 million US dollars per satellite. Sorry?
Sorry, that's if you buy one. If you order more than one, the drop goes down. So there's a quantity piece there.
It was a number in billions, and I divided it by 22 to get that number. So yeah.
We try not to buy one.
Yeah, true. But in terms of comparing it to this number from Galileo, that was a sort of order of magnitude type comparison. I don't know whether John wants to comment on that. I think that's what we were proposing to say. And I think Terry's mentioned these 200 million euros for the ground segment for G2G. It's probably not as comprehensive as OCX, but in terms of a comparable activity, that's the sort of thing it is. And then cybersecurity aspects, 60 million euros. So they're just an idea of recent costs within the Galileo program. Next slide, please. So organisation, next slide. A key difference I think we're all aware of with Galileo is that it's a civil program, not under a Department of Defence. Within the European Commission, it's, we think controlled in an office within the Transport Directorate, but that's off the top of my head. I think that's right. The program itself is owned by the European Union, hence Terry's comment about Brexit. And the European Commission, which is, if you like, is the government of the European Union, processes with departments, etc., has the overall responsibility for the program, managing and overseeing the implementation of all activities on behalf of the EU. Galileo's design and system evolution has been developed by the European Space Agency over the years, and that continues for the technical development of the infrastructure. But the European Commission has delegated the actual operational management to EU SPA, which used to be the Galileo Supervisory Authority, GSA. But it's evolved into this EU SPA, which also handles Earth observation and satellite communications. I think a thing to understand there, I guess, is that European Space Agency has more than the EU member nations in it. And so to run an EU program, you need an agency that is only the EU. And that's what this EU Space Program Agency is, sort of my rough understanding of the way Europe works. So it's responsible for the deployment, maintenance, and minor evolutions of the Galileo system. Major things like the redesign and Galileo G2G goes back to ESA, hence Jorg's slides from ESA were the G2G slides. And that oversees how the Galileo infrastructure is used, ensuring that Galileo services are delivered within the defined performance and without interruption. I've taken that from, I believe, an EU website. Next slide, please. The operating model, and this is, I think, our last slide, but it's in the headings we had in the questions. And these points, up till now, we've tried to put published slides, published stuff on websites. This is actually my words, which we discussed in the subcommittee yesterday. But just to be clear, these are not Galileo's answers to these questions. My take on the terms engagement of civil users is that Galileo's always been very strong in this regard, and I interpret that as they knew from day one that they needed to compete with GPS and be real and make the case and have a lot of outreach, working with users and equipment suppliers. And certainly in Australia, we started to talk about multi-GNSS when Galileo came along. Not so much when GLONASS came along. I think it's probably a way to think of this. Galileo was a strong and active founding member of UNICG. I was there when it was founded, so I know that for sure. And there's many active international outreach activities, including in developing countries. We had a question around, or a point around legal requirements for adoption. My comment there is I don't think there's that many legal enticements that says thou shalt use Galileo, compared to, say, Russia and China may have such requirements. I should have also mentioned Renato is speaking tomorrow on his Croatia report, but he's now on a committee of the program, Galileo, and we'll have some other update information which will also contribute into our discussions. So yeah, I would characterise it, personally characterise the approach as, I think they've always tried to have Galileo be on its own merit, not forcing people to use it, but being so good that you'd want to use it. It's kind of my interpretation of it. Areas for synergy and cooperation, this is obviously very strong. There's been a long, and Jeff from State Department can tell us more about that if needed, but there's been a long and ongoing working groups, bilateral cooperation, strong cooperation together within ICG. And in fact, JJ, when he was asking about this, one of the reasons that was given by Galileo was that there are current discussions for a next level of cooperation, and they'd prefer for that to pan out a bit more before they came to speak to the board, which hopefully is right, and they will come to speak to the next meeting. But that's just a statement indicating how closely the cooperation is. And I think that's it. Sarah, is it? Next slide. Is that it?
So on that note, Matt, I received several messages while you were speaking because we're live streamed, right? And the EC and ESA were asking me why the Galileo briefing was being done by Australia and the UK.
Who is
so
asking?
I responded, be here next time then.
Who was
and I'm kidding.
Good job. I do have a stint, you know, JJ.
You did a wonderful job, and I'm sure they're going to be quite pleased with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
I don't know whether we want to have any discussion now.
Comments, discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the commercial authentication service, the ranging authentication capability, lives on the E6 signal. And correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but in the U.S., you're not allowed to receive the E6 signal. You're allowed to do any of the E1 stuff, but not E6. Is that still the current case?
Yes, Logan. So when Galileo was authorized by the FCC, it was only E1 and E5, not E6.
Okay, so if you want to use this feature, you can't be in the United States. Okay.
As I've raised many times in this board, the high accuracy service is also on E6. So strictly speaking, US surveyors can't use the Galileo high accuracy service, but we'll see.
I think they put it on the internet now, just as we've proposed for HARS.
Pardon?
I think the high accuracy service is now available over the internet.
Sorry,
just
you're
as
right.
we've proposed for HARS. We
it always
proposed
has
that
been.
to Galileo and they adopted it.
Yeah, in terms of broadcast directly into the receiver, it comes through E6.
So we have to remember, you know, that radio navigation satellite service, we had all these broadcasts going on, and the FCC, as the U.S. regulator, is the one who stepped in and said that we have authorization over that, and they were the ones. So wasn't that these systems had an issue broadcasting and us processing? It was the fact that the U.S. regulators stepped in, and you know, L6 is still a big question mark right now, as we know.
And my understanding, again, I'm looking at Karen, but it was big. The E1, E5 was that the services only of GPS doesn't have an L6. It's kind of the services offered currently by GPS were on L1 and L5. So.
Frank?
Another question. Can you go back to the HAS accuracy that you showed and say under what conditions was that achieved? Because I noticed there's something like 20 centimeters or something like that, and I've often seen this, and it's often a survey receiver with a choke ring antenna that's stationary for an hour, and then they get 20 centimeters. And I actually asked somebody who did a test like that, I said, can you think of any application where somebody would actually do that? And they were like, no, I actually can't think of an application. We're just scientists. We just do the test. So I kind of like to propose that if you're going to say accuracy, to say the conditions under which it was achieved. Like, can somebody achieve 20 centimeters when they're moving? Does it need a choke ring antenna? Is it in the open sky or in a city? There's all these things which make much more difference to the accuracy than the signal itself.
I guess a simple-ish answer to that is it's carrier-based PPP, so it's a carrier phase receiver, which tends to be a survey-grade receiver. So
yeah,
I
and if
would
you say
think
PPP,
these results are using a survey-grade.
There's usually a convergence time, and the tests are usually done with stationary receivers.
Yes.
Which I don't know, can anyone
There
say they use a receiver that's stationary for like tens of minutes?
I believe this.
Yeah?
I believe the service definition document does go into some of that detail, Frank. That's that link there that would tell you more about those. When they say that this is what they really mean, there would be more detail there.
Okay.
In that service definition document. But by the way, it says on the bottom there that Google's signed up.
Increasing demand. Yeah, but those companies, I mean, there's just a huge variety of companies down there. So Trimble will make a receiver with a choke ring antenna that'll cost $16,000 and maybe get 20 centimeters, and then U-Blocks will make something that goes in a car, and so to
My understanding is
without a qualification, I think is
my understanding is
not very
there's like a
scientific.
40 station network that generates the PPP, and to get 20 centimeters from that type of station network globally, you would need dual frequency carrier phase receiver, would be my interpretation of those numbers.
Do you have a comment, Brad?
It's just that an excellent issue is being raised. Independent test agency does not exist for international satellites that I know of. And historically, if you really want to find out what the comparison is, you have to carefully define everything, and furthermore, generally you're better off without an advocate or someone who has a vested interest in the result, publishing or analyzing the result. It's too prone to mischief, throwing out data and all the rest of it. So, yeah, but nonetheless, it's a start. And the thing that goes on in this country, of course, is our accuracy is independently assessed by DOT. You publish a report, I believe, each year that shows the accuracy of, I don't know, 30 stations around the United States by months and by statistic. And
that would be pseudo range. That would be.
Yeah.
WAS-like.
It's carrier-aided
WAS-like
pseudo.
information.
It's carrier-aided pseudo range, both with and without WAS.
Okay, right.
So if you go into the report,
All I'm saying is it's a navigation as opposed to survey, if you like.
Yeah. I guess I'm not making it clear. What I'm saying is the antenna on the receiver has more of an effect on those kind of numbers than anything that's happening in space.
Yes.
And so any accuracy number should include the hardware that it was measured with, else I think doesn't mean very much. That's all. Sorry.
Yeah, I think in fairness, this slide should be interpreted as the targets were 20 to 40 centimetres and it's being achieved as defined in that service definition document would be the way I would interpret that.
I think the way they attempt to do it at DOT is signal and space accuracy, but exactly how they do that, I don't know. The implication would be somehow they exclude multipath or have an antenna that would do that somehow they exclude the tropospheric error if that is a significant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, maybe this is a thing for discussion, but it's like one of the benefits of L5 is that it's much more robust to multipath. So if you go and, so it's a difficult thing to say how to do it right. But, like if you, for example, suppose you did an analysis by excluding multipath, you might come to the conclusion that L5 is no different from L1, when in fact it's 10 times better because of the correlation peak being so much sharper. So it's just, these are difficult things to do. I'm not saying there's an obvious right way, but it needs caveats and qualifications, not just a number, I think.
Okay. Thanks for taking a stab at this, Matt. We appreciate it. And maybe next year we'll have somebody show up. Karen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just going back to Brad's comment about the performance report. So those are actually from our FAA Tech Center. So they're quarterly, so you can actually go online but they're measured against the SPS performance standard, and then FAA also produces them for WAS as well.
Thanks, Karen. Well, let me congratulate everybody for the. Oh, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
I was just going to say, hopefully I'll be allowed back into Europe next time I want to go there on holiday.
This is the first day where we finished the morning and the afternoon pretty much on time. We have one more presentation, and thank you all for economizing your presentations so far so we could make time for Cordell, you're up.
Okay, good afternoon. Last brief for the day. We'll talk about US GPS. Thanks to the co-chairs. Thanks to the advisory board for inviting me. I'd like to introduce my deputy sitting in the back there, Ms. Charlotte Gearhart. She's my new deputy as of this month. Barbara Baker has gone on to work on the Space Systems Command staff in the Acquisition Directorate. Okay, give me the next slide. Here's what I'll talk about today. I'm going to talk a little bit about how, in my portfolio, how the military SATCOM enterprise is driving a lot of strategic thought of how we're changing the constellation, which will apply to PNT. Talk about some of our future investments for modernization. I'll talk about a program called Resilient GPS, which is a quick start, which I'll describe. And then what's coming next? After the programs of record, what is coming next for US GPS? All right, slide. So this is my organization. It's Milcom and PNT. These are the two foundational capabilities for the military over the past 50 years that have been integrated into all the different domains, the terrestrial domain, the maritime domain, the airborne domain, to really allow the projection of power, maneuver of forces, engagement with precision. Very focused on the threat, near-term threat, and a lot of our modernization is going to be driven by establishing that layered defense to counter the evolving threat. Slide. This is my portfolio, quick snapshot. That's my budget, my lower left there in FY25. It's been pretty stable. Across the FIDEP, between $20 and $23 billion. I've got 32 active ACAT programs. We fly 30 to 31 PNT satellites. I think the number's 30 as of today. Fly another 37 MIL-SATCOM satellites. AAHF is the current strategic backbone. That's the NC3 nuclear hardened capability that allows presidential command and control. That's the system that we are starting to disaggregate into a strategic and a tactical, and you'll see something similar for PNT. Any given time, we've got 28 satellites in different phases of development, both in PNT and in MIL-SATCOM. Then we also take care of the ground and then all the user equipment. All right, slide. So, good discussion on defining the configuration for our accuracy. So I'll take that action, but this is a slide that gets briefed to me like every single month from our ops group, and we report this up to the Air Force Space Force chain. There's our 36 satellites. We have 30 set healthy. Baseline capability for our worldwide capability for like MCODE is 24 satellites. We currently have 25 on orbit. We're going to launch another one over the next month. And then there's our average, best, and worst case in terms of accuracy. We talk about the gold standard. There's some metrics that we track. In addition to accuracy, we track reliability and availability. We carry 4 nines on that metric. System integrity, it's like point, and you add like 8 or 9 zeros after it in terms of the integrity of the solution. And then we have a continuity. We have a master control station at Schriever and an alternate master control station at Vandenberg. And we put a lot of energy and effort to make sure that we can activate, deactivate, and practice that transition from our primary to our backup. And we do that quite proficiently. In terms of the trusted signal, US GPS, I know there's a lot of comparisons we've talked about today, but in terms of human worldwide flight, US GPS is the only system that's certified by the FAA for that mission. It's really because of those 4 metrics we talk about. Okay, slide. I'm going to spend some time on this slide. This is our enterprise modernization roadmap starting from the early days up until where we are today. The systems in blue are the current programs that are funded. And that's what I consider my PNT programs of record. 3 swim lanes, space segment, ground control segment, and the user segment. And it all has to be synchronized to provide that worldwide capability. And the capability thread that we're measuring today is the anti-jam capability. So starting that top swim lane, those are the GPS 3s, space vehicles 1 through 10. We've launched 6. 7, 8, 9, and 10 are scheduled to launch within the next 12 to 14 months. Currently in storage. They were available for launch like multiple years ago, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But with the stand-up of the Space Force and the focus on resiliency across all of our other mission areas and establishing an offensive and defensive capability for space, those new classified capabilities have gotten the priority on the launch pad. Right. We launch off the West Coast, we launch off the East Coast, and when those classified missions are available, they move to the top of the line. So that's where we are, but we're at the point now where we're planning to launch the next 4 GPS-3s over the next 12 to 14 months. That RGBS program, I got a slide dedicated on that, but that's the first phase of a PNT disaggregation of capability, so I'll talk about that one specifically when I get to that slide, which leaves us with what we have right now in production. Those are the GPS-3Fs. We talked about the search and rescue payload. It's got that laser retroreflector. It carries an NDS payload. And then it has the next generation of anti-jam, which is regional military protection. So in the MIL-SATCOM mission area, there's various anti-jam techniques, and the one we are implementing for MIL-SATCOM is frequency hopping. Especially in wideband, we have a protected tactical waveform, and it's going to frequency hop, much like the tactical line of sight. But for PNT, it's all in L-band. Right, so no frequency hopping, it's power against power with SERPA antennas. So GPS-3 with a bump in power over Y code, and RMP, spot beam, concentrated, even more power. And that's what gets us into proximity of jammer operations, keeps the INS disciplined, so that when you fire a PGM weapon and you've lost GPS, that INS is disciplined to finish the kill chain. So on the space segment side, that's the background. That's where we are today on the 3Fs. In terms of the contract cost, that is a fixed price contract. There is a pricing table. Price varies based on the number that you buy. If you buy one off that fixed price pricing table, it's around $350 million a space vehicle. We try not to do that. When you buy two, you save $100 million. The cost is about $250 million per vehicle. All right, I'm gonna move on to the middle swim lane. So that's the control segment. And the program we've been working on is OCX. So block 1 enabled block 0 enabled the launch, which we use now to launch the GPS-3s. Block 1 and 2, that's where we are today. We are finishing development on OCX block 1 and 2. We've been through FQT. We got a pass rate of about 95% in FQT. Based on that pass rate, we've started testing with operators in our government-led inter-segment testing. We started that last month. We've been through the first phase. 100% success on all the test conditions. There are no blocking DRs. We'll start the second phase in January. The DD-250 for the contract is scheduled for the March-April timeframe. That's to pick up that final 5 to 6% of the requirements, and that's really to pick up all the functionality at the alternate master control station down in Vandenberg. So that's where OCX is. The last acquisition program baseline milestone, my last APB milestone for OCX is the RTO milestone, which stands for Ready to Transition to Operations. That's where I, as the PO, certified that it has met all the performance requirements, it's met all the DT requirements, TOs are ready, documentation's ready, it is ready for operations to take and transition into operations to conduct dedicated operational tests. That RTO event, we are driving towards a June, July date for that. So that's OCX. And then the bottom is the user segment. I've got two programs. There's the MGUE, Military GPS User Equipment Increment 1. That's the 45 nanometer chip. That's on its final leg of testing. It's in its last year of funding. So MGUE Increment 1, that's the 45 nanometer chip. That's the M code capable that will be installed on the 3 elite platforms for the Navy. That's the Navy destroyer, the DDG. We certified that configuration in September. There's the ground configuration. That's for the Humvees and the Marine Corps Joint Light Tactical Vehicle. We certified that 2 years ago. So those two elements are ready for operational integration. The final is the airborne lead platform. The lead platform, as of today, is an Army UAV. It is an MQ-1 variant called the Gray Eagle. We start flight testing on the Gray Eagle in the February-March timeframe. That is the last APB milestone. on the MGUE Increment 1 program, and the plan is that we will finish the MGUE Increment 1 program in calendar year 2025. Which leaves us with the MGUE Increment 2 program. That's the low swap 14 nanometer chip, really designed for a dismounted user with a handheld device. And that handheld device has to have like a 14 to 15 on time. And it's also will be utilized for like a precision guided munition, which doesn't have the real estate for the bigger chip. That program has just passed its major risk reduction milestone. MGU Increment is a program that also suffered like a multi-year delay. And that delay is really due to the fact that within the Air Force Space Force, we signed up to develop an ASIC chip. I've been the PO for these programs for the past 5 years. I am moving the Space Force out of chip development to focus on our wheelhouse, which is really satellite capabilities and signals in space. But MGE program, we have to finish it. We did a lot of risk reduction with simulators and doing a detailed 100% design review to ensure that when the chip is designed and it goes to global foundries for fabrication, I mean, you get one shot at that. That's what we learned on Increment 1. You design a chip, send that chip to the foundry, and if it doesn't work, you've lost 2 years. Because you got to redesign it, you got to get back in line, you got to go back to global foundry. What I'm sharing with you is that as of like 2 weeks ago, we have a vendor for Increment 2 that has successfully been through the foundry. We got the chip back, and it is functioning. 2 weeks ago, we had for those of you who are familiar with the contractual DD-250 sign-off criteria, they're called the major audits, called the functional configuration audit. We held the functional configuration audit for the MGUE Increment 2 ASIC MSI chip, and it passed the functional configuration audit. There's a major risk reduction milestone. What's left in front of us in Increment 2 is now the chip is functioning, load it up with the software, and then complete the functionality. And we'll do that over the next 2 years. So those are the 3 swim lanes for GPS modernization. And I'll highlight that because what's in blue is what's funded today. And with this body and all of the other alternate, augmented, international, other commercial opportunities, that's where we are in the Space Force design process. We are currently working with Space Warfighting Analysis Center, who are briefing out their force design, like as of this month, as to what's coming after GPS 3F. And they're going to take into consideration this resiliency piece, alternate phenomenologies, thickening the architecture, leveraging all of the commercial investments in both PNT and in COM, the proliferation on the commercial side in P-LEO. How can we leverage that P-LEO architecture to augment PNT and to augment our own COM? And so this is where we are in terms of understanding the next generation of PNT for the DoD. And for the PNT Advisory Board, I encourage this board, once the force design are briefed out and approved from the Space Force, usually the SWAC, Dr. Voss, offers an open session to industry to talk about what's coming next, but that's where we are in the Space Force DoD process about what's coming next, because these are the funded programs of record, and we're doing a lot of prototyping, experimentation, studies, modeling, and SIM to define what goes into the 26 and 27 budgets. Okay, so that's where we are, and you will see our initial thinking when we submit our budget for 26 and 27. Okay, slide. I put this slide in here because we got a lot of questions about L5. I think all these dates we talked about earlier today, but these are the dates we're working towards. For the space side, 18 L5 vehicles between the 2Fs and the GPS 3s. I talked about we're going to launch the 4 remaining GPS 3s in the next 12 to 18 months, and then we have an FOC which gets us to 24 by FY29. You need OCX Block 1 for that IOC, and then we have an OCX 3F, that's what comes after the baseline OCX program to marry up with FY 2029, and then we'll support all the testing required for the civil terminals. Okay, slide. This is an unclassified slide we call the bullseye chart. I mean, this is the fundamental military capability we are chasing in both SATCOM and in PNT. It's to get into the inner rings of the jamming bullseye. So unclassified slide today, without any space vehicle anti-jamming capability, jammers are pushing operations out to the range of the jammer. And then you bring in the initial M code, you get closer, then you bring in GPS 3 M code, and you start to get to within that window that when a weapon gets released, the integrated INS can take you the rest of the way. But to get there, I mean, we have a lot of discussion with our INS counterparts, with the terminal counterparts in the Space Force and the Air Force. In fact, last month, the DoD, Dr. LaPlante, our DAE, established a new program office in the Air Force called the M-Code Aviation Receiver Enterprise Program. It's called the MARE program. And that is a ACAT 1D program. And the PO is Miss Leah Kirkwood from the Air Force out of Hanscom. And she has now all of the aviation receiver programs to include things like the MAGR 2K, all the software-defined radio efforts like the REGI. The next generation architecture is going to depend on a hybrid terminal that can do multi-waveforms, all the MGNSS, and even do comm and be integrated into the cockpit. So all those things taken together, she owns now, but this is conceptually why we are driving towards finishing GPS 3, finishing the M-Code solution, and getting RMP out on the street. And there's a similar bullseye for the MilSatCom piece as well. Okay, slide. Today's architecture is an architecture that fundamentally can't defend itself. So in the peacetime era, prior to the stand-up of the Space Force, our critical metric for the business case was mass to orbit. If a launch is going to cost over $100 million, and we're not worried about a threat, then we load it up as much capability as we can per vehicle. And what we have is an architecture that can defend itself, and it consists of high-value targets, especially at GEO. So since the Space Force was established 5 years ago in 2019, our budget in 2019, the Space Force budget when we separated from the Air Force, our budget was around $14 billion. Our FY25 budget request was around 29, so it doubled. But I was at the AFA convention, and I heard Secretary Kendall make that statement right there, that even with the doubling of the budget since 2019, the space capabilities are so fundamentally integrated into everything we do in the DoD. He said he'd like to see the Space Force budget grow another $30 billion. So that's like doubling it from what we are today. Much of that is going to deliver the kinds of capabilities we talked about here. What is resilience? What can be protected? And how can we survive when our system is under attack? For those of you who have heard General Saltzman, our CSO, and General Gutlein, our Vice CSO, talk about this concept for space warfighting capabilities, and they describe it as competitive endurance. They highlight three pieces of it. So first is that from a Space Force perspective, you got to deny surprise for space. You think about the amount of ISR we have today for just deny surprise for things like missile warning, and our chief and our vice are talking about a deny surprise for space. The second leg is prevent first mover advantage. Any fight I've ever been in, you got to absorb a punch, right? I mean, so that's why we're talking about thickening the architecture, and the final leg of that is you got to win the counter space battle. Those are the types of capabilities that we're talking about there in the bang box. Okay, slide. Which brings us to this program. We're calling it Resilient GPS. It's the first phase of disaggregation in PNT. We utilized a special congressional provision in the FY24 budget. It's called the Quick Start Authority, which means that if we're under CR, like we are, and you have and the Department of Defense has an initiative that's urgent and compelling enough that we want to start it prior to the establishment of the budget being released under CR, the Quick Start Authority allows the Department of Defense up to $100 million per fiscal year to start new work prior to the budget being enacted. So this was an effort looking at all the threat data. There were a couple of pretty significant force design and studies, one done by the Space Warfighting Analysis Center, one accomplished by the Defense Science Board, that says proliferation in LEO is important for resiliency. Proliferation in MEO was important for resiliency. So we got authorized $40 million in FY24 to start this program. Got approved by the Secretary of the Air Force, got approved by the SecDef, we notified the Hill. We got that authorization like back in March. In September, we awarded 4 contracts. Those 4 contracts will get us to it's like an initial design review, like a PDR. The 4 contractors are Astranis, Axient, L3 Harris, and Sierra Space. A combination of traditional and non-traditionals. Really looking at how to disaggregate a minimum viable product for resiliency. So it's going to provide YMCA, Y code, M code, and CA code. There's trade space in which if a vendor can convince us they can deliver like L5 at low risk to meet our schedule, because our schedule is you got to launch by 2028. And then we gave them a cost target of between $50 and $80 million. So we awarded those 4 contracts. They're off and running. We have budget requested on the Hill to continue this work in 25. And then the Space Force and Air Force will decide how much funding we're going to get in 2026 and out. So that's the first piece of it. It's called RGPS. Okay, slide. So in addition to resiliency, we're going to fight it in coalition. I really like what I consider the augmented capability you saw today from Japan and from Korea, in which they are implementing solutions in GEO. We have our own experiment in GEO called NTS-3. Our MGUE increment 2, that baseline incorporates US GPS, Galileo, QZSS, and then an Army backup system. So we have the infrastructure in place for the receivers. And so partnering with our international partners going to GEO, I'll look forward to testing our receivers with your capabilities. But when I also meet my international counterparts, one thing I emphasize is the importance of being part of the anti-jam network. If we're going to fight around the world and we're going to experience jamming together, M-Code is the jammer solution that's being implemented by the US DoD going into all of our platforms, and we're encouraging our international partners to implement M-Code receivers in that environment as well. As of today, we have 400 active FMS cases with over 50 nations, and then we have the initial orders for over 40,000 M-Code receivers. Okay, slide. In addition to international, we got to talk about leveraging everything commercial that we can. So that's General Saltzman. He signed out a commercial space strategy. Right? These are the tenets that it's got to be collaborative transparency, and I'll talk a little bit how we're doing that with prototyping money. We got to understand what the capabilities are and what the limitations are, because we are interested in fielding fast at low risk. How do we integrate all these new commercial solutions? We got to be backward compatible with terminals, but what's coming next on the terminal solution, how we integrate that into operations is very important. Low NRE and risk is what's going to prevail as we select commercial partners for the next generation of PNT. And then we talked a lot about ensuring there's a future workforce to do this, and we're all on board with supporting the education efforts. Okay, slide. So these next two slides cover how we are thinking about moving beyond where we are today with the funded programs. So we work a lot with AFRL, Air Force Research Lab, with their own subset of PNT science and technology initiatives. And in addition, within the SpaceWorks, AFWorks construct, that's a program where, depending on the maturity, either we as the DoD will kick in all the money to get them started, and as they mature, we'll match their funds. So as a PO, I'll put in $1, the industry partner puts in $1, and then SpaceWorks AFWorks puts in matching funds. But 2 years ago, when we started this effort, we held a reverse industry day. So most industry days, we bring in industry and we say, okay, here's our final budget for FY25. These are the contracts we're about to award, and we put industry on notice to be on the lookout for new work. A reverse industry day is, here's the problem that we have. These are the capabilities we need, and come and pitch us your idea. So 2 years ago, I held one for alternate PNT. These were the 6 focus areas, and we talked about almost all of these today. One of the focus areas were like non-RF PNT. That's for resiliency. That's for diversification of the signal. Okay, alternate space-based PNT, other than US GPS. Fusing other sources. PNT insurance and integrity for the signal. Talked about PNT situation and awareness. I'm a big supporter of this initiative. We awarded, I think, 3 of those efforts for space situation awareness. And then, like Karen, we started funding our own innovation center to actually do the end-to-end testing for all these new concepts. We had that reverse industry day 2 years ago. We had 122 responses come in. And of those 122 responses, we awarded 20 at about $2 million apiece. So as of today, we awarded 20 efforts. They've been on contract now for about 8 months. And a subset of these, not all of them, but I think it's important just to cast a wide net. A subset of these will mature to the next phase and will form the basis of our next investments beyond GPS-3, beyond OCX, beyond MGOE. Next slide. This is the process slide. So in 2023, I did one for alternate PNT. In this year, 2024, I did the same thing for MilSatcom. But in 2025, I'm going back to PNT. I plan on alternating these reverse industry days and these data calls with industry every other year. 1 year a PNT focused theme, 1 year a MilSatcom focused theme. The intent is, at the end of the year, because the AFWorks Space Force process kicks off in the first quarter of the fiscal year. So in the August-September timeframe, we're going to conduct those reverse industry days. We're going to gather the solutions. We're going to assess the proposals. We're going to ask for proposals like in the January timeframe. We're going to look at those proposals, and the plan is we award by the 3rd quarter. So there is another round of potentially 20 or so efforts at $2 million apiece coming to define the next phase of augmented or alternative PNT beyond what we've currently funded today. Okay, so covered a lot in those 20 minutes. That's my last slide. Next slide, please. Talked about where we came from, talked about what's funded, talked about modernization, talked about our schedule, talked about how we're closing programs in FY25, talked about how we're considering international, commercial, and new concepts for the next generation. That's where we are. We'll have a better update for you next year. Okay, so that concludes my briefing. I'll take your questions.
Thank you. Dana?
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to our world.
Mine is blinking also. Pardon me?
There.
Thank you. Good job. You do a great job of talking, I tell you. But there's something that really bothers me. You know me, I always throw a big one at you. I don't sense toughening in you've talked about the M code and the M code chip. Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Not as massively as you might like, or I might like. But nowhere do I see a focused effort on really putting together the tough military or civilian prototype, perhaps, receiver. Here I'm thinking of 19-element antennas, deep, deep nulls, the ability to kill not only spoofer, but jammers, energies as well. I heard one thing that I found very fascinating, and I tend to agree with where you're going, and that is it sounds like the user equipment is finally going to go back to Hanscom. It always belonged up there, but in the early days, we knew they didn't know enough to produce anything. But here, 40 or 50 years later, it sounds like it's migrated. Did I get that right?
Okay. Couple things. So let me talk about the user equipment first. In the future, that ACAT 1D program office is going to be responsible for all the various hybrid type terminals that will incorporate, integrate, and fuse all the different hybrid signals potentially coming in from PNT. In terms of the toughening, our response is really threat-based, and starts with how is our overarching current space architecture? Which nodes are the most vulnerable? How do we protect and defend those? Which other nodes have some elements of resiliency just by, we have an anti-jam solution that's funded. We're funding a separate layer for resiliency that's funded. So from a Space Force perspective, the toughening of the overall architecture comes down to the trade in terms of investing in offensive, defensive capabilities. Which nodes do we protect? Which nodes do we defend? And which nodes are we going to take some risk on with other solutions? And that's probably the best answer I have for you on the toughening. I think when you see the results of the force design and what makes it above the cut line for my mission area, MOSATCOM and PNT, in 26 and 27, that's going to drive how we respond to the threats as we know them. I mean, that's my bet for the protect, toughen, augment. The protect and toughen for us is what's the threat we're responding to, and then how do we want to persecute and win the counter space war, which you need COM and you need PNT functioning in parallel for all that. That's probably my best answer for you.
Yeah, I don't think you're the right person. I'm not criticizing you, because I think what has now happened is the responsibility for the toughening of the receiver, which you're not, as I understand it, talking about. You're talking about your assets, which are the space assets, but the toughening of the receiver is now emigrated, it sounds like, to Hanscom. So presumably, if I asked the question to the right person, it would be someone at Hanscom saying, what are you doing to really toughen the receivers back up to what we demonstrated 45 years ago?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's what that new program office and PO has been stood up to take on.
Well, that sounds like good news to me. But again, what I will say is, if you don't look at a total system solution, and I'm much deeper than simply sticking an inertial next to a GPS. I'm talking deep integration. I'm talking multi-element antennas. The control theory people know what I'm talking about. Most other people, we suddenly get into garbage alphabet soup. But what I'm saying is, I'm hoping that somewhere at Hanscom, there's someone that understands toughening what it really can mean to a GPS receiver.
Yeah.
And and one other.
Okay.
When you mentioned using the Japanese and other systems, loud applause. What about using our own L5? Is the military going to use our L5?
So the MGUE Increment 2 baseline is to utilize the U.S. military signal with the crypto associated with that. If U.S. GPS, the encrypted signal is unavailable for whatever reason, it's going to fall back to the coalition partner signal, which is Galileo, or right now, Galileo and QZSS in the baseline. And if those aren't available, the tertiary fallback are the commercial backbone, and there's an alternate thing. There's an alternate capability that we're working with the Army. So to answer your question, if U.S. GPS is available, U.S. GPS military will always use the military codes. All right, sir.
Questions, comments? Mine's live. Oh, did you have? I'm sorry.
Some of the microphones.
No, I think it's battery.
Oh, gotcha. Dell, sir, that was really a great briefing. Sincerely thank you. Space Force and NASA being the partners that they are, we're so appreciative of your time. Just a quick question. On the 3Fs, are there still plans for the on-ramps for technology insertion? A new clock comes up, things like that you had talked about previously?
So the answer is yes. One of the benefits of having an active production line is that if all those prototyping efforts I talked about, experiments that are going on orbit with like NTS-3, if there is a capability that's mature enough, high TRL, low NRE, low risk, there's swap on the 3F vehicle to accommodate additional capability. So I'm holding swap right now there's a handful of experiments with NTS-3 that we're watching, and we're holding swap for those. For GPS-3, SV-10, there was sufficient swap on that we're working with Lockheed. We're conducting a cross-link demo on that vehicle because there was swap available. So the answer to your question is because I'm in production, I got the luxury of looking at swap and what's available, and we can break it to the production line. I mean, that's how we avoid that valley of death in the prototyping world. Because if a production line isn't waiting for it to catch it, then you got to wait for it to go for some program to go into production. So the answer to the question is yes.
Cordell, thank you got a very complicated program, lots of moving parts, and thank you for doing what you do every day. One of the questions, though, that we had a very strong recommendation in this committee and this board about implementing the L5 use as early as possible. I heard several things here today, and I'd like to get your take on what are the critical paths, or what is the earliest practical time at which could actually be able to have essential monitoring, to have whatever functionality for OCX, to be able to control it, and oh, by the way, have 18 satellites on orbit?
So I think you covered most of it there, sir.
Well, I'm just curious, what's the date?
So we need to launch the remaining GPS 3s. We got to field OCX.
Well,
so OCX, if we're driving towards a ready to transition to operations the summer of 25. Right now, it'll go through 6 to 8 months of operational test. And once it goes through a successful operational test, then it gets operationally accepted. So sometime, I think the chart's at 26. Without any acceleration, that's critical mass for us for L5. If there are other potential COAs, I know we're working with Karen's team to look at what are other ground COAs to do the monitoring. We'll support all of that. But if it's OCX is the primary path, then we got to transition it, we got to test it in ops, and then we have to actually operationally accept it. And that's 26.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like it's not. Thank you. From the aviation community, one thing we're very concerned with is maintaining the backwards compatibility of all the integrity commitments. When we make the transition from AEP to OCX, are we going to be able to maintain all of the existing commitments to ICAO?
So for the integrity, the answer is yes, but we're actually increasing the OCX will meet an increased integrity requirement. And we'll do that. Current plans to do that in 2 phases, in terms of monitoring upload, monitoring download. But the answer is yes, and it's going to be harder.
Yeah, there's a concern, obviously, when you're making a transition from a tried system to a brand new system. I know in the AEP upgrade in 2008, there were some challenges in that one, and just ensuring that there's a plan, I guess, for handling a transition correctly, because I mean, aircraft around the world are counting on maintaining those commitments.
Yeah, you're right.
Dale, thank you for the presentation. So I had a question. You mentioned about RGPS. It was, I think you said it was like the first phase of disaggregation or PNT disaggregation. Can you expand on that, or maybe, if you may, what might be the second or future phases of that? Thanks.
So if you look at, RGPS augments the 3F constellation. RGPS is intended to just thicken the layer. We still need to operate and field 3F for the RMP functionality, which is increased to the anti-jam, and all those hosted payloads on it to include all the advanced civil signals. RGPS is a resilient layer for the military vignette. In a military vignette, what's the minimum capability and what's the fastest we could field something? And so in terms of disaggregating, we've removed the requirements for all the other hosted payloads, all the other advanced civil signals, and it's just as fast as we could field an 8-vehicle constellation that could be launched on one rocket, multi-manifest, and have them on a 5-year design life. The 5-year design life is what enables us to continuously respond to the threat. If we are updating our baseline every 5 years, that is one strategy to stay above the threat. If we're increasing our capability every 5 years, and because of that 5-year design life, it doesn't have all the triple redundancy required to last 15 years. And that's how you get the cost to basically half of what it is today, even at a bulk buy. So I think I don't know if I answered your question, but that's the strategy in terms of disaggregating capability. I think we'll always have part of an architecture that if we can defend it, there's always a business case that says put as much capability as you can on one space vehicle, but then you have to give it a layer of protection and resilience around it. Yeah, that's a good question.
Go ahead, Matt.
Just as a follow-up on that, there was the discussion where Congress questioned the funding for our GPS, but you said in this slide anything in blue was funded, so you're past that.
So we have a FY25. So we start with $40 million FY24. From the Space Force, we identified funds in FY25, and right now it's going through the process. HACD has an opinion, which you probably read about in the press. SACD has another opinion. They need to get to conference, and I think that if they meet somewhere in the middle, this program keeps going.
Mm-hmm. And another question is, we hear a lot about the proliferated warfighter architecture having a navigation capability and deterrence and other things. Are you able to talk about where that fits with the overall PNT strategy and things like RGPS versus 3F versus?
Well, I mean, so unclassified.
Yes, yes, please.
Diversification and augmentation of orbitology gives us a layer of resiliency. You know, having everything in MEO, for now, everything in MEO, we got to proliferate. That's probably our fastest path, but diversification in orbitology, diversification in frequency, like what can we do outside of L-band? The diversification in terms of leveraging what really is just an astronomical exponential growth of capabilities in LEO, right? For all those things will just give us that layered defense approach, and the specifics that we probably got to hear the force design out briefly what the specifics are.
Yeah, I understand the logic of the value of the approach. It was more programmatically, because it's being developed by SDA, as I understand it, Space Development Agency, and just how that works. Is it part of an overall plan? Or, to give you an example, as an Australian, I might say, oh, this means the US is moving away from GPS. They're going to this new thing called proliferated warfighter architecture, and that's got navigation in it. How do you sort of address that?
So I go the other way. I think we're doubling down on military PNT. Right. All of the alternatives will eventually drive back to with the expected accuracy we're getting from space-based PNT. We talk about the navigation solution for precision, but also having layered capability for time, and that's how it ties to my comm mission, because the comm mission is dependent on time for frequency hopping. For the PNT mission, the time's got to be tight when you're searching for signals in a jamming environment. And right now, we need to have an alternatives and layers for time as well. So I think for the PNT solution, yeah, we understand how important it is. All of our precision is based on it, and we need to preserve it.
The doubling down is a good answer. Thank you.
Two quick questions, please. One is that I gather you've got a program for examining alternative PNT. So does Karen at the Department of Transportation. I'm wondering, with two programs looking for alternative PNT, is there any crosstalk between the two agencies and sharing of information?
So Karen, when I talk about those reverse entry days, and we got those 122 proposals, Karen's team helped us prioritize the final list. I think it's really important going forward for both the DoD and the DOT to understand, where our gaps and overlaps are, right, and address those as an enterprise. I mean, from my perspective, I mean, we are very, very military scenario driven on our prioritization. And I think having the balance of the civil community is important as we look at it in a more, federated, best of government solution.
Karen?
Yeah, thanks, Del. Just to build on that, for DOT, as I discussed this morning, we're looking at very high technology readiness level capabilities. I think yours are SBIR and maybe not, always that highly ready capabilities. But one of the things that we've done, and again, thanks to my Volpe colleagues, is formed an interagency complementary PNT working group, because I think we saw not only between Space Force and DOT, but other parts of the government also have complementary PNT efforts, and so really bringing all of our efforts together, so we have the synergy of how we can best work together and leverage what each other are doing. So far we've had 2 workshops, and it certainly will continue as we further these efforts.
Yeah, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'm not sure I'm going to ask this question right. I'm sure I'll get some help if I don't. Understand your brief completely. We've been talking about the difference between somebody violating a regulation and breaking the law in either jamming or spoofing and what's going on in the country, how to maintain a common operating picture and situational awareness and who responds. At what point in your mission and what you're told to do is that not in your portfolio, and who does that? Who pays attention to that if it's not you? Did I say that right?
So from an operations perspective, I mean, the United States Space Force is responsible for operating the U.S. GPS constellation. There are pieces of a space situational awareness capability with our current ops, but it's not integrated with all of the other potential elements of it. I don't think that's been identified for I think inside the board, inside the CONUS type of operations. If it's for a military vignette, that we need to understand the laydown and threat environments of an adversary on the other side of the world, that is a DoD responsibility. We're going to fuse that. It's going to be fused into the rest of our battle management capability. I think there's an opportunity to leverage what we just talked about earlier today on all the civil, to fuse that in. So I don't have a good answer for you, Admiral. If it's defend the homeland, going against an adversary in another part of the world, it is the DoD and it's the Space Force. I think we're starting to blend integrated situational awareness for both military and civil threats, and I don't think we've thought through the organization structure nor ConOps.
Maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure we're involved, but the issue of mitigation and response when something happens. And that's a pretty immature structure in the country right now, because it's going to be based on how you put the situational awareness together, common operating picture, and then who does what and what's their authority and jurisdiction. That was driving my question.
I agree. So fundamentally, like we're looking at that problem for space situational awareness and networking all the sensors associated with that, and how to get into a battle management network so that it actually gets out to the users who need it. That could be, a strike aircraft on an ingress. But I think for the civil application, probably is worth some study on what is the ConOps going to be? What's the ConOps going to be? And what kind of network do you need to implement that ConOps? And that's going to drive out the type of organization you need. And so for that type of integrated military-civil network, I mean, that's worth dedicated study on COAS how to go do that. I don't have a good answer for you, sir.
That's fine, just looking for your opinion. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Good brief. Thanks. All we've got to do is wrap up, kind of figure where we're at, what are the deliverables for tomorrow. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. You want to take a very short break, come back, and we probably get us out of here early? Yeah. 10 minutes? Thanks. Okay, I think we're approaching a quorum here. We don't have to use all the time tonight. What I want to do is make a quick summary of the deliverables that we need to have done by tomorrow. They don't need to be done tonight, and some people have some draft stuff already written, but I want to go down a checklist, because what I'd like is by the mid-morning session tomorrow to have nothing else we have to do in terms of written products or anything like that, so we can put this stuff to the record. I want to do this for a couple of reasons. I'd like to have closure before we leave tomorrow, because I don't know what's going to happen before the spring meeting. I don't know what our ability is going to be to get anybody on a large conference call or anything else, so I think we need to focus on exactly what it is we got to do tactically to get out of the building tomorrow. I think we all know the long-range stuff when we talked about that. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to tell you what I think we got. I'd like everybody else to add on to it. I'd like JJ or OJ to make a list and what we have to have done by tomorrow. So the first thing, Frank, where are you at? Okay, Frank has got some language he wrote up regarding the NOAA and the NGS proposal that we support what they did. Frank, why don't you read them what you got? We can send it out to everybody. If there's no objection, we'll take it. If you want to play with it, we can do it between now and tomorrow. Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, just bullet points that need to be turned into a paragraph maybe. Recommendation from PNT Advisory Board is we support NOAA and NASA standing up a HARS service as described in the white paper that we've published and the 3 things memo from NGS because NOAA has the operational experience in hardened systems to deliver this service, and NOAA and NASA are committed to a partnership to deliver the technology. And then I don't know if you want to put as well to reestablish GPS as the lead system among GNSSs or some words like that.
Anybody got a general problem with that?
I guess I'd like to recommend that we maybe put some qualifications in that.
Okay, you can do it really quick right now, or he can send it out to everybody and we can do it online and cover it in the morning. Go ahead.
So it was a nice presentation. I think we are all in spirit very much behind this. The whole point of this is taking what has heretofore been sort of a laboratory process that people find useful and making it an operational capability that the full force and credibility of the federal government is behind. That's a very different thing, and I did not see or hear evidence about how that was going to happen.
I got you. So we can add a caveat that it's unclear now whether this is supported by a program of record. There needs to be policy decisions made on how to move forward or something
so I've
like
got
that.
several things here I'd be happy to. So what is basically the system concept, the concept of operations? And what's the program acquisition? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that if we don't name it, my fear is that it's going to come back and say, oh, we got this figured out.
Okay. Can you provide that to Frank? And
happy
Frank, can you just send a draft out to everybody and we'll polish it in the morning? Is that all right?
Yes.
Everybody okay with that? Good. Dana.
Yes, sir. We sent out a version midday of the transition issue paper. I've received a couple comments, not necessarily consistent with each other. I'm going to hold the version at version 5, if you, which you all should have. So if you would take a look at it, and by tomorrow morning, before we get started, if you could send your comments in, we can address them tomorrow morning. I'll try and not necessarily adjudicate them, but outline them, and we can briefly discuss them, hopefully, and finalize and give a 95 to 99% version to leadership to stylize and smooth and send forward. So,
Thanks, Dana.
Sir.
JJ, anything else outstanding that we've talked about?
No, I just wanted to quickly respond to General Hamill. Remember that the whole HARS concept's based on GDGPS, right, which was an active system, remains an active system. The manager's behind me somewhere, and the telecom companies were actively using this to monitor the GNSS signal. So it's been operational for quite some time. That was part of the issue, is the liability concerns that JPL did not want to take on. So fully understand, but I just wanted to remind you, how we got to this point.
He makes a good point, though. Within NOAA, they're betting on the future of the budget and
well, a whole series of things.
NASA has made it a program of record, NOAA hasn't.
Right, so the whole point is that have the full force of NOAA, the Department of Commerce, that this is something that they will stand behind. Now, I would argue that this is in a formal program formulation phase right now. They're trying to take together these elements and propose something, but it is not. Yeah. So again, encouragement is, I think, is fine.
Yeah. So
I contrast this with what is the scale of what was done by the Department of Transportation to create another augmentation called WAS, and what has that turned into in terms of budgetary commitments, operational infrastructure, the rest of that? Pretty big deal. So, and I think that this is comparable to that if this is going to have the imprimatur that this is a federal operational capability.
Go ahead. Can you go ahead and propose the caveats to Frank? Okay, thanks. Okay. Is there anything else we need to have coming out of this now? We got the one pager. We got the reaction to the NGS. Does anybody remember anything we've talked about in the last day that we need to mark down other than the record of the meeting?
So, yeah, the ESI subcommittee has a recommendation. We would really like to have a propose to implement or at least planning for a training program or training programs for PNT professionals, not university curriculum development,
right,
but training programs.
As you discussed in your brief.
Correct.
Can you summarize that in one paragraph?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And what I would suggest, Admiral, is if we're not going to do it tonight, then Jade, if you will, please be prepared to put it up tomorrow so we can all take a look at it.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I don't want to keep everybody here, especially when I'm standing between drinks and dinner and all that. So I thought I'd just lay out the deliverables. Everybody kind of understand when we come in the morning, we just got to go ahead and take care of it and clean this stuff up. That's all. Yeah, Brad.
Yeah, Matt, are you going to take a shot at updating the color charts?
Well, the plan wants to actually write up a paper, a white paper still around it, which would include the charts. But I think we've discussed how I think for a more widely usable paper, we probably need some explanations of some of the terms. You know, what is intersatellite?
I suspect that's so.
But yes, our subcommittee will take on the task of.
To me, the color chart is the attention step.
Yeah.
And then the white paper does the explanation as to what the governor really meant to say was, you know. So
one way we could do that is take the current chart extant, as I was saying, or call it 1.0, 1.5, whatever we want to call it, saying this is a basis to continue our work prior to the next meeting. So we've got it, it's in the record, we've got it there, and it's not set in concrete. You know, it's nothing we are, you know, going to risk our lives on.
Well, Brad's presentation puts it on the record.
Okay.
So.
And as well, Johns, now we have kind of three axes of looking at it on three different sets of color charts. One has two, one's one, one's one. So it is not clear to me which one is the most explanatory in terms of getting someone's attention. So I'm going to leave that in your good hands, sort of.
And that's what we took on as the subcommittee to do, yes.
Okay.
But I suggest we have what you presented, both of yours and John's today, is now on the record. We move forward with the next version between now and the next meeting, and ideally a next draft in the next month or two.
Okay, we just need a number and not version control of what we're doing, and it's not the final thing, it's a work in progress. Okay. All right.
And the other caveat on that is, as JJ said, we would still like to actually get more input from Galileo, etc. You know, actual, not us putting words in their mouth.
Well, we can caveat the hell out of the Galileo thing, Matt. We understand you were triaging the best you could with what was going on. I'm not sure we should make a comment. You know, we asked them to be here, they weren't. So,
well,
however we want to handle it.
One technique might be to send them the chart and say, what do you think about your column here? And analogously, send it to our friends in China and say, here's our assessment right now. Is this wrong? I think the chances are excellent you'll get no response, but nonetheless, I think it might be worth it.
Well, the way to do that is go ahead and have the brief for the record, document the circumstances between now and the next meeting. We are forwarding this to the folks in the EU for any comment they got it. Just leave it at that. That way it's on the record. We've done the best we could. Okay.
So Matt, the way that I'm taking this in is that this is pretty much a tasker for the spring meeting. We're going to request that Europe and China follow through on what they committed to do, and that is give us a report like we received from Korea and Japan today. And we don't have any additional recommendation yet because we're still in the data collection stage. So now you've spoken, Jade's spoken. Are there any other subcommittee chairs around the table that have any form of recommendation that they want to bring forward tomorrow? Because we do have some discussion time in the morning, so I just want you to think about that. If there are any recommendations that you want to be incorporated into the transition paper, tomorrow is going to be really our last opportunity as a group to put those forward.
I just wanted to get us close enough to the finish line so we can wrap this thing up in the morning. That was all.
I didn't receive, I received John's comment back to Dana, but I didn't receive Dana's circulation of the... I didn't receive your email at all. I received John's comment back to you. So I don't know what went wrong there. Thank you.
I didn't either. I'm not getting it. I don't think. Yeah, evidently I'm not on that list.
Of course.
I have one other thing that I brought up, and that was this, whether we as a group should contemplate disaggregation. We heard from Dell that in part the military is disaggregating. And the implication, of course, is they will have a proliferated constellation, presumably, when they execute that. And the civilians, it sounds like you're going to look at L5, and if it's free, you're going to take a lot of them, and otherwise it's going to be a problem. Did I get that right?
It is part of the funded program baseline, and in resilient GPS.
On the RGPS?
It is. It just depends on the first phase. If the vendors can convince us that they can implement it, it'll be in the first phase. If not, it'll be in the second phase. But it is part of the overall strategy.
Okay, so it might miss the first 16 satellites, is what I'm hearing. I'm not.
First,
you know.
I'd say conservatively, it might miss the first 8. It won't miss the next 8.
Okay, and from then on, you won't have L2, well, or will you? You'll have your L2.
Yeah, that's TBD right now.
Well, in any event, there are some implications for what your resilient structure should be on the DoD civil side. And I think we should try to understand if the military is partially disaggregated, still got L1CA, right? But partially, what are the implications for FAA, DOT going forward? And does it suggest that maybe the civilian side should look at a parallel and similar proliferation and offer that up, or at least look at the pros and cons?
Yeah, Brad, you're going right where I am. I was, really impressed with the presentation that Cordell did, but my reaction was exactly the same. We're doing a marvelous job for the warfighter, but the homeland is still fairly unprotected. We keep talking about PTA. And the reason that we set up the XCOM back in the day the way we did, with the civilians on one side and the military on the other, was to ensure that there was a lot of crosstalk and that a lot of participation by DOT, even in DOD's budgetary conversations. I was invited to a lot of budgetary conversations in the Pentagon when I was, co-running the executive steering group with John Stenbit. It was working pretty well, but it sounds to me as though there's been some sort of disaggregation, to use your term, and our entire economy could sink if the civilian signal is compromised. And that's a national security problem just as much as the warfighter's well-being.
Well, I think we're forgetting the fact that there's a Galileo out there, and it's perfectly set up for civilian use. And so there's now 60 satellites, an independent control segment, and it works for civil users if they will just accept our recommendation and do multi-frequency dual system receivers. So the military does not have that opportunity with an M-code signal on an allied constellation. But the civil users have a terrific opportunity already if they just take advantage of it. So it's not clear to me how much more proliferation the civil users actually need.
Is it national policy to rely on competing GNSSs? I didn't know that.
I don't think that solves the problem, John. It's an element of national power. The question is, are we relinquishing a portion of that? And if so, let's make it a deliberate decision. If the decision is to rely on Galileo, okay, we need buy-in from the civils, and we should all sit around and talk about it.
But we're not relying on it. We've still got 30 good civil GPS
relying on it as an emergency backup or something. And furthermore, at the rate we're launching the threes, the question is, are we going to, in the future, be restricted in terms of what we have? So it just seems to me that it needs more than, it seems to me it needs some scrutiny, that we ought to look at what the alternatives really are and what the implications are.
Well, I like what Mr. De La Pena said. It really comes down to a business case, right? And so there's a business case for the military, and there's a separate business case for the civil users. If we have Galileo signals to use for free, how much is it worth it for us to generate our own that are redundant with them?
We could have used the same argument if we were in Europe. GPS was for free. Why were we putting up Galileo at all?
Because we didn't have 60 satellites. But
because
now we
what?
do. You didn't have 60 satellites, but now we do.
Who has 60 satellites?
GPS plus Galileo.
Karen, you had a point?
Yeah, well, I do think it's worth a study looking at the business case. As Del said, and I don't know if everybody picked up on it, one of the most significant benefits that GPS provides is aviation safety assurance. GPS is the only satellite navigation constellation that provides that. And we have made the commitment to ICAO, so this is really important, and we have a great partnership. And I think as we're, looking to the future, looking at what our requirements are and how our, requirements get delivered. And I think there's certainly a lot of, benefit to reducing size, weight, power, cost, being able to launch, multiple satellites, at a time. And if the requirements can't be jointly met, then certainly looking at other options and what it would cost to pursue those.
If the feeling of this board is that it's not necessary to look at that, well, that's what I'm asking. Is it worthwhile to give it a scrutiny, not jump to a conclusion one way or the other? So I wasn't suggesting that we go off and suddenly say, let's go do this. I'm suggesting we look at what the implications are, consider the pros, cons, and risks, and the business case, and maybe come down and say, well, it's in the too hard box, punt it down the road, or maybe, I don't know where we come down. So
Yeah, I'm happy to look at it. I was responding to the statement that without GPS, all U.S. The U.S. is lost to sat-nav. And my point was...
Well, it's certainly lost in terms of FAA
right,
integrity.
But even for that, aren't there steps on the way to certify Galileo and Galileo receivers for civil aviation use? 10 years from now, will there be Galileo for civil aviation?
There are steps on that, but the Galileo's integrity assurances don't match GPS's. So you can use GPS constellation by itself, but the Galileo assurances don't let you use Galileo by itself. You have to, basically the satellites are not equal in how they're used for AIM. And GPS constellation is worth far more valuable with the assurances that are made in that. So it's not really an equal footing. Having 60 satellites, it's so there's integrity assurances made by each constellation that are used in how they are put together in the aircraft to assure integrity. GPS currently has an assurance on what's called PCONS, which is the probability of multiple satellites failing at once. That's 10 to the minus 8 for GPS. It's 10 to the minus 4 for Galileo. So Galileo has to be used in combination with another constellation. It can't be used by itself. I mean, unless you use a GBES or SBAS.
We don't have to solve the problem, but if there's an issue that's ambiguous and needs to be resolved in the future, a statement to that effect has us giving advice and doing our job, in my view. If we can put that into words that are useful going ahead. Let me chew on that one overnight, and we'll talk about it in the morning. Anything else? Okay, everybody's been working hard today. We've been on schedule. This is the most succinct meeting I've ever been to on this board, so let me congratulate the committees and everybody else and the speakers, and thank you all. So I think the next step is to get together for a social hour, and thank you all. What I meant to say.
Dr. Parkinson reminded me to tell everyone, no ties tomorrow. No ties tomorrow.
And tonight.
And everyone knows about tonight already. And I'm not going to say more than that.
No ties tomorrow.
Tomorrow is business casual, no tie required. And if you don't know where you need to be tonight, then come talk with me. Thank you.
Enjoy the evening.